Thank you so much for being here. My name is Anayeli Gomez-Bertain. I'm the Director of Immigrant Affairs here at
We are not
the
live yet.
Queensborough President's Office. And I'm here to introduce our Deputy Borough President,
Hold on.
Rhonda Binda, to kick off.
We are not
Hello?
live yet.
One moment.
We are not live yet.
We are now live on YouTube.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anayeli Gomez.
We are live.
Are we live? Thank you, Aldo. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Anayeli Gomez-Bertain. I'm here as the Immigrant Affairs Director, and I just want to introduce our Deputy Borough President, Rhonda Binda, to kick off our Gender Justice Summit.
Thank you, Anayeli. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rhonda Binda, the Deputy Borough President of the World's Borough of Queens. I'm ecstatic to be here today, closing out this incredible month that's dedicated to women. It's so great to see everybody here, and you're all looking amazing. I want to thank our partners for making this event possible. ASEA's Women's Center, Positive Women United, the Girl Scouts Council of Greater New York, Center for the Women of New York, Korean American Family Service Center, Turning Point for Women and Families, Women for Afghan Women, Garden of Hope, Violence Intervention Program, Voces Latinas, Saki for South Asian Women, Love Mentoring Program, the Black Resource Network, and last but not least, Lux Library. The phenomenal Borough President is a remarkable presentation of what leadership really is. He is helping Queens to become the epicenter of sustainable development, equity, justice, women's empowerment, and even more. But he has tough shoes to fill. In knowing the importance of having women's voices heard at the highest levels in Queens, this is one of the reasons why he appointed a woman as a deputy VP. He's also hit the ground running, and in his first 100 days, one of the first things that we've done is update our website to create a civic engagement, gender justice resource page. So please visit our page. It's on the main page under resources. He's also spearheading a number of new initiatives, including a gender justice division that will be spearheaded by Ariella Davidoff. Hopefully you'll have a chance to connect with her today. And she's our first woman and women of color to become the Gender Justice Coordinator at the Queensborough President's Office. So congratulations to you. We're also creating a few new initiatives that will help women, including an Immigration Welcome Center and a youth division, as well as a nonprofit unit. The Borough President is constantly thinking about the future of Queens, and we won't stop until Queens becomes the epicenter of change, innovation, sustainability, equity, and inclusion. And so if you need any help, please be sure to visit us and check out our updated website, and one of our staff will be more than happy to chat. And so now it is with great pleasure that I get to thank our former Borough President and our current District Attorney, the first female in Queens, to thank her for your continued commitment and ensuring justice for Queens and our constituents in your new capacity. As a recovering attorney myself, I know the work is not easy, but when you carry a passion for fair application to the law, it makes the work feel less like work and more like a mission. And I have to also thank you for recently making a commitment to dismiss cases against sex crimes and similar offenses. This is so historic, and I appreciate, and we all appreciate the work that you've done so quickly and being in office to make changes for women. And so it's a great honor to introduce our District Attorney and former Queensborough President, Melinda Katz.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had to go check. It's good to see so many people. Their living rooms, their dining rooms, their kitchens, everything that goes with it. First of all, Deputy Borough President Binda, thank you so much, and I appreciate and congratulations on your position. Hi, Sharon Anderson. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, Ellie. Always good to see you. I see folks in the chat and on my panelists or attendees. On this call, we have Kathleen Williams, who's head of community engagement for the district attorney. Rokeya Akhtar, who I think many people know, who now works in my office. Tara Chester is on it. I think Colleen Babb may be on it. I got a lot of folks on this call. So I want to say congratulations to all of you on a gender summit. I hear it's 6 hours long. Is that correct? So that should be fascinating. And I wish everyone a good learning day and a good luck day. And I just want to say congratulations. You know, I'm so proud of the work that we are doing here at the district attorney's office. As the deputy borough president said, I am the first female to take office in Queens. I think what really needs to be noted is that the last female to take, the first female, I think was 1978, if I'm not mistaken. And that was the Brooklyn DA, Elizabeth Holtzman. It was 35 more years. Think about that for a second. It was 35 more years till a second female district attorney got elected in the city of New York in all 5 boroughs. And then another, I think, 8 years or so till I was elected in Queens. So it was a 35-year gap until another female got elected as district attorney, which I think is just a remarkable statistic. So now I'm the DA of Queens County. My chief executive is a female. Her name is Jennifer Nyberg, chief executive Jennifer Nyberg. My chief of staff is a woman, Camille Chinkifat. It is the only district attorney's office headed by 3 women in the city of New York. And, you know, from addressing the silent rise of gender-based violence brought on by COVID to tackling the glaring criminalization of vulnerable people in the labor force and in the immigrant communities, the DA's office continues to meet this moment of challenge with the unprecedented strides in defending, protecting women's rights. According to NYPD, released in 2020, more than 56% of all domestic violence complaints involve intimate partner abuse. And that's why we designated a domestic violence bureau. And we also have a domestic violence hotline number, 718-286-4410, 286-4410. And if one of my staff members can put that number in the chat, I would appreciate it. One of the Bureau's signature initiatives is the Domestic Violence Strategic Threat Alert Team. It's a program that identifies and enhances the prosecution of high-risk domestic violence cases. So after a crime has occurred, we continue to keep track of the DV victims and follow them through meaningful services. We've also created, for the first time in the city of New York, a human trafficking bureau that stands all on its own. And it is dedicated to finding traffickers, to prosecuting traffickers, while making sure that if the sex workers want to come out of the system and want to find a trail home, that we provide that as well. And I want to make sure that folks know on this call that documentation and any type of status is never asked, never. Whether you're here and you came here yesterday, whether you've been here 40 years, whether you're documented, undocumented, we will never ask, we will just help you. That's all we care about. And so I'd like not only you to know that, but people that you represent, because I know many of you are here because you represent other organizations. And yes, as Deputy Borough President Binda said, we just filed motions to vacate the warrants of 700, mostly women, who had outstanding warrants, either for prostitution or for walking while loitering, commonly known as walking while trans in the state of New York. And they had outstanding warrants, some of them 20, 30 years old. And we just said, forget it, we're vacating those warrants. Look, as we celebrate women's history, as we celebrate gender justice, it's important to know that we've come far, but it's important to know that we still have a very long way to go. And you know, Stacey Plaskett, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett was my guest speaker on Women's History Month. And she talked about the fact that, you know, real leadership in offices that get gender justice have women as leaders as well. And it's not just the top, it's staff and it's everyone in between. And so it's an exciting time to move forward. It's an exciting time to be the DA in Queens County. And I look forward to working with Borough President Donovan Richards in his new role, and with all of you as well as I did in the past. Congratulations on today.
Thank you very much, District Attorney Katz. We are trying our best to fill your big heels here. And I have to say that it's hard to find another more dedicated woman to Queens than you. And you're such an inspiration to me personally, and I know to all of us here. Your legacy lives on here. And so we hope to run into you more often. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
I hope to run into anyone very often. You know, as we start coming out of all of this, everyone really stay healthy, stay well, and hopefully we'll see each other in person next year. Thank you.
God bless.
God bless.
We're so delighted also to have us with us Assemblywoman Lily Rosick, and another incredible woman who's such a dedicated public servant. And just want to confirm that she's with us today.
I am indeed. I'm right here.
Oh, great. Hi, Assemblywoman. Great to see you.
How's everyone doing? I'm stuck in Albany, but I hope you guys are having fun in Queens. I just wanted to thank Deputy Borough President and our incredible DA for kicking us off. I just want to say a couple of things. I know that we're mostly focused on this panel about the economics of what has happened to women, and you know, the most recent economic data puts it sort of plainly. The pandemic has not just throttled the New York economy, and it's been really hard on all of us. Women have been profoundly affected, with female unemployment hitting double digits this past year, the first time since 1948. For Black and Latina women, it's actually significantly higher. And when you couple that with a gender pay gap, as well as the fact that most of the people on the front lines are actually women, it's just a compounding effect. And so I'm really excited to hear from all of you about how disproportionate, you know, the impact has been on women, but also the positives on how
Assemblymember Rosnick, please unmute. Perfect.
Okay. I don't know what just happened. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for having me and for this incredible panel. I'm excited to hear from all of you.
Thank you so much, Assemblywoman. I know that you're continuously advocating for flexibility in the workplace, fair practices for work shifts, pay equity, and increased entrepreneurship in underserved communities. So you're really such a treasure and gem, and we appreciate everything that you're doing for Queens at the state level. Thank you. And so I also want to thank the amazing organizations and the staff that has put together this inaugural Women's Gender Justice Summit for Women's History Month. And we feel that this particular month has taken on a completely different shape because of the pandemic and all that women have endured over this past year and all the movements that we're seeing. And we're seeing so many more people speak up and speak out. Last year, during the 100-year anniversary of suffrage rights, because of the pandemic, we didn't really get a chance to do that much in Queens. And so we're going to definitely make up for it this year. And please keep your eyes open on everything coming out of the new Gender Justice Unit. The event is near and dear to my heart, not only because I identify as a cis woman, but growing up as a daughter of immigrants, we face a lot of challenges. And education was always thought to be the thing that would level the playing field for us to realize the great American dream. But I have to say that throughout my career, I always seem to face this invisible glass ceiling as a woman and a person of color. And so sometimes it was subtle where, you might have a counterpart taking credit for your work. Sometimes it was less subtle, like sexual harassment. And other times just blatant, like just differences in pay. And so I do think we are really at a pivotal moment because of the election of Vice President Harris. She is showing the new face of leadership. The Vice President is a woman of color, of African-American, Caribbean, and South Asian descent. And so before we get started, I just like to remind you that one of the things that she talks about is that if you are alone, as the lone woman at that conference table or in that room, just remember that you're not really alone. We're all there with you in spirit. So take pride in using your voice, because you have a responsibility and a duty that you have this opportunity to not only use that voice, but to bring others along into the room. So you're no longer one of the only there. And so I've taken that to be something that I do as sort of a guiding point for my career. And I hope that you enjoy this program that the women in our office have brought to you today. And I know that together we're people of all complexions, of all ethnicities, of all faiths, but I know that we can break that glass ceiling hovering above us together, and together we will rise, and together we will change the status quo and the face of leadership in America. And so I just want to also thank you again for taking the time today. Feel free to jump in and out, but please do come back and join us at 6 p.m. for the grand finale with your borough president and our special awardees today. So as we transition now to our first panel, we are so excited that our phenomenal Economic Development Director, Sharon Anderson, will be moderating. She is a 17-year veteran of Borough Hall's office and now is become our Economic Development Czar. I mean, she's really one in a million, and it's an honor to be able to formally work with her. Of course, everybody in Queens who work with the business community knows exactly who she is. And so without further ado, I'd like you to hear from the moderator from your panel, Sharon Anderson. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Borough President Binda. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted and honored to lead the opening first panel discussion on business and economy for the Borough President's Gender Justice Summit. As the deputy said, I'm Sharon Anderson, Director of Economic Development for the Office of the Queens Borough President. In economic development, we provide business support for all businesses, business and workforce development, and support to the 13 business improvement districts, as well as the chambers of commerce and merchant groups across the borough. The Borough President's Office led the way through the COVID-19 pandemic and quarantine with wraparound services that included food distribution, virtual recruitment fairs, support for pet and animal care, giveaway of restorative gardening items, linen and clothing giveaways, small business webinars, and the dissemination of important health updates, in addition to PPEs and hand sanitizers, etc. As we begin the task to rebuild our economy, I am pleased to be working with an expanded Borough Hall team with whom we can do so much more. The Borough President's Economic Development Agenda sets forth to build and nurture a dynamic local economy that connects globally, where small and large businesses thrive, where innovation and new economic ideas are incubated, and where our greatest assets are centered around our people, making it so that everyone, including our immigrants and youth, are able to build, stay, and thrive. We envision working with guiding principles that are inclusive of all residents, regardless of age, race, gender, and set forth an overarching goal to build and nurture a dynamic local economy where businesses are supported. And we aim for goals that include investments in infrastructure projects, new industries in tech and life sciences, as we address the quality of life issues that impact our daily lives. Today, I am pleased to welcome 4 respected female leaders who are doing extraordinary things in their respective fields as businesswomen. I'm pleased to welcome you all, and I thank you for joining us. Now, I have 4 panelists who will be on screen with us, I suspect. First up, we have Elizabeth Luskin, who is president of the Long Island City Partnership and executive director of the Long Island City Business Improvement District. She serves on the New York City Bid Association Board of Directors and is a member of the Queens Tech Council, New York City Workforce Business Council, and the Economic Development Committee of Borough President Richard's Transition Committee, among other roles. Prior to Long Island City, she served as the Chief of Staff and VP of Strategic Initiatives at the Polytechnic Institute of New York University. Ms. Luskin advised a range of clients through her former consulting practice. She was previously Deputy Commissioner of New York City SBS, General Counsel to the Downtown Alliance, and Legislative Counsel at the New York State Office of Federal Affairs. Ms. Luskin is a graduate of Yale University and NYU School of Law. Welcome, Ms. Luskin.
Good to be here.
Wonderful. Next up, we have Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, who is the Deputy Director at the Street Vendor Project at the Urban Justice Center. Ms. Gutierrez is a Colombian American who brings her experience in nonprofit management, policy development, restaurants, and community organizing within immigrant communities to the organization to help New York City's smallest businesses thrive. She has previously held positions at New York City Small Business Services, Community Service Society, and Fundación Corona. Ms. Gutierrez holds a master's in international affairs and urban social policy from Columbia University. Welcome, Ms. Gutierrez. Next up, we have Annette Runcie, is chairperson of the First Merchant Association for Rosedale, Laurelton, and Springfield Gardens. She was born in Kingston, Jamaica, in a large family of 7 children. At the age of 11, Annette migrated to New York with her family. She received her Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science from City University of New York and her MBA at Pace University in New York City while working full-time. In February 2005, along with the full support of her husband, Annette left her day job to open her first franchise, the Golden Crust in Queens Village. As if that wasn't enough, Annette, along with her husband, opened Panache Restaurant in November 2013. Panache is an upscale restaurant serving a very unique fusion cuisine called Eurosoul. Panache took over 3 years to open because of various obstacles. Annette's persistence paid off, and she has managed to bring the style and flair of Manhattan dining to Southeast Queens. Panache has received many awards and recognition, with the most significant one being from the Queens Chamber of Commerce in 2014, first place for commercial design. Most recently, Annette partnered with Mike Duncan from Jamaica Breeze Restaurant to create J&P Runway Cafe. In January 2020, J&P Runway was the successful bidder to operate employee cafeteria at JFK International Airport Port Authority Administrative Building. Ms. Runcie continues to look forward to and is working to pursue her PhD. Thank you and welcome. Next up, we have Deepti Sharma. Deepti is a lifelong entrepreneur. She is the CEO and founder of Food to Eat, a community-minded catering concierge service. Deepti started Food to Eat in 2011 to connect immigrant women and minority-owned food vendors to opportunities for growth, ultimately helping them strengthen their own business skills. Food to Eat helps businesses feed employees great food and build stronger and more diverse work cultures. Deepti is also a co-founder of Biki, a platform solving customer engagement for restaurants. As a mother and small business owner, Deepti is a vocal advocate for policies that benefit these communities. She served on the board for the Business Center for New Americans, a nonprofit that encourages immigrant entrepreneurship by providing microloans and financial education. Deepti also writes about how companies can modernize motherhood in the workplace and mentors female entrepreneurs as part of the New York City Mayor's WN We NYC initiative. Deepti is a World Economic Forum Global Shaper, a Forbes 30 Under 30 alumni, and an avid runner. Deepti lives in Queens with her husband and 2 children. Welcome. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you all for being here. And now we'll get started. So again, this is very exciting to be with you all this afternoon. Thank you so much. We wanted to explore the issue of women in the workplace and women in business and what a challenge sometimes we encounter. The deputy referred to, you know, the invisible glass ceiling, that glass ceiling. There are certain times we find we reach certain plateaus and it's like you're hitting something and then it's figuring it out, right? And one thing we've discovered in business is that no business, no matter how similar the business is, a business style is, that the challenges are different that each entrepreneur faces. And so how do we navigate that, right? And so, and it comes differently for each one of us. So I'll begin with the first question, which is, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are in this career path. So Liz, do you want to go first?
Okay, here I go. So first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me to speak. Sharon, I'm an enormous fan of yours for many, many years. Thank you for being such a great partner. Deputy Mayor Binda had the opportunity to work with you in many colleague capacities. And again, congratulations on your position, and very glad that the borough president is making this a priority. And thank you to the former borough president and current DA for all that she's done. And it's an honor to be here with my fellow panelists. So my career path, it was really forged coming out of growing up in New York, growing up in the 70s when the city, or coming of age in the 70s, I guess, when the city was really in a very, very dark place, but a very vibrant place at the same time. And just falling in love, you know, this is my love, the city and the people. And so over the years, looking for how to be of use and of service, and finding my way through a variety of opportunities towards neighborhood economic development, because I realized that as much as I wanted to be of service to the city, I wanted to see and touch the work, the effect of the work that I did, and be connected to the people whose businesses and whose lives we were participating with. So, you know, when I worked in Washington, it was really important work, and so much of what happens in New York starts in Washington, and there's all kinds of strings attached to it by the time it gets here, and it's good to understand that. But I remember working really hard to get a sentence in a committee report for a bill that I knew was going to make a big difference, and I'm like, you know, but when I do something now and can walk out and see the effect of, see the art project we just did, or go talk to a business owner that we just helped, or just see the vibrancy on the street, that connects for me. And I've gone other places and worked on some of these issues there, but it's not my issue. And here it's my issue. So it's really born out of a deep passion for the city and a connection. And again, just wanting to be where it happens, you know, on the ground.
Right. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Liz. And next, I'll go to Annette. Annette, the same question for you.
Okay, to unmute. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Sharon Anderson, and of course, Borough President and Deputy Borough President. Just want to thank you all for having this summit. And of course, it's great, and I am honored to be part of this distinguished panelist here this afternoon. So my journey in the business world and in economic development started when I decided I was going to leave Procter & Gamble. I worked for Procter & Gamble after graduating from City College. I went to Procter & Gamble. I worked for them for about 14 years. And I decided that I was going to leave and basically go into my own business. One of the things that was always taught to me by my mom was that you really can't create a legacy, you know, with a job. And so you had to have something to send down in the family, So I left Procter and Gamble to create a family legacy in Queens. This was like 2015. I started I became a franchisee from Golden Cross, and the reason for that was that I was looking to how do I get into the restaurant business. It was a family legacy that we have always talked about, creating a restaurant, for the family. And so I decided to do that, but I wanted to learn basically, how to run a restaurant. And so the best thought I thought about was doing a franchise first to learn, the support system is there. And so that is where I started my journey as a business owner at Golden Cross. And starting up the business was very challenging, very tough back then, of course, in 2015. And I reached out to the Queen's Chamber. There was not a lot of great support as far as for Southeast Queens. One of the things that I noticed that there was not a lot of assistance as far as just like learning how to do a business plan, how to get money, those kind of things didn't really exist. And so I led about 6 of us business owners in Southeast Queens to create the Merchant Association in 2016. And so my journey with just building and helping the businesses in Southeast Queens began then. We looked at how we can really support each other, how we can collaborate with each other, how we can build structure for our businesses. And of course, we had then linked with a lot of the different organizations, such as the Bar President Office. Melinda Cass has assisted the Merchant Association on many occasions. The councilman at that time, Donovan Rich's office. So we have tried to link with the various organizations, QEDC, Greater Jamaica. So the idea was to get those resources pulled into Southeast Queens to support the businesses. So that has been that has been my passion in helping Southeast Queens.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Annette, for that. How it began to shape your path and how you found yourself in this career path currently. Next, I'll go to Deepti. Deepti, can you answer that same question?
Yeah.
A little bit about why you are on this career path.
Absolutely. Again, thank you to everyone for having me and putting this event together. I know how hard it can be to put these things together and how important it is for us to have these conversations because like everyone, ahead of me has already said, that access to opportunities is really limited for women. And that's literally one of the reasons why I went down this path in my own career. So I'm a native New Yorker and a Queens kid at heart. I was born and brought up here. And my life passion has always been surrounded by how do I create opportunities for underserved communities. And I did that through politics throughout college. I worked for different campaigns for candidates that I believed in. And when I graduated in 2008 at a really tough time, as I'm sure a lot of you can remember, it was a recession, I kept thinking about what happens next for me. And I accidentally found myself waiting in line at a food truck in New York City while studying for my LSATs because I thought that's where I was headed next. And instead of going to law school, when I was waiting online at that food truck, I found myself waiting for too long. I waited for 30 minutes and all I got was a peanut butter cookie. And I'm a bit of an impatient New Yorker where I decided if this is my experience, what can I do to change this experience? How can I make food trucks more accessible? So my first company, Food to Eat, started off as an online ordering platform for restaurants and food trucks in New York. And the reason why I started the company was because when I was having conversations with the food trucks and restaurants, I noticed nobody was building technology for them. People were always building companies for consumers. So there's probably 100 ways you can order food online, but none of them were created with a restaurant in mind first, with the issues that restaurants are facing. And that was my goal, is how can I create a company that presents new opportunities for immigrant women and Black and brown businesses? And the reason why for that is also because I look at how I identify. I identify as a cis woman. I identify as a first generation immigrant, as a mother, as, all of these things that I understand how they affect me and how hard it is to get access to capital, how hard it is to get access to resources and to build a network. And I wanted to create a better way to do that? How can I help small businesses that don't get opportunities? And I did that by literally giving more to their bottom line so that they can actually survive as a business. I always say to people, stop telling me that I have a cute business or it's so nice. Pay me, buy from me. And that's what I, encourage every single person on this, panel, people that are tuning in today, is that, the more you see and hear the stories of women, don't just, talk about them. Let's be sponsors for each other. How do we empower each other? And we can only do that, but if we actually buy from each other, if we actually, elevate each other's stories, and so find the ways in which you can actually empower each other, and kind of move from there. But my story really started from creating new opportunities for people. And, that's what I continue to do.
Wonderful. That's exciting, right? And you guys are phenomenal women, because all of you have endeavored to touch people and make a difference and to improve our lives. And so that's awesome. Next, I'll go to Karina. Karina, if you can unmute yourself, and if you can answer that same question, please.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much to the Deputy Borough President and to all of the incredible panelists, and to Sharon. I'm so honored to get to join you all today, get to speak on this topic that's so near and dear to our hearts and our livelihoods. My career path, how did I get here? Growing up in an immigrant family, trying to understand and participate and help my mom navigate the different to establish roots here in the US, and also through my own experiences working in the food industry, really facing firsthand what are the structural barriers that prevent immigrants, especially women, who are the leaders in their families, oftentimes the only breadwinners in their families, from being able to live comfortably, and not just to stabilize their families, but to grow and to thrive as well. And so from there, really organizing locally in my community in Jackson Heights and in Corona in Queens, and visiting with my local tamalera Jovita, who sells on 82nd Street in Roosevelt, getting to speak with her every weekend, grab some tamales and learn from her as well. What are some of the struggles that she faces as an entrepreneur, as the sole breadwinner in her family, who has put her children through college by vending, but at the same time faces criminalization for just trying to put food on the table, has been pushed out or targeted from her location where she has vended for over 20 years, really being treated poorly rather than with respect, right? Rather than being brought into the formalized economy as an entrepreneur in her own right, rather than being invested in so that she can grow her business. And really in speaking with her was motivated to how can I use the experiences that I have in urban social policy and small business development to create resources that are serving her specifically, are centering her needs, are centering the needs of street vendors across Queens, across New York City, and advocate for policy change that brings them into the formalized economy, and to be recognized for their essential contributions to our city, and to grow their businesses too, right? So they can thrive.
Right, excellent. That's an excellent answer. And it moved right into the next question that I was going to ask. So it's a perfect segue. So I'll go on to Liz and I'll ask the question, which is, what are some of the policies you believe are of urgency to elevate women in business?
It's interesting. There's a Harvard economist who I heard a fascinating interview with, and I'm just getting her name again here, Claudia Golden, I believe, and she's done a lot of writing about gender gaps, gender pay gaps, and so on in women. And one of the things that she identified is that there's a difference in how this works in a blue collar setting versus in a professional setting. And I think it's the same thing with business. If you're in a standardized job, right, you can look very carefully at people who have the same job title and so on. But if you look at career paths for women, there are even people who start off the same level, both graduating from the same law school or the same MBA or starting the same business. Over time, women end up making choices towards flexibility, towards being able to manage a lot of other responsibilities that hurt their earning potential every step of the way, right? So if you followed the exact same career path, there would still be a pay gap, but it would be small. But there's so many choices that we're all forced to make. And it's not that it's all about motherhood. That's obviously a big thing. But just in general, as we all know, women end up being caregivers for other people in our lives as well, whether it's parents or friends or other, people in our community, as well as for many of us, there's also raising children. And I think that what's interesting now with, people talk about sort of the COVID, there's both a disproportionate impact on women of COVID. As we know, many, many more women have had to step out of the workforce or have had to shut their businesses because their children are at home and because, they can't manage the general collapse of the economy. On the other hand, I think there's also now a recognition that providing more flexibility for women isn't going to destroy the world, right? And that you can continue to compensate a woman or support her as a business person and allow her to have flexibility, and things can still thrive. And I think that we need to reward, not punish women for wanting flexibility in their life, where they're working, what the hours are, et cetera, because anybody who employs women generally knows, and I hate overarching gender bias differences, but the reality is that if you want to look on average, women are just so committed to doing a good job that they will make sure that they deliver. We will make sure that we deliver, even if somebody isn't standing over us all the time. And so I think that, in terms of workplace, in terms of other things, having more flexibility there. But the other thing that this economist has talked about, she was asked this question at the end of the interview: what's the one thing that you would change to help women succeed economically? And she said, have a 12-month school year. That our entire, and that's a shorthand for a lot of things, right? But our entire society is built on the idea that somebody is going to be able to, manage their life around these school hours normally during the year. And then there's going to be this huge gap in the summer when either you have to be home or you have to pay for childcare or you have to pay for camp or whatever. And as much as I know our children love not being in school 12 months a year, just if you think about it, if you could change the school day, if you could change the school year to create a society that balanced having a great experience for children with allowing women to also be productive outside the home, and it would be good for everybody. It wouldn't just be good for women, it would be good for everybody. And the other thing I would say is healthcare. We need to have healthcare that isn't just tied to our jobs, because then you can be entrepreneurial, even if you, obviously if you're an individual, you want to have healthcare, but also if you have responsibilities, if you have other people, you can't just, I'm so in awe of Annette. And, but it is hard, right, to walk away from not just a steady paycheck, but from benefits and all of those things. And I think a lot of people are really kept back from the growth that they could have, taking advantage, whether it's being an entrepreneur or just taking a risk in their career and stepping out. And so I think from a policy point of view, those are two areas where I think we could make a big difference, not for women, but also for society in general.
Okay, wonderful. And so, Annette, I'll ask you the question a little bit differently. So what would you do to support women starting their own business, since you're an entrepreneur who has hired and you continue to hire and you have more than one location? And you're muted. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I guess I would do exactly what I'm doing right now with the Merchant Association. Many of the merchants are women. because I tend to believe that women rock. We're the one who's doing a lot of the work most of the time anyway. The problem is that we don't get the recognition. So that's one of the things, piggybacking what Liz was saying about, policy change is, we want fair treatment, because equal don't necessarily mean fair. We are definitely different. We definitely have different responsibilities as far as the home, with the kids and all of that kind of stuff. And there needs to be fair, fair compensation. But going back to like the businesses, so women businesses struggle the most. And one of the issues that they face is really in interacting, with organizations and various professional services. They just don't give us that respect as they would give a man. For example, if I go, to try to get an accountant, for example, right? My accountant might not take me as serious. Then if my husband called my accountant, he's on it. I'm just giving that's like a small example. So one of the things that I work with a lot of the women entrepreneurs on is like how to really set clear expectations with whomever that they're interacting with, whomever that they're having agreements with, whomever that is supposed to be providing support to them. Make sure that they're clear what the support looks like, for me. What does support look like for me?
Right. And you're a professional who you're purchasing a service essentially. So,
right.
If you walk into a professional service, hiring a bookkeeper or an accountant, then you should get full service for what you're paying for.
That is correct. And so a lot of times, like, you're paying all this money, but you're not getting the same level of service than if a man was doing the same thing. You know what I mean? So from that point of view is one of the things that I've worked very hard with a lot of the women, businesses, because that has been, I know, a challenge with all of us. So that's what I do.
Okay, wonderful. Deepti, my question shifts a little bit for you in that you advise a lot of women on the We NYC initiative that the mayor has. So what do you hear from those women, or what do you think you hear that they're vulnerable to in those conversations?
Yeah, I mean, the two things that I keep hearing, and I think that a lot of us will probably agree, is one is access to capital. It doesn't come easy for women-owned businesses. And the second I see is resources and a network, right? The thing about programs like We NYC, why they're so great and so important, is that we're helping create a network. The so-called boys club exists. Where is that for women? Where is that support when we need a loan, when we need, to get a license for something, when we need anything? We don't actually have those built-in networks, and we don't have people doing it for us. So for me, the two things I see as really important are access to capital, making sure that women, Black and brown businesses have access to capital so that they can actually start their businesses. Most immigrants, when starting their businesses, even Karina's probably seen this with Street Vendor Project, I saw this when I started talking to street vendors, is they use their entire life savings to invest in their businesses. And that's not okay, because what happens if it fails, right? And that's why loans are so important, because they don't put the complete onus on you. Yes, it's still debt, but it's not like you're losing your home and you're losing everything that you have. And that's what I see happening with a lot of, immigrant businesses, small, women-owned Black and brown businesses, because they don't have access to capital. They work hard, they save all their money, they invest in their business. If it doesn't work out, there is no plan B. So access to healthy capital is really, really important. And then the second is resources and a network, because a lot of times I was able to do the things that I did in my life or advance in my career because I had a network of people that were willing to help me, a network of people that if I didn't understand something, I could go to them. And it's programs, again, or organizations, even like Street Vendor Project, that I've seen to be so powerful, is that they're actually working with and for the street vendors, right? Because there's nobody advocating for them. Same with, what Annette was just talking about, creating a chambers of commerce or a place, a network is really important and essential. And so to have, a borough president's office that is actually pushing for those things is what we need to continue to have.
Okay, wonderful. Now I have to take a question from our Q&A from an audience member, Bessie. Bessie says that too often disabled women are forgotten, especially those who are mentally ill, because they are viewed through an ugly lens as a businesswoman owner. How can you support 1 or 2 disabled employees to become a stable or independent employee? Can you be a champion for that? Meaning, can you educate your government and others about their challenges and efforts in the workplace? So does anyone want to take that on? Does anyone? I believe that, the city has excellent programs for the disabled. Oops. And, we continue to work with our New York City SPS that has a lot of resources. There is no discrimination among the city agencies. And so we would just need to work one-on-one. This person, whoever you are, Bessie, if it's you or someone else you would need to connect with us or one of our city organizations so that we can connect you with, so that you can have a one-on-one advocate that can help walk you through and connect you with the city services that that is needed, so then that you're not, you don't encounter, or that the issues are shaped and the obstacles are limited or eliminated altogether. I think that would be the best way to handle something like that. So if there's someone in our audience that needs help with their business and there's some sort of disability, the city has rules and regulations for EEO that prohibits any kind of discrimination in any form. And, you would need someone to work with you in order to help eliminate those concerns, whatever they may be.
And the only thing I would add to that is that the wonderful thing that I've seen happening in entrepreneurship is people actually starting organizations to help like hire autistic individuals and place them into jobs that are that like they're more prone to, that they can actually do. And I think that those are really important things to think about, is that how, as someone who does have I mean, I don't personally, but if you do have experiences with different disabilities, how you can create organizations to help those individuals get placed in jobs that are great for them, that are great paying jobs with benefits. I think it is important for us to think about like all, different kinds of people with different abilities and how we can, do our best as individuals. So in the world of entrepreneurship, I have seen organizations that are helping, again, for example, autistic people place jobs.
Wonderful, and that's so correct. And we have a lot of nonprofit organizations as well in the borough that provides, one-on-one assistance and can help navigate and walk through these processes for entrepreneurs. And we have, this might be our final question for this panel discussion, but, and we could not help asking this question because of the nature of where we are today. What do we think is missing in the education of men? Why we're continuing to hear allegations of sexual harassment and sexual assault in the workplace? Does any one of my 4 panelists want to take that on first? Annette, do you want to go first?
Okay. So as relates,
somewhere we think it's in the education, somewhere something is missing, right?
Yes, for sure. And I think a lot of it is deep rooted, and unfortunately it's deep rooted. I think it's very cultural. So I think sexual harassment is different, in various cultures. And I think it's, a lot of like men are brought up certain way, you know what I mean? So it's very deep rooted. And so it's going to take a good amount of time and education and focus in really shifting that paradigm, because the paradigm says right now that male, they feel they can just do anything, and it's okay. A lot of things is okay. It's okay for them to touch the woman a certain way. It's okay for them to, to do certain things, in their culture, and it should not be. And so I just think that it's going to take a lot of time in, as you said, education and workshops and talking about, that it's not okay. It's talking about and letting them know that it's not okay, and how do we shift from there.
Yeah,
Okay.
and also like
Karina?
implementing like zero tolerance for it, right? Like I think that for too long we have just accepted things because we've been conditioned to believe just let it go. It's easier to let it go than to speak up, and that's why it's so hard for survivors to actually come in and speak about their experiences because it's for them they see it as it's better to stay quiet than actually say something because again, we haven't allowed it to be open for survivors to speak. So we need to create an environment in which it is okay for a survivor to speak. We need to believe women. We need to believe survivors. And also it starts from a young age, right? I'm talking to my kids about consent. I'm talking to my, and they're 3 and 5. It doesn't matter how old they are, kids are listening. It starts from that young age where that if we can keep teaching them about respect, consent, and all of that that comes with it, they can at least understand what it means. It's too often boys will be boys. Nope, it's bullshit. Like we need to change that mentality and make sure that we keep pushing and changing how we talk to our kids, how we talk to our youth, and make sure that respect and consent are understood. Yes means yes,
Wonderful.
no means no. That's it.
Absolutely. That's right. That's right. You're right. Karina?
Yeah, I think that there's also, a missing element of men holding other men accountable as well, right? I think to emphasize what Deepti was just mentioning, it's often the onus is placed on the survivor or the person who is experiencing sexual assault or harassment to speak up about it. And there's not when there, you see bystanders who see it happen, right? You see men who see it happen in the workplace, in the streets, who are not saying anything when they witness it, to stand up on behalf of the person, the woman who is experiencing that. And
Wonderful.
so it's extremely important.
Right. Okay, Liz, you have the last word on this topic.
Deepti was using the exact right word, which is respect. And I think so many of the problems that we see, again, growing up in the 70s, we were all taught we were going to live in this rainbow world where everybody was going to see each other as equal. And, by the time it would be now, there would be no gender problems, no racial problems. And look where we are. I mean, believe me, in a lot of ways, things are better, but they're nowhere near we wanted them or thought or expected they would be. And I think that if you want to bring it all down to something, it comes down to respect. You have to respect yourself. And I agree, Deepti, it's never too young to teach your children that respect is for yourself as well as for others. So don't let anybody take advantage of you and don't take advantage of anybody else. But this is, I think that so much of the negative is because of fear and really a lack of seeing everybody as you, and you have to respect yourself and you have to respect everybody else as much as you respect you. We do have to all call out as a community when we see sexism, when we see racism, but we also have to, it's a constant effort. Humans are complicated beings, male and female, and we're just going to have to accept the fact that we're never going to achieve the perfect enlightenment that we want. So it's work. It's always the work, and the work is never going to go away. And hopefully we can all do better and we can behave better. And, I just hope that I'm not talking to my grandchildren in the same way that I have to talk to my children, and we all, but it is, it's hard not to be discouraged because again, I think we're just so far from where we believed that we should be. But I think that the greater awareness, the greater group acceptance as a society that we can't tolerate sexist, racist, homophobic behavior, that none of these things are just cute, is an important collective step. So I have some optimism.
Wonderful, and that is indeed true. So I want to thank my panelists. I want to thank each of you for your participation this afternoon. I appreciate what you brought to the discussion on women in business and the economy. I look forward to our future collaborations and for working towards the betterment of the residents of Queens and for our economy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We will be starting momentarily our second panel.
Hi everyone, so it's my pleasure to introduce our second panel, which will be politics and civic engagement. As it was mentioned earlier, my name is Ariella. I'm the new Gender Justice Coordinator for the Queens Borough President's Office. And it's my pleasure to introduce our Deputy Borough President, Rhonda Binda, who we've already met, but I will introduce and then she will moderate our panel. So Deputy Rhonda Binda was raised in Southeast Queens. She's a leader with a passion for social environmental justice. In her youth, she successfully lobbied the New York City Council for NYPIRG to shut down Fresh Kills, the largest toxic site in the country. As an attorney, she represented and released wrongly detained clients before the U.S. Immigration Court of Appeals after 9/11 pro bono. In government, she served as both the Obama, Biden, and Clinton Gore administrations as a U.S. diplomat and in the West Wing. Rhonda returned to Queens as the executive director for the Jamaica bid. Under her leadership, Jamaica remarkably rose through the ranks to be named the number one neighborhood in the city, won awards from the New York City Department of Small Business Services, and number one in the state for downtown revitalization, raising Jamaica's profile. She was also the chairwoman of South Asian American Voice, vice president of the Guyanese Girls Rock Foundation, High School Women's Leadership Academy, and on the boards for the Boys and Girls Club of Metro Queens, the New York Hall of Science, and Positive Women United. She's an adjunct professor at Medgar Evers College at the City University of New York. Rhonda attended Queens Public Schools in District 29. She was recruited for the prestigious Prep for Prep program, which provided her a path to scholarships to the Lawrenceville School, Duke University, Georgetown University, and Oxford University. You could take it away, Deputy.
Thank you so much, Ariella. I'm so excited to see everyone today and to be the moderator for today's panel. It's covering two very important topics, politics and civic engagement, and we're joined by incredible panelists again today. I want to thank our council member, Adrian Adams, our district leaders, and as well as Candace Prince Modeste. But to kick us off, we are so honored and pleased that we have a true champion for women through and through. As a former Washingtonian, I can tell you that there's no louder voice for women in Congress than our own Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, who represents the 12th district. That includes parts of Queens. And there's so many accomplishments. I'm going to focus on a few of them before we bring her on, just because this is gender justice and women's theme today. So I'm going to let you know that she has been the first woman to be the chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform. And she was the former chair of the Joint Economic Committee, also the first woman. She's also the co-sponsor of the Equal Rights Amendment, which every session, I hope that we get closer and closer. And because of her leadership, I know that this will get passed in hopefully this administration. She is also the author of the Federal Employees Paid Leave Act, part of which was signed in 2019 to guarantee 12 weeks of paid parental leave to federal employees, the Debbie Smith Act to fund processing of DNA evidence in rape and sexual assault cases, RAIN, the Rape, Incest, and Abuse National Network, called the most important piece of anti-rape legislation that Congress has ever passed. She's also signed into law bills that affect human trafficking and punish perpetrators of these heinous crimes. And she's co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on Human Trafficking and was previously co-chair of the Trafficking Task Force of the Congressional Caucus for Women's Issues. And so it is with great pleasure and honor that I'd love to introduce the Congresswoman who is taking some time to join us today. Thank you, Congresswoman Maloney.
Well, thank you, Rhonda, for that beautiful, beautiful introduction and for being such a good friend and a leader on so many levels, in addition to being the Deputy Borough President to Queens Borough President Donovan Richards. And I want to thank him for really being the one that put this together for Gender Equality Summit, the second day, or second to the last day of Women's History Month. Very great to see you and to join my good friend Melissa Sklars that I've worked with for years, and Emilia Decadin that I've just started working with, and wonderful to see Council Member Adrienne Adams. That was my favorite job of my whole life. And of course, all of you that are part of it, and to meet Candace Prince Modeste. I'd like to say that when I started out in politics, I couldn't have had the honor of introducing all these people because there were so few women in politics. I was usually the only woman in the room. Very few people looked like me. I used to go to meetings and say, hey, would you have another woman in the room, please? So I'm not alone. And probably my most famous quote was, I used to ask these questions when they'd have these all male panels on women's health. Where are the women? Can't you find one woman who can testify on our health needs? And oftentimes we had to walk out because they wouldn't put a woman on the panel. It was terrible. And my whole career has been a series of firsts. I was the first woman to represent the Councilmanic District and the first woman in the history of the council to have a baby while in office. Lots of men became fathers, but I was the first one as a council member to become a mother, and also the first to represent really the congressional district I represent, and the first one to chair the Joint Economic Committee in the House on Reform and oversight. Only 18 women in history have had this honor of chairing a meeting. I must say that it has taught me to speak up and have a diversity of perspectives on the path towards our equality. And as a young mom to be working along lawmakers in Albany, I'll tell you how bad it was. When I was pregnant with my first child, I went to the personnel office and said I wanted to know what the family leave policies were. And they said, well, we don't have any family leave policies. Women just leave. And I said, well, I don't want to leave. And they said, this is the first time it's ever happened. So I did come back to work. They did say the only thing that I could claim was disability. And I said, well, I don't believe that pregnancy is a disability. I've refused to claim it. And I did come back to work, and the rest is history. Ran for office. And when I was in a position to pass bills, I made work, family balance, women's rights, gender equality part of my legislative package that I've worked with my whole life. I've authored and passed legislation to provide safe, affordable childcare for families. I've been a vocal advocate for every woman in every room where every decisions are made. And at the top of my list is certifying the Equal Rights Amendment. It's only by getting this bedrock guarantee in the Constitution that we'll ever be able to enforce equal pay for equal work. If you're not in the Constitution, you can't enforce it. And all of this time that we spend making sure, and it's important, that like-minded women and men are in the positions of power, whether it's speaker or president or on the Supreme Court, the main thing is the document they have to interpret. If the Equal Rights Amendment is in that document, then they really cannot stray from it. So it's the only way we can literally guarantee our rights. Historically, last week was Equal Pay Day, but it was far from a celebration. It marks the extra days and weeks it takes American women to earn the same pay that their male counterparts made in the previous year. And it took 3 extra months of work just to earn the same amount as men. And that is unfair. In 1963, when the Equal Pay Act was signed, women made 59 cents to the dollar. We've gotten a raise, but not nearly enough. Today, on 2021, an average woman is still paid only 82 cents for every dollar paid to a man. And the gender gap is far worse for many women of color. For every dollar paid to white men, Asian American women overall are paid 87 cents to the dollar. Black women are paid 63 cents to the dollar. Native American women are paid 60 cents to the dollar, and Latina women are paid just 55 cents to the dollar. And just last Wednesday, it marked the All Women's Equal Pay Day, reflecting the average across races and ethnicities. And I held a hearing that day to mark it. But it was pointed out that an Asian American and Pacific Islander Women's Equal Pay Day is March 9th. Black Women's Equal Pay Day isn't until August 3rd, and Native American Women's Equal Pay Day isn't until September 8th, and Latina Women's Equal Pay Day isn't until October 21st. And Rhonda, we should have some type of statement on all these days to point out how unequal and what a disgrace that is. And it has a long-term consequence for women. It's not just the pay stub of that month or year, it compounds over a lifetime. And the average loss to women is nearly $1 million because they're discriminated in their pay. And we have to work fundamentally to change that. And in this COVID crisis, the consequences have become very, very stark. More women have been forced out of the workforce to do the unpaid work of taking care of their families. More women have been laid off. But it's just, I think we need to look at it as a wealth gap, not as a pay stub gap. And it has resulted in the largest people living in poverty, older women. And there is no limit on equality. We removed the equality deadline from the Equal Rights Amendment and passed it in the House 2 weeks ago. And we are moving forward to make everyone inclusive and equitable and working for equality for everyone. We have a lot more work to do, and I look forward to hearing from all of your other panelists. Rhonda, thank you for inviting me and putting me on the panel. It's my honor to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of Borough President Richards, thank you so much for everything you're doing for us in Queens and New York, especially on the COVID recovery. We cannot thank you enough for helping and bringing more resources to Queens and to our hospitals.
We brought over $100 billion in this package, and we should rejoice and get it out into the communities as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Thank you for your partnership, Congresswoman, and your leadership.
Thank you.
And so we have a great panel ahead of us, and I think that we are all been put in the zone. Thank you. Thanks to the Congressman's words about the work that she's doing at the federal level, but we have some amazing local leaders that are doing some of the grassroots work and some of the work with the cities. And so I'd like to start by first giving a few introductions on the panelists. So we sort of know the lay of the land, and then we'll go into questions. First, I'd like to introduce our Honorable Council Member, Adrienne Adams. She is a lifelong resident of Southeast Queens. Council Member Adrienne E. Adams was elected to New York City Council in November of 2017, becoming the first woman to elect and to get elected and represent City Council District 28. And this covers Queens neighborhoods of Jamaica, Rochdale Village, Richmond Hill, and South Ozone Park. Councilmember Adams was raised in Hollis, Queens, and attended the St. Paschal Baylon Elementary School and Bayside High School, and earned her bachelor's degree in psychology from Spelman College. At the time of 2017, she ran for city council. She was in her third term as chairperson of Community Board 12, where I had the pleasure of meeting and working with her. It's the second largest community board in the borough. Professionally, she's a corporate trainer who's worked in human capital management at several Fortune 500 companies specializing in executive training, telecommunications management. After minoring in early childhood development, Councilmember Adams also worked as a child development associate instructor, training childcare professionals to meet the requisite goals to obtain the CDA Child Development Associate credential in accordance with the National Association for Education of Young Children Code of Ethics. As past education chairperson of Community Board 12, Councilmember Adams was the board's primary advocate for education equity of children within school districts 27, 29, and 28. And sorry, I said 29 first because that's where I went to school. So thank you, Councilmember Adams. We're also so pleased to have Amelia Docketin joining us today, who's a 21-year-old transgender rights activist and recent graduate of CUNY. She first entered the world of politics at 16 when she volunteered on Bernie Sanders' campaign for president. Since then, she's been involved in numerous campaigns for federal, state, and local office. And in 2021, Amelia was elected as one of 2 of the first openly transgender Democratic district leaders in New York City, right here in Queens, representing the 37th Assembly District in Queens. In her spare time, she's a freelance political and design consultant. She was born and raised in Westchester County, New York, and is a family of French immigrants. So sorry if I botched up your name, the true pronunciation. I'd love to learn French someday. She resides in Sunnyside, Queens, and we are so excited to have you. And thank you for taking the time to join us today. We're also joined by Melissa Sklartz. In June 2020, Melissa became one of the first 2 trans women in New York to be elected Democratic district leader in the 30th AD in Queens. In 1999, Melissa became the first transgender person elected to office in New York when she was elected a judicial delegate from the 66th Assembly District in 2016. Melissa was elected to be delegate to the DNC, becoming the first trans person ever elected from New York. She lobbied City Hall in the 90s to help bring civil rights transgender people in New York City and lobbied Albany for 18 years to help pass the Trans Civil Rights Bill, GENDA, which was at the side of the governor when he signed the bill in 2019. Currently, Melissa works at SAGE on behalf of LGBT elders as the Senior Government Relations Strategist. Thank you so much, Melissa. We look forward to discussing more with you today. And last but not least, I would like to introduce my friend Candace Prince-Modeste. She is the founding member and civic engagement chair of South Queens Women's March, vice chair of the Social Concern Committee of Springfield Gardens, and treasurer of the Top Ladies of Distinction Queens Empire State Chapter, and member of the Springfield Gardens Taxpayers and Citizens Association. She's a former community emergency response team member, a former secretary of the South Queens Park Association, and former treasurer of the Jamaica NAACP Daycare Center, and former public relations promotions director for Brooklyn 45. Candace also possesses considerable political campaign experience and has served as a coordinator for poll worker training for New York City's Board of Elections for several years. Ms. Prince-Modeste holds significant public experience in local, state, and federal administration with New York City's mayor's office, the New York City Council, the Assembly, and of course, the U.S. House of Representatives. She's also gained invaluable nonprofit management and development experience through her work with the Jamaica branch NAACP. In 2013, Candace launched Modeste Business Solutions, LLC, a technical and administrative support services company. Her services include digital content management, virtual administrative support, and grant management, and are particularly geared towards improving the capacity of small nonprofits in her community. She currently devotes her time to growing her business and supporting local organizations. And so I'd like to start with a sort of a general question and getting to know a little bit more, because you have such incredible experiences and backgrounds, but I'd like to know more about why you chose this particular career path. And I'd love to start with Councilmember Adrienne Adams.
Thank you so very much, Madam Deputy Borough President and my friend Rhonda Binda. Thank you so much. Congress member, it is wonderful to see you again as always. So your spirit just comes so, it just shines wherever you go. So it's wonderful to see you. To all the members on this illustrious panel, I greet you all, sisters in the spirit of service. To be perfectly honest, I didn't choose this career path. This career path chose me. I mean, you read all those things that I did in my past. They all had to do with teaching, with education, with training. So my background is in training. I've got a degree in psychology. My plan was to teach psychology on the collegiate level once I graduated. So guess who never taught psychology on the collegiate level? When I graduated from Spelman, I became a flight attendant. And here I am some years later in this path of wonderful public service that, again, was at the spirit of my heart in everything that I did. I gave up a life in corporate America some years ago. Goldman Sachs was the last company that I worked with on a corporate level. And that was back in, I want to say around 2009-ish. And I decided to just leave corporate America and put both feet into my community. Grassroots. I became a member of the community board, something that I didn't know anything about. What's a community board? I don't know. You know, one of my sorority sisters said to me in a meeting, she said, you know, you're so into the chapter and into community service in the chapter, you really need to become a member of the community board. And I'm like, I don't know, what's that? So I became a member of the community board. A year later, I was appointed by the then community chair to become chairperson of the education committee for Community Board 12. A few years later, I was elected to chair Community Board 12, and what an honor that was. I chaired that community board, as you said, Madam Deputy Borough President, for 3 terms, and I still was not looking for political office. It was others that saw this thing in me that said, you know what, you need to take this a little bit higher, you need to go to the next level, and I said, no way. I don't like politics and I don't like politicians. I love working with them. I love learning how to deal, you know, and maneuver around the areas of politics to better my community. But I could never, you know, be a politician. So that's, you know, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. I could never be a politician. So to this day, you know, here I am, and I call myself a public servant, an intentional public servant, loving what I do, knowing that I didn't choose this, but a higher power chose this for me. So every day I get up on purpose with a purpose, knowing that I am making my district and hopefully the entire city of New York a better place to live, to work, and to breathe.
Thank you, council member. So inspiring. Such an interesting path. And we're so glad that you have become a politician, newsflash, and one of our favorites here in New York. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And any of the panelists, if you would like to interject, please feel free to raise your hand. But I will go in order for the first question and call Amelia first. Thank you. Great to see you.
Hi there. No, thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to be able to serve on a part of this panel. I'm very grateful to the borough president and your team for allowing me to be here. My name is Amelia DeCauden. I realized that pandemic timing has us going for loops. So my birthday was actually on the 2nd, so I'm 22 now. And getting into this career, this path, I mean, career almost sounds like a lot, because this feels almost more like a responsibility, I would say, too. Being a out transgender woman in politics is a way of being, a way of showing the world that this is who I am, and that I care actively about the rights not only just of myself, but using the privilege that I have as a white woman and someone from a stable financial background to stand up for the rights of those more marginalized than myself within my community. So I see that as, I found myself, entering this field and, interested, and I found that I was good at it, that I was energized rather than de-energized by doing politics. And then as I continued and as I, came to terms with my identity, I felt that if I have, this vocation, that it's my responsibility to put it to use for my community. So that's really what's driving me to this day, is that feeling of responsibility to repair the world and to uplift women, trans women, people of color in my community that I represent. And it's been an exciting ride. I mean, being out as a trans woman in politics is also scary. I've since blocked most of them, but since I came out a couple of years ago, I received death threats and just disparaging, things on Twitter and so forth. And to this day, I still, every so often trickles into my feed that somewhere in some country there, the government is debating some bill to increase rights for trans people, and transphobes in that country are circulating, posters talking about what this does in other countries, and includes an unflattering picture of myself. And it's definitely, always gives me pause. It weighs emotionally to see that, but I haven't yet been deterred. I don't think I'm on track to be deterred, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve my constituents here in Western Queens. Also glad to say that I didn't experience as much transphobia as I did online while running for office in the real world, so that's good. And right now I see my path to be to continue to represent the folks in my district in general, all of the Democrats as a district leader. That's my role. But specifically, I'm continuing the project I started a few years ago, and making politics in a more inclusive place for trans and especially non-binary people who face misgendering and rules and regulations that exclude them implicitly or force them to lie about who they are in order to participate in politics. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity to do that in Queens, and hopeful that various efforts that we've been working on to change the law in New York State, after budget season, that we'll be able to move forward on those.
Thank you for your courage and bold leadership, Milia, and we look forward to working with you on your initiatives. And I'd like to next ask Melissa to please, if you can answer about why did you take the career path, and you're such, really have broken so many barriers, and we just want to hear more about, what was your inspiration behind that?
Well, thank you so much, Deputy Borough President. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. Please thank the Borough President. It's great to be in a panel with the Congress member. Everything that she has done going back all those years is a path that I have followed. It's always to be one out of many in a room, whether it's to be the only trans woman in a room of women, or trans women among men, or a woman among men. And there's always going to be that sense of being isolated. I've had to learn about visibility and representation. In the early 1990s, when I transitioned, I was a formerly homeless substance abuse person, and I transitioned. And so I started working for the Gender Identity Project in Lower Manhattan. I discovered that I was a terrible social worker, but what I was good at is having a big mouth. And so where there was a town hall community about anti-transgender sex work, and the language became very anti-transgender, and they said, you with the big mouth, go and tell them what the community is about. So I stood up in front of 200 people, and I yelled at them, and the police and the elected officials and the neighbors, and they got even with me. They put me on the community board. And that was over 25 years ago. And since then, I've been the president of Stonewall Democrats. I've been the board chair of National Stonewall Democrats. I was on community board 2 in Lower Manhattan. The gay and lesbian organization that brought marriage equality and gay rights to New York State was Empire State Pride Agenda. They were anti-trans. Over time, I eventually went on their board and became the board co-chair when they tried to pivot to be LGBT. I was the first trans employee at GMHC in the mid-1990s, and to hear about new policies and to raise my hand and stand up and go as a secretary, administrative assistant. And I said, that's interesting. How is this policy going to affect trans people? Dead silence in the room. And so the executives of GMHC looked at one another. They turned back to me and said, I don't know, Melissa, we'll get back to you. And the idea that I would have a voice, to be one among many, and my voice would be relevant and important. I'm very grateful to the political leaders in my neighborhood where I live, people like Tom Duane and Christine Quinn, and then people like Brad Hoylman, and where they went, they took me with them. They thought that my ability to communicate and speak from the heart spoke for a part of the community that everyone sort of felt was there and no one could really put their finger on. To get to travel around Manhattan for transgender civil rights and then travel through the city and then eventually travel through the states. The entire New York State, I've spoken everywhere from Binghamton and Syracuse and Albany and Buffalo. And it's been an amazing journey. You know, I studied political science in college. The idea that it would actually have any meaning as an adult never occurred to me. And so I think it's very important for women. You know, in 2016, Donald Trump was elected president, and that message went out to women all across the country, whether in New York City or in the middle of nowhere. No one's coming to help us. We are the mistresses of our destiny. There are good men out there that believe in our struggle and journey. It took women 75 years to get the right to vote. When America elected Donald Trump, that it told me that we were on our own. You will see women running for office across the country, knowing that if we don't stand up for ourselves, in spite of the fact that we never had the desire or training to put ourselves out in such risk, that we have to do it. You know, I am my own role model. When there were transgender women all through New York, I've been in trans spaces since the 1970s. They were all, they were like fashion models. I was not like a fashion model. I was more of an athletic type. And there were very few trans women like me in public. And so I had to create that space for myself. So now to be able to, at this point in my life, to really advocate really for women, you know, I look forward to a city council that will be dominated by women. If there were 51 female city council people, I could live with that. I think that would make New York better. So I look forward to engaging, making sure to elect as many women in New York and beyond as possible. And thrilled to be here today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Melissa. Thanks so much. And we're so lucky that our Congresswoman is here. I'm going to come back to you since you've joined us, and hopefully you can participate in some of the questions as well. I'd like to now introduce a woman on fire. Candace, please tell us how did you find yourself in this path?
Oh gosh, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to all of the panelists, all of the staff. I know staff is super important in putting these events together. I'm so happy to see everyone. COVID is horrible and I miss you all dearly. Very quickly, I realized very early on that pretty much everything we do in life, government and especially local government, plays some role in that. And so it's important to me to be connected with people, with institutions, entities that would make a difference in how I live my life. The things that we think about on a day-to-day basis, more than likely there's some governmental agency that plays a significant role in that. And so it was important for me, again, to be connected with those entities, get to know who the decision makers were in my community. And I think more so now, you know, I don't, certainly I'm a brilliant individual, but I can't carry my community by myself. I find though that when folks come to me with issues, I usually know somebody who can help them out. And so that's really been, I think my role over the last few years is really connecting my community, and community could be as large or small as you want to call it, but really connecting folks to other people, other entities that can help them out. So as much as I can in whatever role, and whether I'm in the front or in the back, I find that whenever I'm called on to assist in whatever capacity, it's very hard to say no, especially when you know that you can help and you know you can help direct that person to where they need to go. So as much as I can continue to be that community resource in whatever capacity or title you want me to have, I'm certainly there to help.
I can testify to that, and thank you for your selfless service. And so, since we're so lucky to have our congressman still with us, we'd love to hear about your a little bit more about your career path. Thank you for sharing, and also if you'd like to talk about any particular challenge and how you overcame it. I think the mute's still on, unfortunately.
Okay. I am sorry. Anyway, I was a little bit like Council Member Adrienne Adams. I never had an aspiration to go to Congress. When I talk to these members of Congress, all these men, they always say, when I was 10 years old, 4 years old, I was born. I knew I wanted to go to Congress. I want to be president. I never had that goal because my role models were never in elected office. Very few women were in elected office. It's been a huge change in my lifetime, the opportunities for women. And so my role models were teachers. So I became a teacher, and you know how you feel when you're young, you feel like you can do anything and everything, and you're gonna conquer the world. So I wanted to teach in East Harlem. I wanted to help people that had challenged lives have a better opportunity. And I worked for a program for the Board of Ed called the Welfare Education Plan. And we were very successful in getting people jobs and getting their 8th grade equivalency and their high school equivalency and really changing their lives. I really loved the program. And then the money for it was cut. So this is how I got into public office. It was cut by the state. And like most government programs, as you know, it's a third state, a third city, a third federal. The federal and the city were there, but the state cut it. So my first elected office is that I was elected by the teachers in East Harlem to go to the Board of Ed and to be part of the planning team on how to refund the program. And I was very successful at it, very successful at lobbying, very successful at meeting people and convincing them that they should fund this program, that they doubled my salary and put me in charge of a career outreach for career education at an administrative position. But after being able to see the power of public service, I truly believe that there is no career better than public service, and in the sense of how you can influence public policy and help people. There's no other career. And after seeing that you could convince certain legislators to advocate for education, they could do more for education really than the chancellor. I had the chancellor calling me, what's happening in Albany? So legislators have a tremendous impact. So I wanted to go back into public life. And I went back and I worked for 2 speakers. I got a job working for a member of the assembly, later 2 speakers and the Democratic leader for the state Senate. And then when you work for these people, everybody comes to you with problems, and they came to me and asked me to run for the city council, which I did. I served on that for 10 years. And in that position, I learned more than anything, the power of the federal government, which you will learn very quickly, Rhonda, in your job as the deputy, because so much is dependent on federal funding. And without federal funding, you can't do much of anything, particularly big things like transportation and subways and healthcare and education, massive funding programs. And it all is dependent on the federal government. I ran against a Republican who outspent me 3-1, but he had a record of voting against economic policies that helped the city of New York. So I only ran on one thing. Who needs a congressperson if they vote against the economic needs of New York? And he had voted against all these budgets that he had voted for, these budgets that cut all the money to the city of New York by 75%. No one thought I could win. I defeated him. It was called the biggest upset in the nation. And I went off to Congress, and I've made my priority bringing more federal funds back to the great city of New York than ever. It's always gone up. And I'm thrilled to tell all of my colleagues that we sent out a package of $1.9 trillion, of which roughly $100 billion is coming into the city to help us. I'm thrilled about that. It is the biggest program ever that we've passed to help education, over $312 trillion going into education. I'm in the midst now of working, Rhonda, on what that breakdown means to New York City and New York State and the great borough of Queens and all of our other boroughs, and how we translate that and get it out into preschool. We should go down to 3rd grade. 4th grade, we've almost taken care of. Let's go down to 3rd grade and give these kids the foundation they need. So I'm very excited. I love my work. Where else can you bring $100 billion back to your city?
We are so grateful for it. And we've seen the results with the transformation of Long Island City and additional public transportation with more subway lines. And it's incredible. And thank you for your great leadership and big vision and following through on all of it. We very much appreciate that.
I want to share one thing because I think it's very important. I'm going to be pushing very hard to get into the budget a program and a project that I think will do more for economic development in Queens than anything. And that is the East Side Connector, the Queens LIR Manhattan Connector. Goes through the Sunnyside Yards, and I helped fund that project. And my proposal had a stop in the Sunnyside Yards. They never built it. We need a stop and a transportation hub in the Sunnyside Yards with a park around it. That's what I'm going to try to get into this next budget, and it will help our residents get wherever they want to go, and I think foster economic development dramatically. So I want to ask you and everybody on the panel to help me get that done. And you can only work so hard in Washington. You're very dependent on your team back in the neighborhoods because you can't be everywhere. So you need to depend, and if you've got a good team working with you, then I can work harder in Washington to bring those dollars back, which is my job.
Okay, so consider us your satellite office out here.
Great, Rhonda.
That's amazing. We hope we can get that done soon. So what I'll do now is open up. We have a few more questions, but feel free to unmute or raise your hand. And we want to hear a little bit more about a few different areas. So how have your career choices shaped you today as a person? If anybody wants to speak on that. Another question that we want to know a little bit more about, we want this to be a learning experience for us too. If you can talk about any obstacles particularly that you've had, and then how did you overcome it? So that's open to anyone that would like to share.
Jump in there.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'll jump in there. I'm so inspired by our Congress member. One of the biggest challenges, and the Congress member spoke about this. It really is running to become the first woman in a seat. For me, that's been the biggest challenge, or was the biggest challenge for me as the first woman elected to represent District 28 in the City Council. Only men have represented this seat before me. And when I look right now, at what's going on the local scheme of things in our local elections, there are only men who are opposing me. Let's think about that. So, there are significant things going on out there. In this year, 2021, I mean, we would think that we would want to move ahead and go forward instead of going backwards. There are only 14 women in the New York City Council. There's a wonderful organization, I'm sure we all know who they are, 21 and 21, who are focused on getting more women elected to the New York City Council. We are small in number, but we are mighty, in voice and in strength and in work in the council. But we need more women, not less. We need to go forward. And again, the biggest challenge for me was becoming elected to be the first woman, now being opposed by men, and seeing that we're moving forward and doing great things in the district. So, the lack of female representation impacts everything from the legislation that we put forth, and vote on, to what's funded in the budget, to the outlook on funding in the budget, because, we've got a sense that, that others don't have as far as the needs in our community. We've got a sense of what goes on. We've got a sense of priorities. We've got a sense of issues that are elevated in the public discourse through the press, and especially through events like this one, which highlight, and focus on women and our accomplishments. So it's really, really important to elect women, including many more women of color, so that bodies, legislative bodies like the City Council, have a seat at the table. The way I chose to overcome it was to lean on the strong female leaders that fought the struggle in the past, leaders like Congressmember Maloney, who have fought this struggle in the past, in knowing what this is like. So for me, my hope is that, although I'm the first woman elected to represent my district, that I certainly won't be the last. And I'll be the shoulders, the female shoulders, that another woman will come, and follow in my footsteps and keep on, blazing this trail with their own experiences, using my own as an example.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those pearls of advice and wisdom. Melissa, I see Melissa's unmuted. Thank you.
Yes. So when I think of obstacles, 2018, I ran for public office. I ran for the assembly. And I thought I had a good platform. I thought I had a good message. And I really thought that I could connect with people in the neighborhood better than I did. And, I look back on it and, well, maybe if I wasn't trans, I might have been able to do better. I don't know if I would have won. I don't know if I was a good fit. I mean, the 30th Assembly District, the southern half voted for Donald Trump over Hillary, and Joe Biden for that matter, and did not support Marge Markey or Tish James when she ran. And yet, I really, really thought that the message would work. I think it's really important for women to follow the lead of the Congress member and the council member, that even though there is no plan, is to stand up and to really, really advocate. People ask me, go, well, how come on your campaign you don't talk about being trans? And I said, well, my guess is that 99.5% of the district is not trans. And what they want to know is how me in the assembly in Albany is going to make their lives better. And so that really was my focus. And I did a good job. I was, towards the end, I realized it was not going to be my day, but I was really, really optimistic. And because of Carolyn Maloney and Adrienne Adams, then I get to stand up and follow on this path. Standing out for being different in the public arena is not easy, but it's not impossible, and it's happening all the time. And there are other people doing it. And I take a look at the substance abuser who didn't have a place to live in the late 1980s and early 90s, and to where I've gone today. There's no place I'd rather be a transgender woman than in New York City. What it has done is provided me a safe place to become who I am and to be able to find a journey that resonates with me, and so that I can inspire others.
Beautifully said.
When I'm thinking back to the last year or so, our organization, South Queens Women's March, we've only been around for a little over a year now, and we were formed, myself and some of my colleagues, we formed the organization early last year. It was really an effort to simply hold a march, a women's march in South Queens, to put South Queens on the map and show that folks in South Queens communities in South Queens cared about gender issues, about gender justice, about eradicating domestic violence. But as luck would have it, COVID came and we totally had to rethink, restructure what it is we wanted to do, what we could do with what we were given. And so it's interesting when you think about it, when you talk about a challenge. I don't know that COVID, certainly COVID was a challenge, but it was almost a blessing in disguise, because we turned from an organization that really had one singular goal to this broad-based sort of crazy ultra advocacy organization. I mean, we cover everything under the sun. We've got a arts committee. We're doing safe sex. We distribute safe sex products. We helped out with the census. We do civics 101. Like everything, every aspect of life that touches and impacts gender issues in South Queens Women's March is involved in it. And so again, when you look at challenges, I think one of the benefits of being in the positions that we're in is that we can, for the most part, easily pivot and make it into something beneficial, not just for ourselves, but for the community in general. And I'm grateful that we've been able to take the opportunities that we've been given to spread our message throughout South Queens and throughout Queens in general. We're, gonna keep doing it. So whenever things get better and we can actually hold our physical march, that's not going to end all of the other advocacy work that we do. That's not going to stop us from doing food giveaways and donating to local fridges. That's not going to stop us from participating in gender justice panels with such illustrious folks on the line. It's not going to stop. It's only going to, encourage us to go further. So I welcome challenges because it really shows, what you can do. And it really gives us an opportunity, I think, to really be as creative as we probably didn't realize we were.
Well, I'd say, Rhonda, in running for office or doing anything, first of all, don't let anyone tell you you can't do it. I mean, everything that I've ever done, people have always said, it's not your time, you shouldn't run, don't do it, you can't win, this is impossible, why are you doing it? And if you just look around and see all the fools that do it, why can't you do it too? So I think you should always approach things as if failure is impossible. And one thing's for sure, you're never going to win if you don't get out there and try. And so I think that there's still, maybe it was worse when I was coming along with a negative approach to women candidates. This is the first time that Congress has had so many women in Congress, and it's made a difference. The whole time that I've been in Congress, we had to fight to hold on to choice. It passed, I used to keep a running ledger of all the anti-choice votes when it got over to 350 that they won, chipping away at a woman's right to choose. I just stopped keeping the ledger. It was too depressing. But now we have the votes to pass Roe v. Wade, to uphold a woman's right to choose. And it's because we have elected so many women to Congress and like-minded men that are our partners and that have helped us with this battle. But having more women in Congress, as the council member mentioned, the assembly member mentioned, has made such a big difference. And also the effort to get more women elected to the city council, to get that 13 up to 21 is such an important goal, as the council member mentioned. And I hope we reach it this election. Do you think we will?
Yes, absolutely. This is the year. This is the year. Well, you all are certainly making it much more fashionable to go into politics and civics because you're just such inspiring people, and we see all the change that you're doing. We know that there's a big risk for someone, to go into public life, but thank you so much for being there for us and being our voices, and now being the people that the younger generation can look up to. And so as we round out today, I'd like each of you, and I'd love to start with our district leader, who is such an activist. I'd like each of you to either give an example of either a policy that you think that would help women most immediately that you're already working on right now, which I know that we've just outlined a few at the federal level. Thank you for giving us insight on that, because we should all be lobbying together to make sure that gets done. And or if you have a piece of advice from your recent experience of running and entering public life as one enters. So I'd love to hear from you, Amelia. If you could, thank you.
Yeah, no, I definitely, running for office, I think would have been much more difficult without, the work that people, especially including like Melissa, Congressmember Maloney, and all the other women and queer women who have run beforehand have put in to make it less of a shock, cultural taboo for trans women to put themselves out there, especially since district leader is a gendered position. So running for it is explicitly asserting that you're running as a woman, and that offends people, some people. I don't particularly care what those people think, but it's still makes it difficult to feel like you're where you're supposed to be. And seeing other women in office, including other trans women, makes me feel like, okay, no, this isn't not where this is where I'm supposed to be. It's okay and it's valid for me to pursue this path in my life, and for that I'm grateful. I'd say that the biggest challenge beyond that as well was existing in life and balancing that with pursuing a career in politics, which more often than not is an unpaid venture that you have to balance on top of your other life responsibilities. And running for office and graduating, finishing school was probably one of the more difficult experiences in my life. And continuing to be engaged and carry out this responsibility while having to work and work and just exist, especially in the pandemic, has been difficult. But I'm grateful for the community of trans activists and other people in my neighborhood and my family that support me in being able to do this important work.
Thank you for being such an important voice, and know that we stand with you as well. Thank you so much for participating. So any other nuggets that our panelists would love to add, either a piece of policy or advice? Melissa.
So quick 60 seconds. So housing and education and healthcare are women's issues. Being a woman in the big city is hard enough. They're juggling so many different balls, especially when women are raising a family. New York City should figure out how to create housing and healthcare, and then make schools better for all students and not just wealthy and white students. And we keep creating frames for these things to happen, and yet they never seem to happen. And if we could get new political leadership that take the needs of women and their families more seriously. So those are the ones that come in mind. Housing in New York City is going from impossible to out of the question. We need more housing, we need better healthcare, more money for schools so schools are equitable. I know that our lawmakers believe in that as an agenda.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I also, short, just very quickly, closing the wage gap and specifically making wages public information so that we know that all of our efforts are actually paying off. Expanding family leave, as mentioned earlier. But also I think in terms of folks who are either trying to get into the political sphere or who are already there and who are experiencing frustration with either low voter turnout and so forth, you really got to meet people where they are. And you can't expect that because you're doing amazing things that everybody knows it, or that they know how to find you and how to support you. So I think that any opportunity to engage the public, any opportunity to engage in any sort of community service, that can always be turned into an opportunity to educate folks on the political process, show them who the change agents in their community are. When we go out to fridges and things like that, people start asking, well, why do we have to do this? Who's responsible for making sure that we don't have food insecurity in our communities? When we do clothing drives or vigils for folks who've been victims of gun violence, they're like, well, who was supposed to keep watch over these people? Whose responsibility of these things? That's how people learn who are the decision makers in their communities. That's how they're then empowered to go and challenge those folks. And if they think those folks aren't doing what they're supposed to do, then they'll go ahead and challenge them themselves. And so we definitely want to make political engagement not a non-traditional thing for everyone else but white males anymore. And so I encourage any and everyone to look around at what you don't like or what's not working for you and do something to change it instead of waiting for someone else to do it for you.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that Candace just said. To piggyback off of that, I think that when it comes to achieving parity in representation, that we have to build that bench. We have to build that pipeline. We have to be the educators so that when folks are coming out into the community, there'll be less and less of those questions about whose responsibility this is. If we get folks involved in their community. And, looking at my own trajectory here, serving as chair of Community Board 12 for 3 terms before being elected, that's 3 terms. And I wasn't looking to be elected. I was just looking to serve. So, it's just, I encourage people, especially women, to want to serve your neighborhoods. Apply for your local community boards. Join your civic associations, your PTAs, community education councils, any number of organizations that focus on issues that you care about. It's incumbent on all of us to put women in leadership roles, to elevate their voices, elevate their experiences, and we need to keep on talking about how to best serve our communities, but we have to have the information before we can lead. So let's get out there and join our organizations. Let's learn how to best serve our communities.
Thank you, Council Member. Congresswoman, any closing thoughts?
I'm just honored to be with this incredible panel. I just want to work with them and get to know them better and serve the community better. But if I could wave a magic wand and have one thing change, I would put women into the Constitution so that our rights were not at the whim of who's ever in office. It's not at the whim of the president or the Supreme Court. It's the document itself. They have to interpret it. Our rights to protect ourselves from sexual violence, our rights for equal pay for equal work, our rights for our dignity and respect. It would be right in the Constitution. And you think, so many countries have women in the Constitution, but the great country of America does not. Let's always work to get that sacred right of constitutional protection there. That's what I would do. And it would do more to help women than anything. You can't enforce equal rights if it's not in the Constitution and protected. It's been an honor. I thank you so much for bringing us together, Rhonda.
Well, thank you. And on behalf of the Borough President, thank you to our Sheroes. Together, we are rising. Together, we are on the fast lane. And I really appreciate you sharing so much about your experiences. Please join again if you can, everyone, at 6 p.m. or stay on for the rest of the summit. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back on in a few minutes. So thank
you. Great to be with you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Candace.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And again, thank you to our viewers for being here. We are moving into our 3rd panel of the day. So again, my name is Anayeli Gomez-Bertain. I'm the Director of Immigrant Affairs here at Queensborough Hall. And I just want to introduce our distinguished moderator tonight, or this evening. She is a good friend of mine, my amiga Oriana Sanchez. She is the Screening and Data Coordinator at Queens Healthy Start Partnership Public Health Solutions. And so I just want to introduce her with a little bio. Oriana Sanchez is a public health professional working to lower local infant mortality rates with Public Health Solutions Queens Healthy Start program. Her previous experience includes working with immigrant communities in New York and in family detention at the southern border. She is currently pursuing a master's in public health at the SUNY Downstate Health Sciences University and holds a BA in political science from CUNY Baruch College. So let's welcome Oriana to start this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anayeli. And a big thank you to the Queensborough President's Office for hosting today's virtual gender summit and for making space to have this section on reproductive justice. I would be remiss if I didn't share some of the work that my organization is doing, Public Health Solutions, and more specifically the program that I'm involved with, and that's Queens Healthy Start Partnership. We're a partnership of 4 organizations that have offices in South Queens, specifically around the Jamaica area. Those organizations are Public Health Solutions, Sheltering Arms, Community Healthcare Network, and Jamaica Hospital. Our initiative aims to lower infant and maternal mortality, and we do that by serving pregnant women and people who are parenting children who are 18 months or younger. We engage in home visiting. Right now, of course, with the pandemic, we do so via telehealth, healthcare advocacy, education, both prenatal and postpartum, and connecting them to external resources. We also distribute safe sleep kits that include free pack and plays. And I should note that's for eligible Queens residents. And the initiative started back in 2017 with the help of New York City's First Lady, Charlene McCray, and then Queensborough President Melinda Katz. Lastly, I wanted to mention that we have just very recently launched Queens' first diaper bank. So you can distribute that number and give us a call. And having said all of that, now I did want to take a moment to both thank and introduce today's panelists so they can also share with us what they and their organizations are up to. And today we have Charlene Ogbeni. She is a certified breastfeeding specialist, a birth doula, a postpartum doula, and she's also the owner of Supporting Our Mothers Initiative. So welcome, Charlene. I also want to welcome Dana Sussman, who is the Deputy Executive Director of National Advocates for Pregnant Women. And last but not least, I want to welcome Fasia Klaas and Megan Molina from the White Lotus Collective. The White Lotus Collective is a Queens-based nonprofit working to eradicate period poverty across New York City. The organization's most recent work includes buying and distributing over 30,000 period products to Queens residents and organizations during the COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you all so much for being here today and for the work that you do in your respective roles. So I wanted to start first by both talking about the work that you're doing, but also talking about this term, reproductive justice, and what it means to you. Because reproductive justice is a bit of an umbrella term, I was hoping that each of you could define or talk about what you think reproductive justice is about, especially in the context of your work. And if we could please start maybe with the White Lotus Collective, Fasia or Megan.
Thank you so much for having us. We really, really appreciate just being here and talking about something that's so important. I think it's really important to talk about this reproductive justice. And Megan, feel free to piggyback off because we've really been doing this for the last 3 years. And what's happened in the last 3 years is, number one, the first year we were doing focus groups. Number one, trying to get a perspective on different women, different age groups, trying to find out what it means to them, what's important about advocating about yourself, especially about your health. And Megan and I actually have come a similar background. Both of our parents are from Puerto Rico, and my mother from Mexico. And I think as women of color, one of the things when you're a first generation born here, we really have to advocate for our parents because language access is a huge issue. So we're the ones advocating for them, you know, and you're just imagine being a young kid, you've seen your parents go through these horrible things, especially bureaucracies, and you really can't do much. because you yourself don't know the system. And so we learn at a young age to be advocates for them. And I think for women, it's so easy to fight for everybody else, but it's a little more difficult to advocate for yourself because you don't get the validation you want, especially when it comes to your own health. And I know, Megan, if you want, we'll talk about legislation and what it means to you, because when we co-founded this organization, we actually have another co-founder who happens to be a white male. And we think it's so important to say that because we have allies when it comes to reproductive justice. And it helps us and it validates our mission. And so reproductive justice to us means, advocating for ourselves, but also advocating for others who probably don't even know what the real issues are. Because we could be talking about this right now, but right now in our communities, in our own backyards, especially during COVID-19, there were people suffering who couldn't get access to period products. There was already an issue about getting food, and people didn't even mention period products. This was something that we noticed that people were embarrassed. They couldn't even ask for it. So I think that's what it means to us to be advocates for our community, especially those who don't even know the language.
Yeah, so I mean, in addition to that, the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to reproductive justice is the word equity, right? And so for that, I'm thinking about groups that are marginalized. So I'm thinking about women of color, as Fassi mentioned, and I'm thinking specifically, to me, an issue that I care deeply about, not just in terms of reproductive justice, but I'm also thinking about incarcerated populations. And so being able to be as inclusive as possible in this work, and obviously as a nonprofit, we have a specific goal, which is to get products from the ground, but in the work that we do and the people that we want to keep in mind and what else we want to advocate for and who else we want to advocate for, we try to be as mindful of that as possible.
Thank you both so much. I think that's actually a perfect segue into Dana. If you could also address this, what does reproductive justice mean to you, and sort of in the context of what the work of your organization engages in?
Sure. Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to be a part of this group among all of these amazing activists. So reproductive justice is a term that, as probably many folks know, was coined by a group of Black women advocates, specifically because the term reproductive rights did not acknowledge or recognize the fact that, we're not just talking about the legal right to access abortion, but we're talking about the full spectrum of people's reproductive needs and desires, and the desire to parent, to keep their families together without intervention from, the state in the many ways that might happen. And the way that plays out at National Advocates for Pregnant Women is we work with women who have been targeted for criminalization or some form of sort of state surveillance because of their pregnancies or their pregnancy outcomes. What we see is women being arrested or being civilly, confined or detained because they experienced a miscarriage or a stillbirth, or they used drugs during their pregnancy, or they had mental health issue during their pregnancy, or had suicidal thoughts during their pregnancy. And so what we're looking at are most often, these are wanted pregnancies. These are women who need help and support, and they need access to comprehensive health care and mental health support. And instead, what the response has been across the country, and sometimes in New York too, and in New York City, is criminalization. And of course, whenever we're talking about a response to an issue with criminalization, what we'll see is that it will disproportionately, time and time again, impact communities of color, and particularly Black women. And when we're talking about sort of the policing of bodies and women's bodies, that will, always, the harm will be experienced by Black women, communities of color, poor women, rural women, undocumented women. And so we see that play out in this context as well. And we sort of talk about, what reproductive justice to me also teaches is the sort of interlocking places of oppression. Pregnancy has been highly regulated in this country when we talk about, access to abortion or contraception or prenatal care. And then when we create barriers to care because we stigmatize, drug use, or we stigmatize mental health, it further drives people into vulnerable situations. And when we address sort of reproductive rights, we also need to address all those other areas of need, and to do so in a way that really recognizes that, like, we're human beings and we're complex, and there's lots of, and there are lots of needs that need to be met, and we need to rely on community and family and our doctors and our physicians and our community care people in an honest and transparent way, and not fear that, state intervention or police or prosecutors will, that will be sort of the result of us disclosing the needs that we have during pregnancy and after. So I think reproductive justice is sort of the guiding principle, and I'm grateful to sort of continue to learn what it means for different communities, because we work across the country. We have a lot of cases that we're following in places like Alabama and Oklahoma, Wyoming, and every community, it's different. Every community is facing unique challenges, and especially right now, on top of everything else, to see that the response is so often criminalization or surveillance is really troubling. And so our goal is that women, pregnant people will be sort of fully recognized in their full humanity and dignity throughout the course of their pregnancies and beyond, and that and we're guided by those principles that reproductive justice has taught us.
Thank you. I love that point about looking for help shouldn't get you in trouble. So thank you so much for sharing that. Charlene, I did want to move on to you, sort of along the same lines of what does reproductive justice mean to you, and especially to speak to the work that you and your organization are doing.
Good afternoon, and thank you, panelists, for obviously highlighting the important aspects of reproductive justice. And I won't add or repeat what they said, but essentially, in addition to access and equity, we're going to talk most importantly about voice. In my work with supporting Our Mothers Initiative, we focus on providing birth, doula, and postpartum, as well as breastfeeding support. So for us, it's not only about I'm having a birthing individual needing general support, it's also figuring out how I can get the access to know this is what I want, right? I'm not gonna have to listen to a doctor who has never seen me a day in their life tell me how my birth or my postpartum period should continue. It's all about empowering the individuals and empowering the families so that they can access and share what they want for themselves.
Thank you, Charlene. And thank you everybody for sharing your sentiments about what these words mean to you. I agree that they really can mean so many different things to different communities depending on their needs. So thank you for sharing what it means to you. Sort of keeping with the theme that's been going on with other panels, I was hoping to get into the things that you'd like to see less of and the things that you'd like to see more of. So if we could start with maybe the challenges that you have faced, whether that was joining the organization, starting the organization, doing the work, what do you think are some of the challenges that you've faced in this field? And Charlene, if actually we could start with you.
So challenges considered to be access immediately to care, right? Not everybody still has access to care, and not culturally responsive care. Sometimes the community that needs the most help don't see their own representation in their levels of care. In addition, individuals who are seeking additional support beyond general assistance in the birthing process, particularly breastfeeding individuals, there's literally no access. As much as it is needed and reported as being beneficial, not only to the families, and also to the communities, there's not enough support for it. And unfortunately, that's something that I have taken up as my charge, and I hope to also work with the partner agencies as well as the panelists to provide additional support to these individuals and queens.
Thank you, Charlene. As someone who is a certified lactation counselor, I agree, the more support, the better. So thank you for talking about breastfeeding. Dana, if you could talk about some of the challenges that you have faced in the organization or the work that you do, and again, sort of the things that you'd like to see less of.
Sure. Well, full disclosure, I'm relatively new to the organization, but have been doing this work, in different ways for a while. And I think the first thing I thought of was, it's almost like we don't have a language, or we don't have the in our society to talk about these issues. And I think, talking about what some of my fellow panelists have described as, shame around saying that they need or don't have access to period products. The idea that we have been, women particularly have been socialized in such a way, or society more broadly, it's not just women, that, talking about our bodies, talking about what our bodies are capable of, talking about the full complexity of our choices and our reproductive lives, like these are not things that we have ever been taught we should be open and talk about freely. And so people are not given the tools to be able to empower themselves, to get help, to seek, to identify what they're, or to acknowledge what they're experiencing. And I wish that we had more space and more openness and more clarity and more education and less shame around issues that relate to sexuality, that relate to women's bodies, that relate to reproduction, that relate to abortion, that we name it and we talk about it. And, I think, it's a very tiny anecdote, but just thinking about breastfeeding, I used to work at the Commission on Human Rights, where I worked with the chief of staff to the borough president, which is why I think I'm happily here today. And, I worked a lot on pregnancy accommodations and lactation accommodations. And when we were rolling out all these policies on lactation accommodations, employers would talk to us and say, I don't even know how to talk about this. I don't even know what a breast pump, how am I supposed to accommodate someone? I don't know what a breast pump is. I don't know how much time they need. Like we just don't talk about it and we don't see it. And it's not, this is sort of on all of us, but I think especially on those in power, and to model, and talk about our experiences, whether it's about talking openly about miscarriage, talking openly about, issues around family separation, of talking openly about abortion experiences or breastfeeding. And I recognize that often means it falls on our shoulders, the ones who have experienced the trauma, to have to then speak about it. So I don't know if that's the answer, but I just wish we were all better equipped to talk openly about these issues, because because that truth is power, and then the policies and the change can happen once we all sort of share in those experiences and understand them better. Sorry, that was a bit of a tangent, but.
No, Dana, thank you so much. My hope is, seeing as to who's present here today, and there are people on this call, whether they are participants or fellow panelists or the hosts of today's summit, there are people here who have power. And so, any message that any of you want to shout out, now's your chance, now's the time. And I love this idea of, educating employers, whether that be in the context of breastfeeding or as we move on about period products even being more available. So I think, thank you so much. So yes, to Vasia or to Megan, what are some of the challenges that you guys have faced, or the things that you'd like to see less of in the context of your work?
So not to get too personal, but I'm an open book. So, I went through my own health scare a couple years ago, and I remember, being in the doctor's office, and I had my mom with me because I needed someone to be there with me because I didn't know what was going on. I just remember the doctor giving me bad news, and I'm crying to him because I'm trying to, first of all, process what I'm hearing. And my mother crying because she doesn't understand, the language is there, but it's not there. She doesn't understand. And, in the middle of this, I'm crying, trying to find answers. And he is just telling me to lay back, get ready for my biopsy. There was no consideration for how I was feeling. They just told my mom to get out of the room, and that was it. And next thing you know, for 3 years, I'm getting biopsies done. And it's like, I was already dealing with depression. I was already dealing with anxiety. So all of this just propelled it to new levels, right? And in our cultures, and especially women of color, our cultures are taught, if you're sad, stop being sad. They think it's like you turn it off like a light switch. And you can't even talk about this at work, because if you talk about this at work as a woman, somehow you're kind of weak because you can't handle it. Or if you, for some reason, are having a bad day and you become a little bit more aggressive, you don't want to work with her. So it was really difficult to, number one, just understand what was going on with me, right? And I think as women, we really don't want to express what we're going through because we don't want to burden anyone else. People put everything on us, and we're okay. We're okay with dealing with everybody's issues. We take care of everybody. But with us, it's always like, who's going to listen to me? And I know Megan and I, we bonded over this. We became not just co-founders, but best friends, because we realized that it wasn't until we started sharing our stories with each other that we realized, oh, you're going through something difficult too. And so I think one of the things that we kind of got through it is that, number one, people need to get educated, and it's not just us, but others, right? And the fact that there isn't a community of support to really like uplift us. And it's incredible that so many women are dealing with such silent battles that we would never know. And I think what we need to see less of is this negative connotation of this narrative that because we talk about it, we're being too open. And the fact that we do that, we're actually silencing others. And that's what we want to stop, because it's not until we are able to express our stories that we really become empowered. And I know that through my journey, talking about what happened to me, it's made me feel stronger and make me, I feel like I'm doing something. And just the fact that one person feels stronger through it, then our job is done, Megan.
Yeah, no, Dana mentioned the use of language, and I think that that's a really good way to put it when it comes to moving past, the shame that women hold. And, and Fasia telling her story, like that requires a level of vulnerability to be able to share that story. And while she was going through that, I was going through my own experience. And in talking to each other about it, we become comfortable enough to use certain kinds of language to tell that story, to connect to other people. Because talking about what we went through requires us to talk about things that we can't just talk about to, like Fasia said, someone in the workplace. My journey into this was because of an IUD procedure that went horribly wrong. And that was connected to this moment when, if we all recall, after Trump was elected, there was this concern about access to contraception. Women were making appointments left and right to get an IUD. I did the same because I'd been on birth control for a really long time as part of menstruation management, which is also something that we don't talk about often, right? Like the reasons why women take birth control in the first place. So I had a terrible experience, ended up in the hospital, like almost went into septic shock. And learned a lot about patient advocacy for myself in that process. And so being able to be in this moment now with Fasia and to like have this, awakening with each other that we can talk about this and reach people and turn our experience into something positive has been really wonderful. But it's something that I think needs to happen more in order to actually, advance in this work.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Both you and Fasia, those are really personal experiences, and I hope that anybody who's listening who can relate sees that they're not alone. So thank you so much for sharing that. In the context of what you were speaking about, self-advocacy, what do you think are sort of on the other side of things? What are things that you think have been helpful to you? Tools that you've been able to harness so that for people who are out there listening, who can relate to some of the negative stuff that we're sort of delving into, that we've had to deal with, to know that hopefully there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So what are some of the things that you have found helpful, whether that be tools or, again, speaking to policies that have been or that would be if they were passed? What do you think has been helpful?
I know it might sound like sort of cliche, but I think it's so important to just find your people and find community, because I can't point to a specific tool. The only thing that I can say is that I had an experience that made me come away and realize how important it is to just speak up. And something that I think like an issue that this has come up a lot recently has been maternal mortality, specifically as it concerns like the needs of Black women advocating for themselves. I think we're seeing that in a national spotlight, and we should continue focusing on that. But for me personally, it's just been a question of checking in with myself, and no matter what appointment it is, right, whether it's a gynecologist or anyone else, these are my concerns. I'm going to ask all of these questions and I want all of these answers. If I'm not getting them, then I'm going to go somewhere else. Because my mistake was putting too much faith in a medical professional, thinking that they were going to do all the right things. And that's not the case, because whether it's going to the doctor or just showing up for yourself in your career or in your relationships, you have to be your own advocate. And so if you're ever in a position where you're doubting that, I just encourage anyone to find their people and find community so that they can feel validated in those concerns.
I think what Megan is saying is absolutely right. And talking about just having your people. And I mentioned a little bit earlier about just having allies. When we started the organization, we set up an advisory group who would just help us get to the next level. And these were people who were involved in the community. And we wanted to make sure that, period poverty is obviously an international issue. It's everywhere. But we can't overlook the fact that it's in our own backyard. It's to us, it's like it would be hypocritical of us to talk about this on a national level and international where we haven't even looked, that there's people that we don't even know who probably live next door who are having an issue. So when we started talking about this and setting up our advisory group, one of the things we promised ourselves was that we would talk to anyone who would listen about the White Lotus Collective, or at least have someone share their story. So whenever someone introduced us to somebody, we talk about it. Because at the end of the day, it was, if someone didn't need our resources like the period products, at least they would feel comfortable talking to us. Because I know for Megan and I, it's been like therapy talking to each other. And the fact that we'll have a group of people in our organization, even though it's a small little organization, the fact that everyone gives us the space to share our stories. And one of the things I think is so important, especially for women of color and just women in general, we usually have people talking over us or talking about our own stories. And it's like, it's great that you're doing that, but what would be even better is giving us the microphone and letting us talk about it, because there's nothing like our own experience. And we feel like that really is what can be the difference between someone saying, oh, I can relate to that, other than just saying, oh, I heard it from somewhere. It's better for people to see who it is. So especially in something that's so local, I think it's really important that we do that.
Thank you both so much. I agree. I'm so happy that everybody here is familiar with Queens. So yes, I completely agree, especially on in the context of location at least. Dana, what about you? What do you think are tools that you've been able to harness, things that you have found advantageous, or again, going back to the idea of policies, whether they exist now or should, that have been helpful or would be helpful?
Yeah. I also am afraid I might be a little cliche in my response, although I didn't think yours was, Megan or Vasya. And that is, this generation of leaders that we're seeing come up, like the AOC generation to, there's many women, mostly women, but lots of people in their 20s and 30s who are running for office, both at the city level, but also, I'm thinking of someone like Lauren Underwood, who is a former nurse, who's now U.S. representative in Illinois, who's really leading the maternal mortality, the Momnibus bill, I believe, that addresses maternal mortality. People that would not have thought about, or not thought that running for office was for them because they just didn't see it. Running for office was a white male, your dad did it, so you're going to do it kind of thing. And I recognize that that's still very much the way it may be, but the barriers that are being broken and the sort of unique experiences that so many of our newly elected officials and people running for office are bringing to the table is so exciting to me. Like the fact that our electeds are using like Instagram Live to communicate to hundreds of thousands of people, to like demystify process, to teach folks how to like get more engaged. I think it's a really exciting time. And I think that gives me a lot of hope, and that gives me a lot of faith that when we see folks like that in positions of power, it just encourages more people to see themselves in those places and to see those places as spaces where they can build power and can represent their communities. So I'm really heartened by that. And one small thing doesn't relate exactly to the work that I do now, but the House and probably the Senate nationally is on the verge of passing the Pregnant Worker Fairness Act, which has been introduced, I think, every year since 2012, and has never passed. And based on the sort of support that it has now, it actually is looking like, even in this moment of like total paralysis among the parties, is very likely going to pass, which means that pregnant workers will have protections around accommodations in the workplace, which will likely include for lactation, and also just, for basic accommodations to sit if you have to stand all day, to get additional water breaks or bathroom breaks, like basic things that pregnant people have been denied for a long time because it doesn't sort of fit neatly in the box of, a disability, or is it gender discrimination? And so, that is the kind of step forward that, while it seems like, in the grand scheme of things, it's a small step, but it's, I think, hugely significant, because it's not something that, had there not been the lived experience of people who have faced dangerous work situations, or have to leave work too early because they couldn't maintain their a healthy pregnancy and work at the same time, they will now have legal protections. So that's something that I'm excited to see move ahead finally after nearly 10 years. So that's something.
Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't aware that it had been reintroduced. So thank you so much for sharing that. And yes, something to look forward to, fingers crossed. Charlene, I did want to move on to you then, sort of along the same lines of things that you have found helpful, or any advantages, or again, looking forward, policies that you think would be helpful around reproductive justice.
One of the most advantageous things I would say is the use of a doula, right? Whether it be a birth doula or a postpartum doula. There are so many agencies, particularly Healthy Women, Healthy Futures, that provide these community trainings to train our own and then pay it forward to help that birthing individual. So supports like that being multiplied tenfold will always be an answer, right? We know that what we have is not working. I appreciate the hospitals that are also supporting doulas. I appreciate the fact that doulas were noted as essential workers, but they still do face disparities in terms of when they do arrive to the hospital for support. So, we are on the working lines of getting to where we need to be, but knowing that there's somewhere that we can get to as a community and as a family, we'll be able to support everybody.
Thank you so much for speaking out about doulas. I love the work that they do too. And the next question that I wanted to ask, that I think is also sort of relevant to that, and maybe if you could speak to your experience as a woman of color, as a Black woman, as someone who is a doula. We know that reproductive justice generally impacts all women, but in particular women of color. What do you think are things that can be done to achieve some sort of equity?
So like you said, being a woman of color, there's no secret that individuals like myself are unfortunately still dying at an alarming rate. So for me, I kind of center it around 4 principles that I call the 4 C's. Like I spoke about before: care, access to healthcare that's reflective of the community that needs it the most. Involving the community, whether it's through doulas, whether through its lactation consultants, or anything like that. Change, right? We always have to look at what's evidence-based. And if we know something is not working, we don't have to do it just because it's the way it has always been done. And once we know the right way to do things, we must be consistent. If we know better, we must do better. And as a community, if we follow those 4 C's, we'll be able to move forward.
What was it? Care, change, consistency?
Care, community, change, and consistency.
That was awesome. Thank you. I love that. And Dana, moving on to you, sort of along those same lines, and because again, the people that you work with, in terms of helping women of color, what do you think are things that can be done to achieve equity?
That's such a big question. I think that the organization that I work at now, National Advocates for Pregnant Women, is unique in that it was created because there was a recognition that sort of the traditional reproductive rights organizations were fighting to keep abortion clinics open. We're fighting for access to abortion. And what our founder was seeing and what was happening back in 2000, and it's actually happening even more now, is there's the sort of mass criminalization, mass incarceration as an outgrowth of the war on drugs, sort of combined with the war on abortion, and created sort of pregnant women as this sort of target for criminalization. So when we see laws that pass around the country that give sort of fetus, personhood rights, or, fertilized eggs and embryos and fetuses are given the right of persons, that automatically means that the rights of the person carrying the fetus and the embryo and the fertilized egg, their rights are going to be subjugated. There is no way to elevate the rights of the fetus and the embryo and the fertilized egg to sort of equal status without harming the rights and the status of the person carrying that. And so I think what we've seen is this sort of horrible combination of the racist war on drugs and the racist war on abortion kind of combine to criminalize pregnancy and to criminalize certain activities during pregnancy and the outcomes of pregnancy. And if we are hoping to move to a place of greater equity, we have to talk about sort of mass incarceration and mass criminalization, which harms communities of color across the country and also has unique impact on women, often as heads of household, but also criminalizes their behavior. And think about, as we talk about the sort of reckoning of racial justice that's been happening across the country in the past year, my hope is that this also is part of the conversation, that the impact on pregnant people and the impact on mass criminalization or over criminalization of behavior, this is really about public health, access to public health, and access to healthcare, and access to culturally competent and culturally fluent care is sort of what we're talking about, and not about criminalization. So it's sort of thinking about how this sort of unique nexus of the sort of criminalization impacts pregnant bodies. And that's sort of, I'd like to see that be part of the conversation, I guess, if we're going to move towards a place of justice in this space.
No, thank you so much for bringing that up. I think, I've been like trying to write down some of the themes that I'm seeing a lot. And I see a lot of the sort of your employment, women's employment coming up, the place of employment, and a doctor's office coming up a lot, whether that's in the context of giving birth or in the context of speaking about or getting contraception. So I'm glad that you brought that up again, because it really does keep coming up. Thank you. Moving on to Fasia and Megan, if you could maybe speak about ways in which you have seen women of color especially be affected around, period poverty, and ways in which you believe we can achieve equity.
So one of the things that so last year we actually had a whole plan. We had this whole plan that we were going to create these menstruation kits. We had a pilot school ready to go. We were working with a hospital system who would kind of create the language that would be understandable and easy to digest for kids, especially their parents, especially parents who were single, and we just wanted to make it easy. Fortunately, everything was changed because of COVID-19. And I always talk about this now because I didn't realize how, I recognize that I have certain privileges. I'm lucky enough that if I need a pad or a tampon, I can go to the store, buy it, and come home. Unfortunately, there's people out there who can't do that. And I don't even know where they are. They could be down the block and I don't know that. And when the pandemic started, we all know you couldn't buy toilet paper, you couldn't find it on the shelves. And I wanted to go buy some pads because I wanted to just keep them at home in case. I was having difficulty buying them because I couldn't find any of them. So if I'm having difficulty and I can afford it, just imagine folks who can't. So, we had a whole emergency meeting. We talked about what are we going to do? How are we going to get these products to people? We scrapped everything we were supposed to do. What we ended up doing was right before the pandemic started, we actually had a period product drive. So we had a lot of our community group activists do a whole product drive, and we collected around, I think Megan was 2,000 products. And what we ended up doing was the money we had received from the council, we took about 98% of them funds and just purchased products. And we said we're going to put them in bags and just find people who need them. And the sad thing was that we put this call out on social media that whoever needed them, we were happy to travel and get to them in the height of the pandemic. And the sad thing was that we had these local food pantries reach out to us. One of the biggest ones was like La Jornada, who they help out like the Bland, NYCHA facilities, Latimer, also in Corona. And the executive director Pedro said to us, we need period products. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? He goes, there's people lining up here who don't have any of them. And we're like, okay, we just had to hear the word, we need them, we delivered them. Then Megan can tell you, we were getting calls from Forestel, like organizations that deal with families. Like we got from Somos Care, we went to the Rockaways delivering these products, and it was all people of color. And the thing is, there is no access to these products, and that's the sad part. So we're here to fill a need right there at that moment. But what happens after we leave? A period doesn't last just 3 pads. You know what I mean? It's a lifetime thing. We don't choose to menstruate. It just happens to our body. And the fact that we couldn't fulfill the need longer than what we were doing, it broke our heart, because there's still people needing these services. And I think COVID-19 shed a light on the inequities to the people of color. We were the epicenter for a reason. You know what I mean? It showed things that our communities were suffering for a long time. The pandemic just shed a big light on it. And I think it's really important that we take note of that, because we obviously weren't prepared for this pandemic. And God forbid we go through it something sooner. But we really needed to work with our local CBOs and community leaders, because a lot of people were still neglected. We like to think that we helped some folks, but there's a lot of people we didn't get to, who probably don't even know we exist, and that's fine. But the problem is these people still need services, and those needs have not been fulfilled.
And everything Fossey is talking about really speaks to the importance of community-based organizations, because we wouldn't have been able to do any of it if it weren't for having those contacts, because they're the ones who have the trust of the people that we're trying to reach. And so I know we've touched on this a lot in this conversation about how we need to uplift those groups that are on the ground doing that work. And so, like I said, everything Fossey is talking about, if it wasn't for the fact that we knew where to go in terms of who was doing this work initially, we wouldn't have been able to reach the people that we did. And we very much recognize that there are so many others that we still haven't gotten to yet.
Thank you, Megan, for saying that. And I think it just also highlights how important, going back to Charlene's 4Cs, community, and I guess I'll add my 5th C here, collaboration is. So thank you for mentioning that. I did want to, it's 3:51 right now. We're coming up on the 4 o'clock soon, on the 4 o'clock mark. If anybody in the audience has questions, please make sure to type them in. But in the meantime, to all my esteemed panelists, is there something that I haven't asked you, but you wanted to talk about? Someone out there who wants to share something and you just haven't had a chance to talk about it yet.
I'll just quickly jump in. I know I've talked a lot about sort of non-New York related things, so I wanted to plug one New York case that we're working on right now. Unfortunately, it's not in Queens, but I want, and what I've talked about also is a lot sort of focusing on the criminal side of things. But what we also see in our work is, and I think this relates directly to some of the other themes around, trusting or not trusting your doctors, or not being able to have transparent conversations or honest conversations with your doctors. And what we see a lot are forced medical interventions on pregnant women. In one case that's currently in New York, out of a Staten Island hospital, involves a woman who said she was pregnant, she was laboring, she wanted a chance to labor longer. She had 2 C-sections before and had chosen her hospital specifically so she could have a VBAC, a vaginal birth, and was essentially forced without her consent, did not provide consent, had capacity to consent, and withheld her consent for a C-section, and was forced essentially to have a C-section against her will. And the medical records demonstrate that she, basically said patient has capacity to consent overridden. We see that a lot in the pregnancy context. And I think it creates this dynamic of distrust, of increased risk to the mom. That mom has sued the hospital and the hospital administrators. Originally it was sort of a medical malpractice case, but she's also brought in claims of discrimination based on her pregnancy. What we've learned through the case is that the hospital actually has a policy that says overriding maternal refusals. So the only category of patient for which you can override a refusal to provide consent is pregnant women. And so that happens, again, these are the kinds of cases that happen across the country, but this is one that is in New York. It's the woman's last name is Dray, D-R-A-Y. So if you want to look it up, and we'll be having an event in late April, and I'm happy to share it. I don't have the link to share right now, but I can share it, with the Queens Borough President's Office, where we'll be talking about the case and about sort of its broader implications. So wanted to just highlight that not only are we seeing sort of criminalization during pregnancy, but we're also seeing forced medical interventions where, doctors and institutions are essentially deciding what they think is best for people when they're not, when they have full capacity as human beings to make those decisions for themselves.
Wow, Dana, it's a really powerful story, and it clearly hits close to home with it being so close to here. So thank you so much for sharing that. And please, if you can share those details when you have them with the Queensborough President's Office, I'm sure that they'll be able to let everybody else know. Is there anyone else before we close the panel that may have any questions, or anyone else from the panelists who wants to share something before we close it up?
I just have one thing. I think with reproductive justice, it's an incredibly important topic, but one thing that's tied to it, I mentioned a little bit earlier, it's our mental health. I think in regards to a lot of this is tied, just someone who's experiencing something like a miscarriage, or someone's going through a health scare or anything like that, our mental health is usually overlooked, especially as women of color. And I just think it's really important that we keep talking about these things, because who knows who's hearing? And I think the most important thing is if someone can find someone else to talk about it so they don't feel alone, because a lot of these issues, they can take us to a really dark place, and we want to avoid that. We just want people to know that we see them, we hear you, and we're here for you.
Thank you, Fasia. Yes, I echo the sentiment, very much so. We are here for you. You're not alone in Queens. We've got your back. Okay, well, now's the time to speak. If anybody else wants to share something else.
I just wanted to say, for those breastfeeding individuals.
Oh, Shirlene, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I wanted to just reiterate, for those individuals in Queens seeking breastfeeding support, there's a warm line at Jamaica Hospital. I believe Public Health Solutions provide some support as well. I provide some support through my agency, SoMeClients.com. In addition to receiving doula support, if you feel like you're gonna need a doula, I encourage everyone to get a doula. But if you need a birth doula or a postpartum doula, reach out to Healthy Woman, Healthy Futures. They can provide you with a community-based doula at no cost to you. It's imperative. Your health is important, and to make sure that you and your baby are earthside safely is of utmost importance. So please do reach out to those services.
Thank you, Charlene. I think especially in the context of the story about Miss Dray that Dana was sharing, part of me does wonder how, if at all, it could have been different if there were, more advocacy there, more support for that person. So thank you for sharing that. Yes, support is extremely important. It's 3:58. I wanted to say thank you again to the Queensborough President's Office, to all our esteemed panelists, for all the work that you're doing, for participating today, and for making and continuing to make space for these conversations. And if anybody in the audience has any questions, feel free to type them or let Anayeli or the Queensborough President's Office know so that we can hopefully address those. Let me see if there are any other comments here. Okay, the doula service in the chat. Yes, we'll make sure to put in all that information. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we will be moving on now to our education panel. And it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this panel, Delicia B. Davis. Delicia is the award-winning author, educator, and publisher of the Dear Diary Young Adult book series that focuses on physical and mental wellness within the lives of today's youth. She received her Bachelor's of Arts in Media Studies and Journalism, is mental health first aid certified in youth and adult care, has obtained a Master's of Science in Education, has gained resourceful experience in the business of arts and entertainment, having worked for BET News, Liberty Studies, the Food Network, Cox Enterprises, New York City Parks and Recreation, and currently with the New York City Department of Education. Delicia has appeared on the Dr. Oz Show, ABC's Good Morning America, New York One News, amongst others. She has been invited to speak annually at the Girls World Expo and the Girl Scouts Youth Summit in various cities, sharing positive messages on leadership and wellness with hundreds of girls nationwide. She was a finalist in the Harlem Book Fair's 2015 Phyllis Wheatley Book Awards, and as a mother, friend, and inspirational woman, Delicia lives by the words of wisdom she offers her twin sons and her community. As a life and love coach, Delicia's mission is to share with the world that success is within reach and everyone has the power within to achieve it. Welcome, Delicia.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here. I thank the Borough President, the Queensborough President, Donovan Richards, and the Deputy Queensborough President, Rhonda Binda, for having me here today. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. And I am honored to introduce our panelists today. So we have Dr. Ebony Jackson, Monica Gutierrez, and Nazila Ayub. Dr. Ebony, she now asking. Welcome, you look beautiful today. Dr. Ebony Jackson is the director of York College's Women's Center for Gender Justice. She also serves as the chairperson of the CUNY Women's Centers Council and the York Athletics Diversity and Inclusion Designee. Welcome. Monica Gutierrez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is the director of education for Queensborough President Donovan Richards, Jr. Welcome. And Nazila Ayub?
Yes, good afternoon.
Nazila Ayub, am I pronouncing that correct?
Yes, perfect.
Is an ESL teacher with the Jewish Community Council of Greater Coney Island in partnership with Women for the Afghan Women. And I welcome all of you today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so I want to know a little bit more about why you chose your career path. I know personally, I got into education by passionate chance, just doing community service and doing, the work that is needed for our youth. And I came across an opportunity to, go into education, and I eagerly took it. So I'd like to know, starting with you, Dr. Jackson, can you explain to us how your career path led you to doing the work that you're doing right now?
Sure. And I always love this question, and thank you. And thank you for inviting me to be on the panel. And I'm excited to be amongst excellent company with my fellow panelists and you, Lucia. I got into education quite by accident, to be very honest. I actually have a corporate banking background. So I was in corporate banking for over 10 years. And towards the end of that time, I realized that corporate banking was not for me, right? It was not giving me the impact, and it was just frankly very just soul sucking. And I realized that I couldn't do it anymore. Nothing for folks who want to go into corporate banking, but for me, it just wasn't working. And I got an opportunity to exit that, just quite by chance. Back in the late 90s was a period of consolidation in banking, and I was able to kind of take a package. I got pregnant with my first son, and so I was actually out of the workforce for almost 2 years, which was a welcome thing at that time. And the 2 years that I was home with my first son, taught me a lot of respect for at-home moms, because I realized I did not want to be a stay-at-home mom, right? I loved my son, but I needed to work outside of the home. But I still at that point didn't know what I wanted to do. My father, who was a lifelong educator within the CUNY system, came to me and said, "Oh, it's 2 weeks before the semester, and teacher quit, and I need a teacher, and you've got a degree, you can do it." And I said, "No, I'm not trained for education. I've never been in the classroom before." And, in the way that all fathers do, he said, "You'll figure it out and you'll be all right." And so that's actually how I got into education, quite by accident. But once I got into higher education, I realized that that's what my calling was, right? I realized that that's probably where I should have been many, many years before, because that allowed me to do the type of work and advocacy and have the type of impact that I knew that I wanted to have on, young and developing minds. So while it was certainly not a straight line path for me, I have no doubt that I'm definitely where I'm supposed to be in terms of the impact that I'm making now. So long answer to a short question, but hopefully helpful.
Oh, that was a great answer. I'm particularly interested to know, how did you end up in higher education from where you started, and also in physical education? Because I see that you're also an athletic director.
Well, higher education, as I said, it was really the influence of my father, as well as a lot of others. I basically, with my dad being in education, I basically grew up on a college campus, although I did not have designs to do that myself professionally. So it just kind of worked out that I wound up back in that environment. And I was very comfortable being on the college campus. I was very comfortable, with college age people. In terms of my work with women at the Women's Center for Gender Justice, it's definitely something I've always had a passion for. And then with athletics is a new thing. I just recently got involved with my colleagues in athletics as the diversity and inclusion designee. And that's enabled me to work with a lot of our student athletes and scholars, which is amazing. They are a great group of folks who care passionately about a lot of things. And so that work that I have recently been doing with them is very, very rewarding.
That's really awesome. I want to say congratulations on that new role. I also have a background in physical education, so I definitely see the value in exploring physical and mental health. And thank you so much. I'm going to move on to Monica Gutierrez. Would you like to explain to us how you found your career as an educator? Monica, if you would just unmute for us.
Sorry. Hi, thanks. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank the distinguished panelists that are on the education portion of the conference this afternoon. Sure. So I got into education. Actually, I started with political science and communications is what I majored in school. So I've worked for elected officials doing constituent work, community affairs, external affairs, you know, dealing with all different kinds of cases with the community, you know, basically resolving issues in the community. Then I started to work for the School Construction Authority, where I was a borough manager, and I was in every single school, and I was listening from every principal, from parents to parent coordinators to PTAs. So pretty much I got to see what the issues really were in education, even though I'm not an educator, but I'm a policy person. So I became very, very well versed with the policies in education and what parents really want. You know, every parent wants the best education for their child. And, you know, in the borough of Queens, we have an issue with school overcrowding. You know, everybody wants to come to the borough of Queens. We're very popular. You know, we're the most diverse borough in the whole country. And so, and we have great schools. But, you know, there's a difference between being a teacher and a school administrator and being on the other side, on the policy aspect of things, because I have found that many principals, when I was going into these schools, just didn't know how to advocate for their schools. They just didn't know how to get a school extension. They didn't know how to get money for their school. They didn't know how to get school programming, coding or robotics. So I started to see, wow, you know, there's an issue here, and it's repetitive. It's you know, and I saw it broadly all across the borough. And as I started to see, I said, wow, looks like it's in the other boroughs as well. So during that time, Melinda Katz, who's now the district attorney, she tapped me to be her director of education. And now, and then after her, I was under with Sharon Lee. And now with the borough president, Donovan Richards, I'm on his team, and I'm happy to be on his team. So basically, I got into education through policy. So I've, you know, through policy, which it's a different aspect, I would say, from some of the panelists today, because usually, you know, you have the teaching aspect of it, but, you know, the policy aspect of it has a lot to do with what happens with education.
Absolutely. And it really is enlightening to me, because I come from I'm hands-on with the students, and I really do see that there's another side to education, and we need you to advocate for not just the students, the teachers, the parents, the schools in general, the funding. And out of all those issues, which one was your main? I know you talked about major issues that you had to kind of fight through over the years. What would you say is one major issue that we're facing right now?
Okay, one of the major issues, and I have to bring this up, is the lack of marketing from the Department of Education, because the Department of Education has a lot of information for parents. And I would say it's great information for parents, but they have sincerely not made a concerted campaign, let's say, to really target marginal communities that have not been getting this information. Communities of color, you know, immigrant communities that have language barriers. Mm-hmm. So I would say that, you know, that is something that is very important to tackle, you know, right now in education. And, you know, and being on the borough president's team, you know, I'm happy, you know, he's very big on education. So, you know, I'm happy to be on his team to work with the Department of Education to get the word out about information. And I would say information is key. And if people and communities are not getting the information, they're not going to progress the way they want, right? Where they can get the education they want and they can help their families. So I would say that one of the key things is definitely information, the marketing of the information, I would say would be an issue.
Absolutely. And for sure, as a parent and as an educator, I absolutely agree with you. And I would love to continue this conversation in some time. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask Nazila, are you?
Good.
If you can just tell us a little bit more about your career path and what led you to doing the work that you do, especially being teaching as a English as a second language and working with the Jewish community.
Sure. I chose my career because I was brought up in a family where I was surrounded with teachers. My mom was a teacher, my aunts, my uncles. So I was brought up in a family where I saw the work that the best job in the world that they have and how it impacts people in a different way. That led me also to choose this career path. And also teaching to me is not just to educate people. You're not just an educator. You are a mentor, you're a confidant, you're a friend, basically. So that also encouraged me to choose this path and become a teacher. And as a teacher, you are changing the lives of many people in different ways. So this for me was the biggest motivator to become a teacher, and to, as an immigrant myself, I have seen a lot of challenges and hardship because of the language barrier. I wanted to get my education. I wanted to go to college. I wanted to have my master's degree, but because of the language barriers and immigration from one country to the other and leaving your family, friends behind, that also gives me a feeling of that my community, or the communities basically in New York, where we have a lot of immigrant women who are unfortunate to have education and back home, they have the opportunity here in New York that they're not aware of. So I wanted to be that person to give them, through my experience as an immigrant, as a woman, to help them uplift and empower them, not only academically, but in many other ways possible that they need help. So I saw the need. I started working as a settlement worker, and then as a case manager. Throughout the time that I was working with people in the community, I found the urge and the need for the language. So that's why I became an ESL teacher, and I'm glad that I chose that path.
I am too, and I'm sure there's so many students who appreciate your work. I particularly love that you took something that was a struggle for you and you turned around to empower those who are experiencing the very same thing. I think it's important as educators that we have a central cause for why we get into the field, so that we can really empower kids because they need us.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to get into some deeper questions. Monica's particularly, she spoke about the major issue of communication between teachers and parents, and just the school community at large. While Nazila is speaking about, the language barriers that kind of create a challenge or a block for those who want higher education. Dr. Ebony Jackson, you're in higher education. What are some of the major issues that you see from where you're sitting in your position?
Thank you for that question. And there are so many, and I applaud you guys in putting together this panel, because I definitely see what we all do as very interconnected, right? It's all related as we support, students and learners and people in this borough, because by the time that someone gets to me, right, I'm in higher education, they will have met many of the challenges that, Monica and Nazila have spoken about, right? we have, or should I say, we used to have a very robust ESL program at York College, right? Where by the time people who got to college, they were still having issues with comprehension and doing college work, right? They were not able to get, I work at CUNY, right? It's a large, public institution. We have great students at CUNY, but a lot of them come from, from Queens, but also, around the city, and they have been educationally disadvantaged, right? They have not gotten those resources that Monica was talking about, in K through 12. They have not gotten the language skills and the communication skills that Nazila was talking about as she, does the work in her community. So you get to college and, how are you going to, one, persist to get your degree, but how are you going to do that if you haven't been giving the foundation and the tools that you need to do so? And so we see a lot of students who are very smart, right? Who are very resilient, but they need those tools. They need that support. And so that, for me, especially at my level, it's all about, supporting the students, people who have the drive to go further, but perhaps have not had the tools and the means to do so. And so, I think in CUNY in general, but at York College specifically, we're all about taking folks like that and helping them persist to get to the next level, giving them the tools, giving them support, giving them the resources, the information, the relationships, right? That will get them to be a professional, whatever, right? At some point, they come through our doors 4, 5, 6 years later, they're going to be out in the working world. And so it's super important that especially for those students who come to us who have not had that foundation, and even sometimes for those that do, it's really important that the support be there so that they can persist, so that they can matriculate and get their degrees and become full, productive, members of our society, and contribute, right? That's what we want for all of our communities. So I find it very, very interesting that, a lot of what Nazila was talking about in terms of, the communication and the language barriers in our communities, and even Monica, because I as an administrator, I used to be in the classroom, and I haven't been for a couple of years because I had a baby 3 years ago, and something had to give, right? But I do miss my time in the classroom. I really, really do. But as an administrator, a lot of times I'm on the policy side as well. So a lot of what Monica was saying is actually quite true, right? If things don't happen correctly on the policy side, people in the classroom will not have the tools that they need to do the things that they need to do for our students. So I would love to hear their take on what challenges they think are at the forefront in what they do.
Thank you. I would love to ask a follow-up question, but I did see that Nazila wanted to comment. So Nazila?
Yes, as an ESL student, many of my students, they have background in their own countries, and back home they're doctors, they are nurses, they are in educational system in their countries, and there is opposite that they have never been in school, and New York provides that for them. This is the first step that they put in a classroom in their whole entire life. So that is very important for us to polish the people who have already been into those fields, and encourage those who wants to come and learn and be an active part of the community and the society as our students. They just want to be involved in their kids' education. They want to be able to communicate with teachers in the teachers' parents conferences. They don't want to go with their child not knowing what the teacher is saying to them about their children. So they want to be involved, they want to be a part of their children's lives. So these types of programs like the ESL program that Women for Afghan Women and Jewish Community is providing for people is very much in need and very much important.
Absolutely. And that actually leads me to my my follow-up question. So you guys are talking a lot about some of the things that are missing. Now, I am from an immigrant family. I also teach at a immigrants. I teach in an immigrant community where many of my students are coming straight from other countries. Like you said, some have never been to school before. There's discipline, social skills, things that they're missing, academics, language. This question is for all of you. What are some of the prime skills and the most important tools that we are missing at some of the earliest stages of education before we get to the higher education, where Dr. Ebony mentioned that most of our students have already met those challenges, mostly overcame them. But what about years prior to that? What can we do to equip them to get to the higher education level? And Monica, you can start us off.
Hi, thank you. I would definitely say that there's resources is a major issue, and it's important. You can't have a cookie cutter approach for every single school, right? Because every single school has a different dynamic. The different districts have different dynamics going on. For example, we have some school districts that have a high amount of children in ESL, a high amount of children that are new to this country, and so they need those supports of ESL. We have, other school districts that are super overcrowded. We have other school districts where you have kids in homeless shelters who need social services. So definitely, you cannot look at, one school and judge everybody the same way. Absolutely not. Because, some of these schools, kids go to school hungry. There are schools where the actual principal and the teachers pack, and this is, pre-COVID. Now, as you know, the schools have been providing food to many families, but, there have been schools that have backpack food home with the kids. So how is a child supposed to learn if they're not eating and they're not having the nutrients that they need in order to concentrate and think? Many times you could say, why is this child acting this way? Why is he so hyper? What's going on with this child? So, one issue I have found is that, teachers will judge the child. Oh, he's just being mischievous. Oh, but, has that child eaten? Or is the food that they're able to afford maybe too sweet, right? Because that's what the parents are able to afford, and so then the child has a sugar rush. So I believe that yes, there's a you cannot have a cookie cutter approach to schools. Period. You have to have you have to look at each school and see what the needs are in terms of social services, resources, ESL. Do they have after school programs? Do they have, the parent coordinator who's supportive of the parents? Do they have a college readiness program? Not just to say it's college ready, no, but what's in the college readiness program, right? How are you getting these kids ready? Because, there are schools that in the past have no college guidance counselor. So how do you expect a child who both parents are working, trying to put food on the table, who are probably immigrants, who don't know the system? How do you help this child, right? And I can tell you, I was that child, right? My parents were immigrants, and basically I had to advocate and do all my research because my father was always working 2 or 3 jobs. My mom was home raising the kids. She didn't speak too much English. It was 4 of us. And I remember when I started college, when I applied to college, I didn't even know, when I got the FAFSA form, I didn't even know what the green, blue, and pink form were. And I remember telling my father, wow, Pa, this looks like it's important. And I didn't know anything about financial aid. So, I'm happy that the borough president has me on his team because based a lot on what I've been through in my personal experience in the public school system, And coming from my upbringing, you know, I've been able to, you know, suggest programs for the borough president that the borough president has implemented. For example, you know, he did, you know, the college, we do like a college awareness where we train parents on what financial aid is out there, what grants are out there, how to apply to CUNY, SUNY, what programs are available, right? What is the SAT? Because I remember thinking when I was in high school, I was just like, wow, okay, well, how does this SAT thing work, right? Because we had one guidance counselor for 600 seniors, I remember. So, so I'm just gonna, you know, wrap it up quickly because I know my colleagues here would like to speak, but I would definitely say that the Department of Education should really make an effort and do a survey of every single school and see what really are the needs. And then, you know, based on those needs, provide the funding that is needed for those schools to bring in the resources, right? Because nobody, you know, every parent, I think, who doesn't want their child to get the best education? It doesn't matter what community you come from. You want the best education for your child, the best future. So definitely, you know, there's work that needs to be done on that end.
Absolutely, and you are a true advocate. I mean, you brought up some very, very serious issues that that we face, and being in the schools, and like I said, as a parent and as a teacher, I see those things: the homelessness, the food insecurity, college prep, college readiness. Some kids don't even envision themselves going to college. So how can we prepare them at the early stages of elementary school to be ready? I want to, Nazila, did you want to respond to that question about how to better equip our students for higher education before I move on?
Sure. First off, we should educate parents. Parents need more resources to know about. Many of the immigrant families who come to the US, they are not familiar with the educational system in the US, and they don't know how to start, when to start. And organizations like Women for Afghan Women, fortunately, or Jewish Community Council, they are they are trying their level best to provide those types of information and awareness, that these are some of the programs that are provided and are available for you in the community. So I want them to educate and inform the parents, and also make a social network for them. They should be in a social networking, that they should be able to get more information, the latest information about the education. Like when the pandemic started, many of our parents, like my students, they don't know what Zoom was, how to get on Zoom, how to use Google Classroom for their children, how to communicate via email with the teachers. And same thing with teachers. For us, it was also challenging that to get them to come to class online, to prepare them for online schooling, to get them materials, to let them know how to use those online materials. Things like that was very challenging, and we should not only educate them, but make them a social network amongst the communities. At least once or twice a month, the parents should come and see, discuss their issues, discuss their problems. They can learn from each other. They learn from each other. Maybe there is a question as a mother that I bring it up, and that other mother doesn't know about it, and she has the same question but cannot express it. So they get all those information through those social networking. And I believe that even at least for women, because most women, they're not working outside the home, especially in this COVID-19 situation. Most parents who were even working at a restaurant or somewhere, just a simple job. They lost their jobs and they're home with their kids. They don't have enough resources to go out and find out about things. We should bring those information to their homes, advertise more, reach out more through the communities to those parents and children.
Absolutely. I definitely think some more intentional communication would definitely help.
I just want to second what Nazila said. Even you know, what we know is that in most families, the women or the moms are the, you know, whether they're working or not. Because I know in my house, I'm working, but I'm the person that's in charge of schooling. I'm the person that's in charge of the kids. And so as much as I have to do, you know, my other full-time job is really, because I have three. I have a 16-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 3-year-old. And so I'm the teacher, I'm the guidance counselor, I'm the tutor, I'm apparently the maid and the cook too. You know what I mean? And so I, as women, right, I think we are the caretakers of the family, the caretakers of the home, and that extends to their education.
Absolutely.
Right. And so I think we really, really do, I think the best service that we could give would be straight from Nazila's mouth, getting the parents and the moms together to share resources. There's actually a lot of resources out there. And especially as you come up to college, a lot of stuff that goes unclaimed because we don't do a great job. I know that Monica was saying, you know, in the DOE, K through 12, they don't do a great job. We don't do a great job in higher education either, letting people know what resources are out there and available for our community and for our kids. And I think that, you know, information, especially, you know, as you move through your entire education, but absolutely in higher ed, information is key. Right? Absolutely. Having the right information to make decisions about how you're going to move forward with your educational plan is super important, you know, and some people have it and some people don't. And that's the problem, right? That's where the inequity lies.
Yes, I absolutely agree. As you bring up gender roles, I do want to ask a question about what do you think policy-wise? What are some policy changes that you can see being put in place to really kind of, not really to regulate, but to shift those gender roles that are really so distinct? We see it in the classroom. We see it as far as, you know, as many female teachers as we see in the classrooms. And now we're seeing it in our homes. So the question is, what are some policies that you believe would elevate women in their field as educators and as caretakers? Nazila, you go ahead, Monica.
So if Nazila had her hand, then
yeah,
I'll let Nazila go.
Yeah, Nazila had
Monica, you can go. You can go ahead.
Okay. All right. One of the first things, definitely equal pay. Equal pay, right? I mean, I think women in this country, how is it that we're the world's superpower, most powerful country in the world, and we have executive women, we have a vice president now who's a woman, and how is it that, you know, women don't get equal pay for equal work? So that's a problem. That's a problem. And I'll tell you why I think that's a problem. It's a problem because a lot of, and I'm sorry to say, but I'm going to say it because it's the absolute truth. There's a lot of women organizations out there that you would think have been around for over 50 years, that you would think that by now, you know, women, we wouldn't have to be going through this. So I think a lot of these organizations of women have failed us. And I think they need to regroup and see what would be the best way to tackle this issue. Because how is it that other groups, right, are getting, you know, their rights heard, but what about us? What about equal pay? You know, equal pay goes a long way with a lot of women. You know, there's a lot of women that are single mothers who have to raise kids, and they play a role of both mother and father. So definitely, you know, hopefully now with the vice president in there who is a female, you know, hopefully now, you know, that can be a subject that can really be prioritized, because it seems that, every other group has been prioritized. There's gay marriage, there's, and good for everybody. You can advocate, good for everybody. But you know what? What about us, right? How is it that the women movement started, right? And so what? So where's the equal pay? Where is the equal pay?
And not just equal pay, but adequate pay, reasonable pay, pay that matches the job. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would say that. And another, if you want to go worldwide in terms of policy, I would say, there's issues, right, with some traditions in some countries where the male is prioritized over the female. And there's some countries like in Afghanistan where they don't have too many schools. They don't have too many girls in school. And so it's important that the UN does their job, and the NGOs to really put that out there. Because I can tell you, I know it's not in my bio, but I'm also a film director, a documentary film director and producer on the side. And I've been at the UN, I've been at the General Assembly with all the presidents of the of the world. And I've been at conferences, and I've been at gender summits about women. And I remember in one of them, when I said, what was the follow-up on last year's, right? Because it just seems like they want to have this summit, and wow, everybody wants to be a part of this, right? But what about what they spoke about last year that they said they were going to follow up on this year? And and then it happens over and over again. So as women, we need to say, like, okay, wait a minute, we need to follow up on this. What is going on? Who is following up on this, and what steps are being taken in order for gender justice issues to be out there in the forefront, and being won, where there are battles that are being won, actually won by women. This shouldn't be something that should take decades. I've been there. I've been inside the UN. So I believe the UN, the NGOs, and the women groups really need to regroup, and really, look inside of them and see, why did they join in the first place? Why? And remember that they're there for a reason, right? They are our voice in those organizations. And so, I hope they remember that. And it's not about many of them may be getting high paychecks, and maybe they forget, okay, what's the reason why I'm there for, right? But I think we need to bring everybody back to earth and say, listen, this is still going on, and we can't tolerate it anymore. There are women struggling. Absolutely. There's women struggling. I mean, if we would have a major lawsuit in this country, I think the back pay of women would be so much. Absolutely. So I think collectively as women and as leaders out there in policy and in the legislature and in Congress, they really need to get together and put their foot down and say, listen, either this is a priority, or, we're not going to move. We're going to, my dad always says, if you want something done, give it to a woman, right? Because a woman will keep at it until it's done. Absolutely. And I believe that's what we need to do with a lot of the women organizations, to hold them accountable and to call our elected officials in Congress and really support them and tell them that as constituents, this and as women, this is an important issue to us. We can't be living in the #1 country in the world, superpower, where people are dying to come here, and we still have this issue here,
Yes, no. Monica, I can truly see your passion. I can feel your passion. And I'm really grateful that you are a voice for us in Queens. I'm so grateful that you are on the educational advocacy team at the Queensborough President's Office, because we need someone who really understands the issues and people who are really willing to work. And this is why we're here today. We're having this conversation. We're all taking notes. We're all building. This is a networking forum as well. I'm happy to work with you and all of you distinguished women to kind of, bridge that gap between the talking about it and the doing it. So I'm happy that we were able to bring up some of these issues. I've been documenting them, and I'm sure the entire team at the Borough President's Office is doing the same.
Can I say that I think that we really, I want to just.
I'm so sorry. Before we have about 5 more minutes before we end the conversation, and I do want to address one more thing before we go. I'm so sorry. But I do want to find out from all of you, how do you feel COVID has impacted our educational system in the past year?
Yeah, COVID has impacted a lot, especially for those who have 4 or 5 children and living in a 2-bedroom apartment building. They are all online classes. Some of my students, they couldn't even come to the online class because they said that we don't have enough devices in the house to be on, to get online. Some people, they had financial burden. They couldn't pay the rent because they lost their job, and now they are in fear that they were not able to provide for their children. Also, closing all the schools all over the US impacted a lot of parents, and juggling work at home and homeschooling their kids, and going to work, working long hour shifts to provide for their families. That really impacted a lot of families, especially the education system. And this should be addressed as to provide students with materials and technology, especially laptops or phones. Everybody, they don't have it at home. They can't afford to buy an iPhone that can have all the apps that a teacher needs for their schools. So the schools should provide students with the laptops in the future, since I think we are going to go ahead another year with most online classes throughout the borough.
Thank you. And I know, Dr. Ebony, you wanted to address something as far as the policy changing towards women and our needs, and kind of changing the role of a woman in the home.
Sure. You know, and since I know we're pressed for time, I'm going to answer those 2 questions in one, because I do think that COVID, right, which we're all living through, and it affects everyone, right? But we know, right, what we know is that it has affected and continues to affect women, and particularly women of color, much more. And so I think that, you know, within higher education, and I think this is your next panel, so I wish I could stay on so I could listen to the next panel, which is talking about COVID. But, you know, within higher education, one, we know, as Nazila talked about, you know, students and remote education, we were not well equipped. If one thing that COVID has taught us, we were not well equipped to do online and remote schooling, and you know, students have had problems, and that has carried through to higher education. You know, at CUNY and other institutions, it's nationwide, where enrollments are way down because students are tired. They're tired of remote school. They may have done it in high school, and they don't want to do it in college, right? So the application rate and the enrollment rate is down, because people are trying to wait to see what happens with COVID. Maybe it blows over. But I will say that I think that we can make positive changes obviously with COVID, but with everything else, with proper support. And what we found, I think, is that a lot of times the squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? You know, there's no investment made in technology, as Nazila was saying, and online education until there's a global pandemic, and you know, overnight everyone's got to be online. You know, I think that, you know, to Monica's point, we have to support organizations that support women, and a lot of times, you know, people don't. You know, I know well over half of the students within CUNY and at my particular institution are women. And, you know, where's the funding for the organizations that support women? It's not there. I can tell you, certainly it's not there. And so I think that a lot of times you have a lot of great people doing this work, but we can only kind of do so much. And I think that I'm so happy to be on this panel, because I do think even after we're done, there's a lot of networking and work that we can all do together, right? That we can carry forward and continue to bring about that equity and to create that pipeline so people can can, can come through all the way through their education and be college graduates, where they at least have a fighting chance to then do further work on the inequity, right? It's called lifting as you climb, right? I think that's probably what we all do, and that's what we want to have our students and other women do going forward.
Absolutely. And I was just about to ask for each of you to leave some parting words, like one piece of advice that you would give other young women seeking to be in your position. I particularly think I think it's really important that we supplement, that we in the home, those of us who have children in the home, we supplement what they're getting out there with our own teachings in the home. And I love what you said, Dr. Ebony Jackson. If you would like to reiterate it or add to it, lifting as you climb, I love that. I'm writing that down. But you can start us off with your one piece of advice.
That would be it. I think we all have something to offer, right? I think we all have, regardless of what your background is, your education, your social, we all have something to offer. And if we continue to do that with the younger generations, right? What do they say? The rising tide raises all boats. Well, we need to get serious about doing that within our community for young girls, adolescents, and women going forward. So I think that, like I said, even just on this webinar, I think the amount that the four of us could get together and do for women is really powerful, right? And I think that we should all, continue these relationships to kind of keep doing that. So, I would just say that, contribute what you can, right? And it's different for everybody, so that we can all move forward together.
Thank you. Monica?
Yeah, I would definitely tell women when they go to college, they should do a dual major or a minor. So then that way they protect themselves, right? With the economy, I did a dual major, political science communications. I've worked in television, I've worked in the news, I've worked in government, I've worked in policy. And so then that way you're more marketable. I would say definitely a major and a minor, and definitely do internships, because you don't want to find yourself after you graduate, that you apply for an introduction, job, and then you need experience. But how are you supposed to get experience, right? So many things that I've seen with young women is that they don't do internships when they're in college. So very important to do internship programs. And don't feel that you're any less because you're a female. Just remember, you bring life into this world, right? So that means you're very powerful, right? And I think women should never forget that. And I really love what Dr. Jackson said, lift as you climb. And I would definitely, lift as you climb, definitely. And, that there's a Spanish saying, we say pa'lante, it's like upwards and forward. So I would say that's it to all the women. Don't let anybody make you feel like you're any less. You're female, you're beautiful, doesn't matter what you look like, you're beautiful, and you're here. And, we're here for all women. And I hope to join Dr. Jackson and Miss Davis and Miss Ayub, after the conference, if we can keep in touch, and maybe we could work together on some of the issues that we spoke of today.
Absolutely, I would love to. Nazila?
Yes, as an educator, as a teacher, I want all my fellow workers and fellow teachers to make yourselves available to women and mothers and children in the community. Be flexible with them. They need a listener, so be a good listener. Guide them, teach them, and empower them, lift them emotionally, financially if you can, and please always be available for them, no matter what time of the night they call you. They may need you, and be a mentor to them, be a friend, a best friend. Don't use your teaching tools as a superiority. Just be there for them, be their friends.
I love that. Thank you so much. You all are truly advocates for our children here in New York City. And course, in Queens. And I just want to thank you all for joining us today on this panel. I truly feel honored to be among such elite educators, and I definitely hope that the conversation continues and the work is just beginning.
That's right. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Hi.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Just give us a few minutes while we transition to the next panel. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. And again, thank you for the viewers who have been watching our panels through the beginning. This is our final panel before our gender justice celebration that begins at 6 p.m. But we have a all-star panel here today, and I'm very excited that we will be, talking to these great panelists. So let me introduce our distinguished moderator for the night, Lisa Atkins, who's our Director of Housing at Queensborough President's Office, our office here. Lisa Atkins is a proud resident of East Elmhurst, Queens, with deep-seated roots in public service. She began her career as an intern for the CUNY Chancellor and the New York State Legislature over 25 years ago as a community information specialist. Over the years, she held a variety of positions in local government, including the New York State Assembly and the New York City Council, in the newly established 21st Council District. In 2002, Lisa was appointed by the late Queensborough President Helen Marshall as Director of Housing. In that role, Lisa has dedicated 2 decades of public service to ensuring fair, affordable, sustainable, and supportive housing for the residents of the borough of Queens. So without further ado, Lisa Atkins. You're muted, Lisa.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
There.
Wonderful.
There we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anayeli. I would like to introduce our first panelist, Lorraine Grillo. Lorraine is a native of Astoria, Queens. She began her career in New York City Construction Authority over 25 years ago as a community relations specialist. Okay, I'm gonna go. Over the years, she's held a variety of positions within the agency, including Director of Government and Community Relations, Senior Director of Real Estate Services, and then Executive Director, Chief of the Staff to the President. In May of 2010, Lorraine took over as acting president and CEO after successfully opening 26 new schools. At that time, the single most successful year in SCA history. She was appointed president and CEO in February of 2014, but Mayor Bill de Blasio reappointed Lorraine to her position after making one of the only 2 reappointments from the prior administration and the longest serving School Construction Authority president. Over the past 10 years, Grillo has built over 80,000 K through 12 school seats and over 9,000 universal pre-K seats. Grillo has coordinated almost 4,000 capital improvement projects in the City of New York buildings and has managed a total of $28 billion in budget. She has led the School Construction Authority in its effort to find the new and innovative ways to address school overcrowding, including developing strong public-private partnerships. Grillo's team was responsible for the reopening of 71 schools damaged by Hurricane Sandy in record time. In addition, in 2015, under her leadership, the School Construction Authority met the administration's mandate, opening 35 universal pre-K centers for the city's 4-year-old children. And in less than 6 months throughout her career, she continues to be a tireless advocate for MWBE community, maintaining the SCA's reputation for the best MWBE program in New York State and as a national model. She was recently named by Mayor Bill de Blasio on February 2021 Senior Advisory and of Recovery, or Recovery Czar of the City of New York. She is working on bringing together government agencies, nonprofits, and the private sector to craft a plan to revitalize the city. She will also ensure that New Yorkers of color, as well as minority and women-owned businesses and business owners, are not left behind in the city's recovery effort. Welcome, Lorraine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm really excited about meeting the other panel members and hearing what everyone has to say. I was fortunate to get onto this and hear the last panel ending up, and took some of the greatest advice I've heard in a long time. So thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Carolyn Hardenbaugh. Carolyn Hardenbaugh is a senior immigration specialist and at Sanctuary for Families, working out of the mayor's office. The mayor's office's Queens Family Justice Center in Kew Gardens, Queens. Previously, she held various interim positions at the New Women New Yorkers and the New York Immigration Coalition and the Urban Justice Center. Before that, she worked for over 15 years at Sanctuary for Families, managing their immigration intervention project. With over 20 years of direct service experience representing immigrant survivors of gender-based violence and human trafficking in the city of New York metropolitan area. Carolyn has helped countless immigrant survivors secure permanent status in the United States. Strongly believing in the transformative power of holistic and client-centered services, a particular focus of her work has been to ensure that immigrant New Yorkers enjoy equal and easy access to free and high-quality information, opportunities, and legal representation. A native of the Netherlands, Carolyn received her law degree at the University of Leiden School of Law. She is a co-founder of United Immigrants of New York, producing info videos and for Spanish-speaking immigrant communities, and immigration advisory panel coordinator for the LGBT Bar Association of Greater New York, and is the board member of Voices Latina y Tu Lieda. Welcome, Caroline.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's a pleasure to be here. Very excited for the invitation. Thank you for the borough president and his amazing staff, and very much looking forward to the discussion, and also snuck in on a few of the previous panels and was also very inspired by all I heard. Thank you.
Yes, it's been an exciting day. I'd like to next introduce our third panelist, Anne Beauvais. Anne is a director at large of the New York State Nurses Association. She is a tireless advocate for the nursing professions and for the city's public health system, and is a lifelong Queens resident who spent her career at Bellevue Hospital Center. She received her BSN and MSN from Hunter College. In 2014, the Hunter College Alumni Association Board inducted Anne into the Hunter College Hall of Fame. Currently, she serves as the treasurer, for the Commission of the Public Health System, and is a clinical instructor at Bellevue Hospital Center, and a professor in the nursing department at St. Francis College. In the past, Anne served in many capacities at numerous organizations, including as president of the NYC H&H Executive Council, vice president of the Municipal Labor Committee, second vice president of the Bellevue Hospital Center Community Board, and vice president of the New York State AFL-CIO. Anne, it is a pleasure. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
I just would like to add that currently I'm on faculty at BMCC. So I have left St. Francis and now am on faculty at BMCC. But I thank you for that introduction, and I'm honored to be on this panel. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome to you all. I ask you for a moment because I have someone else's notes. Let me find my notes. Okay, so my first question would be, I'll start with Lorraine. Tell us a bit about how you came to be on this career path. It's been a winding one.
It's been an interesting ride. I had no expectation of being the president of a construction agency in my life, but I think my career path really came through the help and support of the women that I worked with. And it was very surprising because, as you might have noticed, I'm a little older than the rest of the group here. And when in my day, there were very few seats at the table for women. So there was not a great need or a great effort of those women that sat at that table to help others come along because there were very few of those seats. I was extraordinarily fortunate. I came to work at SCA, which is what we call the School Construction Authority, after working on the project that expanded the National Tennis Center. And that when that project was successfully signed off by Mayor Dinkins, I found myself out of work. So a friend said, this is a great little agency, you should try it. I started as an assistant manager. My boss then was a woman named Doris Gonzalez. And Doris made every effort to have the women that worked for her learn and grow and try new things along the way. And that's really where it began for me. And then finally, the first female president of school construction was a woman named Sharon Greenberger, who now runs the YMCA. And Sharon picked me to be her chief of staff and executive director. And the next thing I know, I became president and was president at the SCA for 11 years.
Impressive. Carolyn, would you like to share with us?
Of course, that's a very hard act to follow. So I came to this country with a law degree and speaking English, and I had legal status, but I was not allowed to work or study. And even for me, finding my way in New York was a little daunting and challenging. And it almost felt to me like the things that we need to know most, like that we expect are accessible to us or should be, are just impossible to find. It's almost like a secret. So I decided to dedicate my skills and my energy to ensure at least that easy access to quality free legal resources are available to all. Everybody knowing their rights and being able to receive legal services, for me, is one of the most basic human rights. And it starts there, basically. Without knowing what we're entitled to, our rights are, what other, challenges will follow. But we're often so far away from that goal. And there's so much power attached to knowing, to just having that leg up, to having a simple information and connections to make things happen. So in my work, I've been trying to build those connections for other people and validate the personhood of others, which is so often ignored wherever, for my clients, wherever they go. Whether they want to work, they can't do it. When they want to seek medical care, no coverage, so sorry. They can't connect with their roots and their home country, and also they can't grow roots here. So many issues arise from not belonging, from not having a place, and from being excluded from systems and from spaces. And that's what's inspired me every single day to show up for immigrant survivors of violence. And that's what I do, just a little bit what I can do to help them thrive.
Absolutely. And Anne, I would ask you the same.
Basically, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Basically, thank you. Feel that I was very much blessed in the sense that I went to college at a time when City University was free for any resident of the city of New York. And I was guided by my high school counselor into the area of nursing. But even when I was younger, it was ingrained in me the importance of access to care. And I always felt an affinity to the public hospital system in New York City. And I feel I feel that I've been gifted in terms of being able to work in that system and see the high quality care that's administered and administered to all peoples, irregardless of everything. And it's been that access to care, but also access to education. And that I wouldn't have been able to step into the position that I did when I did if it hadn't been for City University and the availability of nursing at Hunter College. So I just feel very, I don't want to overuse the word blessed, but I do feel blessed in terms of having that access. And I just see the importance through the years as obviously supporting access to healthcare, but also supporting that access to education. Because if it wasn't for that, in my last year of Hunters, when we had to pay tuition because of the fiscal crisis in New York City, and subsequently, even to this day, university is pretty much affordable. And you're not going to find yourself in that tuition issue that the private sector students find themselves in. To say that access to that money is always easy as well, but the point is it's more reasonable, and the quality of education still is superlative. So I'm ever so grateful in terms of having that ability to be educated to the public college system, as well as having been able to serve in the public health system as well.
What are some of the policies that you believe are of urgency to ensure full COVID-19 recovery in your capacities?
Are you speaking to me?
Absolutely.
Okay, all righty, sure. Well, I was for a very long time a single mom with 3 kids, and they were all school age. So I think had I been in that position during the pandemic, I know what a struggle that would be. And I'm sure it has been for almost all the women that we know. And so really, I've had, as the czar of recovery, I've had really 4 things that I find to be the most important. Obviously, vaccinations, obviously. And I think the city is doing a great job as far as vaccinations are concerned. But the second and equally as important is reopening schools. I think parents are desperate to have their schools reopened and reopened safely, and to be able to accommodate as many students as possible. And we're on the road to doing that right now. So I think that that's critical. And then finally, well, the third thing is certainly bringing back the workforce. And as you probably know, the city's workforce is scheduled to begin to come back in the beginning of May and over time. But everybody must remember, we are conscious of the struggles that individuals are going through, especially single parents or parents that are caregivers. So we will make those adjustments for everybody who needs it. So once that happens and people see that the city is open for business again, you will start to see us feel much more normal. And then finally, I think very important is our cultural institutions returning. Now, maybe the folks who are listening here are not as interested in whether or not Broadway reopens, but for our city, it means the bring back of tourism, and tourism brings back money to our city. And that's, we desperately need it, and we need to bring it back so that we can provide the services that everyone in our neighborhoods need.
I agree. And Anne, I would like to ask you, what would you say to women who are skeptical about the vaccine for various health reasons?
Basically, yeah. Okay. The technology that has been developed in terms of the vaccines that we have available have really diminished the side effects and increased the efficacy in terms of what the vaccines are going to attack, so to speak. The history of infectious disease, though, reflects itself that, in terms of developing a vaccine and having the availability of vaccine is what eradicates it. If we look at smallpox, and go down the line, measles, through the MMR, it's the vaccine development that has ultimately diminished or eradicated disease. And the current technology that's being used for the COVID vaccines is advanced. It does, our efficacy is amazing. And the technology isn't developed overnight. The technology in terms of one of the concepts, which is messenger RNA, has actually been going on for a while with regards to at things like cancer. When COVID came around, it took a turn in terms of looking at its effect with respect to COVID. So I just think that, it's amazing that health and science has come to this point that we have these availabilities. Personally, I'm vaccinated, and I volunteer through the Medical Reserve Corps and work to vaccinate others in the community. So I just think it's something that we as a community need to do for ourselves, but also need to do for each other. Not just women, but men, all members of the community. Thank you.
And I would ask you also, what are some of the policies that you believe are of the most urgency to ensure full COVID-19 recovery?
Well, I think not just COVID, but in general, I think we need to look at our staffing levels and look at the right people to be taking care of the right patients, meaning the competencies that are required regarding individuals, and making sure that we meet the needs of the patients, the community. And obviously, in terms of looking at resources, personal protective equipment needs to be available for us to carry those things out. And I do believe that the public sector was better prepared just by the nature of its mission than the private sector, but was obviously strained as well because nobody could have anticipated the volume of what we visited in terms of COVID. And in terms of looking at, in terms of construction, we also have to look at facilities, because a lot of these buildings that these hospitals are housed in were built 50, 60 years ago. So subsequently, negative pressure, and also things like gas flow and oxygen in terms of suction, etc. All of that needs to be revisited and also needs to be updated accordingly. So in terms of looking at obviously staffing in terms of person resource to deliver the care, the idea of those things that are necessary for those individuals to carry out that care needs to be available. And then obviously we also need to be looking at the structures as well. Thank you.
Okay, and Anne, what are some of the inequities impacting women that you were exposed to or were exacerbated during the COVID crisis?
Well, about 14 years ago, I'm going to go back a little bit. I was instrumental in terms of facilitating a federal lawsuit with regards to the inequity of pension with regards to nurses. And it really reflected the fact that it was women. And people would think that, it's the idea, talking about safe patient handling, lifting, whatever, but really what it rose to my attention was the idea of infection control. And win the lawsuit 2 or 3 years ago now, in November, now I can't remember the year, if it was 2018 or 2019, I think it's 2018. And the idea of looking at that there, that what we do, that what nurses do is challenging. I mean, I had people in law enforcement tell me, what does a nurse do that puts them at risk? And I had to clarify it with them. I'm not saying it was the majority of people, but one person was too many for me to hear that. So I think that, the idea of recognizing that this is a female-dominated profession, that we have to look at equity in terms of safety and in terms of equity pay with regards to the services that are provided as well. So safety, the environment that we work in, and making sure that we have the resources to, have a good life in order to be able to carry out those services. Thank you.
Thank you. And Carolyn, I would love to, in your reflection, what are some of the policies you believe in need of urgency to ensure full recovery?
Yeah, I think, thank you for the question. I think a lot of things I agree with previous speakers also. I think the pandemic has also shown the many needs and the many areas of urgent policy reform or policy. In addition to childcare and vaccinations, obviously, I would also say the city was sorely under-teched. With that, I mean, I secretly had hoped for some sort of Wi-Fi for all, or the availability of widespread technology to ensure connectivity, which I think is key also to address isolation that so many people experience, both as they're sick at home with ailing or dying relatives, at a loss of where to turn, but then also in my area of work, working with victims of domestic and gender-based violence and human trafficking, just to really be able to break that isolation. So I think I'm hoping the city will also seriously look at technology and connectivity. And then I'm also thinking about affordable housing. What the pandemic also made very clear is the fact that communities with, where people have to share homes, or given, the cost of living in New York City, that, sharing homes and sharing apartments and sharing living spaces with others really intensified, the infection rate in some communities. And I think that really comes down to there not being sufficiently affordable housing in New York City. So I think it'll be very important in terms of policy also what's going to happen with the eviction moratorium, because, that's of course, pushing that, deadline that people will have to really pay thousands of dollars that I don't really know they have. So that would also be, homes being crucially important to all the other elements. I would hope that there's also good attention to that. That would, obviously more probably be on the state level, but I'm very interested also to see good news on that front.
Yes, we are. Yes, indeed. Lorraine, I know this is you walk this walk daily and hourly and moment by moment. But how has the pandemic impacted you? In addition to your hard work, or is there anything valuable that you've learned or realized or you want to share with everyone? Because
since we've done a lot of working from home over the last year, when people ask how we're doing, I tell them, well, we're still married. So that's a good thing, because I think everybody understands how difficult it is, both partners working and trying to keep it down so we're not disturbing the other one's telephone call. You know, we recognize that as an issue. But I do want to comment just for a moment on something that Carol brought up, because I absolutely agree that we weren't underprepared for the technology piece of this. But that's why I think it's important to note that the mayor is addressing this. We're going to be supplying broadband throughout the city, and particularly in those neighborhoods. I think we have about 33 of those neighborhoods that were severely impacted by COVID. And most of those neighborhoods are low income, and they have, you know, really, really suffered through this period of time without that technology. So I think that that's a plus, a real plus. I also think that we need to be a little bit grateful to the Biden administration for providing and pushing so hard for the stimulus. I think that that will at least provide some of our folks with enough money to get by during this very, very difficult time. But for myself personally, you know, I was one of those people, like I'm sure many of you were or are, sitting up at night till past midnight trying to get online to get that shot appointment. And I did, 12:06, you know, and I know that everyone's been going through this. So personally, yes, have I lost folks and friends and a couple of cousins of mine, and it's been very, very difficult not to be able to grieve properly. But personally, for my immediate family, thank God we're all well. So I cannot complain at all.
Indeed. There's been so much, you know, I called it the room rotation. It's like, okay, I'm going to the living room, you go to the bedroom. It's been a tough one. And it's, you know, the kitchen and the bathroom are, you know, first come, first serve. Just makes for an easier life to the best of the tight abilities, at least in my household.
Right.
Carolyn, I would ask you the same thing, the direct personal impact that you would like to share on and things that you've realized in your way throughout the pandemic.
Well, I guess both professionally, the sense of just not being able to do what you feel you have to do in terms of assisting clients who you know are really struggling, and you know, the lack of efficiency in terms of not having access to that office equipment, you know, to be able to just put together applications, in my sense, and just meet with the clients, and also just frankly not knowing if they're safe to really share. Like for a lot of our applications, you need detailed histories of, you know, trauma and abuse and what's going on. That, you know, is just horrible to ask to begin with, but it's what the federal government asks, you know, applicants to provide. And so not to be able to do that in the safety of an office and, you know, to build that relationship of trust in person, where body language is so important. You don't know if they're safe in the space where they are, do they have privacy? So those concerns, definitely. And then personally, I think, the very humble feeling of not being able, I have no relatives in this country. My mother has been having stage 4 cancer. I've not been able to visit her. Something may still happen and I wouldn't have seen her again. So just, I say humbling because it's basically also the work that I've been doing is where I never really believed, like, relatives are dying abroad. And why can't my clients just go there for a weekend to attend a funeral and come back? I never really understood the fuzz about it, or the bars, or why can't you just even be chaperoned back home and just savor your culture to say goodbye in a way that kind of would propel you forward and kind of allow you to move on. So I guess that's something I'm acutely experiencing. But for the rest also, yeah, lost, you know, some people I knew who were also working in the field. Tomorrow is the annual, you know, the first year anniversary of the death of Lorena Borjas, who was like an very, very important activist for the transgender community in Queens and around the city for so many years. And so, you know, that day we worked very closely together on many cases. And so, all these dates are now coming up. So I think as we celebrate reopening and going back to normalcy, we can't but also look back on, all that we're just coming out of. So very mixed, very mixed.
Yeah, and the anniversaries are really going to be compelling to so many of us as we move around day to day. And globally, women make up 70% of the health workforce and are more likely to be frontline healthcare workers, especially nurses, midwives, and community health workers, doulas. What should the city and the state be doing to provide support for these workers?
I think I go back to, once again, we have a mantra called safe staffing saves lives. And the idea of having enough nursing personnel and those that are part of the healthcare team available to do the work that needs to be done in regards to caring for the communities that we serve. Part of the issue with COVID was that volume of patients and the ratios that were faced in terms of those critically ill individuals will far surpass anything that was, needs to be fully and able to be met. And that was across the board, public, private, and not just New York City, New York State, but across the country. And I guess globally, it would be safe to say. But we really need to reevaluate and look at the delivery of care and understand that being penny wise and pound foolish in the long run is very, very damaging to quality and effective patient care. So in terms of looking at that, and also to have the resources of supplies and equipment, and I brushed over it, but really in terms of the facilities, the idea of negative pressure, I remember advocating for that with my colleagues in terms of making sure that the building had, because the building at Bellevue was built in the late 60s, early 70s. So the idea of this negative pressure concept was not there. And not to name, hospitals, but patients were transferred from one hospital to another because of the fact that there wasn't enough available suction pull or oxygen pull, because the buildings weren't meant to handle 300 ventilators, hospitals. So in terms of nurses and women, we're part of the room and board. We're not part of looking at a separate entity in terms of finance accordingly. As a result, you're kind of pushed into a corner that is not seen, so to speak. So we need to see it, and we need to understand that we need to have better staffing. We need to have availability of education, educational opportunities with regards to making more nurses or preparing more nurses, and deal with the resources that are necessary for us to be able to care for our patient in a safe and effectual manner. And IT is part of that, as mentioned earlier. And I guess that's really brushing over the major issues, the idea of safe staffing, the resource, including IT, and to make sure that the structures we work in can handle it. Thank you.
And I'd just like to go back to Carolyn for a moment. Violence against women and girls is increasing globally, prior to the pandemic and throughout the pandemic. And it's just all the combinations of economic and social stresses and measures to restrict your contact and movement, and as you mentioned, overcrowded homes and substance abuse. What are some valuable resources that our viewers could reach out to locally and share from your organization?
Yeah, a lot happened, and it almost feels like, we're kind of like peeling off the layers. There's so many issues that are interconnected that are important to understand, because immediately as the world went into lockdown, we knew actually what would happen, that our forced social isolation would probably completely silence those we needed to hear from most urgently, individuals. And this includes women and girls, as you say, of course, but also really people of all gender identities living with an abusive person, whether a family member, a partner, spouse, or anyone else, really. As we know that interpersonal violence does not really depend on blood or any other family relationship, of course. And what a powerful tool abusers and traffickers were dealt with the lockdown, right? Before the world locked down, complete isolation of their victims was exactly what many of them tried to achieve. Complete control, complete obedience, complete availability, 24/7. And so even as we heard about a drop in domestic violence calls, we knew that incidents must actually have gone up, but must not be reported. Service models, as you ask, like what's available, and interventions built on in-person contact and chance encounters in parks and outside of schools, in hospitals or other public places where we just meet people for the first time to kind of pass on this crucial information. It was no longer available. It was not possible. And the community frontline staff, who are so important as domestic violence first responders, so to say, could no longer do that, respond immediately and in person to someone in need. And so working around the clock, those working with victims tried what they could, but our hands were often also tight, but we did what we could to keep the line of communication open. So this meant for Sanctuary for Families, fully virtual services, which worked for some people, but as we mentioned before, didn't work for others. So it worked for people who had the tech and the privacy to speak, but then it basically didn't work for most of our clients who don't have the tech and don't have the privacy. And then the other ways to connect with the community were found. So for example, organizations like Voces Latinas maintained that contact with the community through their food distribution programs and testing programs, where they met with the community, they could pass on information that way. And VIP also continued to do outreach outside of subway stops, which I found very admirable. And at Sanctuary for Families, we distributed laptops and tablets and set up dozens of hotspots for many clients. Connected also with clients through social media and ads, and set up a virtual court representation program. And we're also pushing right now with other organizations for legislation that would allow victims of domestic violence to leave their abusers' phone plans without penalty or extra cost. Because there's so much vigilance going on, and oftentimes, even when, victims are allowed to leave the home, they're very closely monitored. And so to make sure that that level of control is no longer possible, or at least people can opt out of it. And we'll see also with, of course, tech increasing, and we should absolutely focus on that. We'll also see, and we have seen that already, tech and cyber abuse skyrocketing. And so we'll have to constantly be kind of like changing our ways and moving kind of where the need is, and really being aware of like what's going on and be responsive to that. Ideally be one step ahead, but that's not always possible. But make sure that everybody can be connected safely. I think that access to quality services that that I have in my bio is so important for me, and that is free and equitable and easy. And basically just does away with all the barriers that so many people experience these days when they try to access good services.
Absolutely. This is wonderful advice. I'm going to pose a question to each of you. It's the same question, so you feel free to jump in. But what would be a piece of advice that you would share for other women who are just trying to make it through these difficult times? And are there resources that you would like to share as well? And you can jump in wherever you feel most comfortable. Anne, let's start with you.
Well, I guess in terms of resources, obviously healthcare and the idea of vaccination sites and utilizing the city's appointment, which is more and more user-friendly and much more accessible in terms of making appointments, etc. And I can't overemphasize the importance of getting vaccinated. And also the idea of accessing your healthcare needs. You know, we think of COVID, but a lot of things have been pushed aside. There's been an increase in terms of, you know, the idea of like, you know, people, they had some symptoms, but, you know, they would wait until they really exacerbated before they actually came to the hospital with chest pain. Or in terms of follow-up with things like cancer, you know, the idea of making sure that you're doing your screenings, in terms of mammograms, in terms of colonoscopies, etc. So the idea of not pushing aside those things that we normally do, and making sure that we access those things accordingly. And then the idea of food, we need to make sure that that you know we sustain ourselves in terms of quality resource. And, you know, the idea of the WIC programs that are available, and I know there's still one at Bellevue, and in the public system, I know there's posts there accordingly, but to make sure that we have available resources and reach out to facilitate that accordingly. So the idea of looking at good nutrition, the idea of looking at screening, the idea of prevention in terms of looking at COVID, in terms of vaccination, and making sure that we all get vaccinated accordingly. I think those are the most pertinent things to date. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead.
Absolutely.
No, I was just going to say, you know, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think that that's absolutely true. But I want to talk to the young women who find themselves in this situation where their children are home and they're playing dual roles. They're working and trying to remotely teach their kids and all of those other things, which is absolute torture. I know that, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. And I think it's important to stay connected with friends and family, whether it's online or by phone, and make sure that you touch base and make sure that you understand that there is help out there. I mean, we're all going through terrible trauma. And, you know, I really do credit the First Lady for this effort to provide mental health care the way, this is the only way we can do it right now. And that's basically either online or on the phone. And I think that's a resource that we should really take advantage of. It's done in a way that, you know, provides you the privacy that you need. And it's important because sometimes you really feel desperate, and it's really important to take advantage of the opportunity that's there.
I agree. And Carolyn, what would you say to those women?
Yeah, again, for me, it's very much like, what would I say to individuals who are currently at home experiencing violence? Because that information needs to get out there. It's very easy for us when you look at these kind of like macro issues that, you know, is confronting like societies around the world, to forget that there are very simple things we can do and that are often not done. And that's basically to send into the world more messages, simple messages, not like we're going to change your life, but just simple messages that say, for example, you're not alone. We know you are there. We understand these are extremely challenging and complicated times. And I don't say this lightly, but I feel that we can and should say these things to make it clear to everyone that domestic violence was already a pandemic before we knew about the coronavirus. So we can say that, you know, just knowing that you're not alone where you are, I think is very powerful. And to encourage people also to find organizations on social media and connect, like Sanctuary for Families or any of the amazing organizations that participated, you know, in today's summit. I would say connect with someone you trust and ask them to help connect you and take it from there. But you're not forgotten. So simple messages like that. It's very easy to feel powerless these times, but speaking out and using language to welcome and embrace is a very powerful tool. And it can be really simple. The simplest message really make a difference between suffering in silence and fear and feeling supported and validated, supported to reach out. And I think that's what, courage is, right? To act in the face of fear. And we should help people to kind of like stay emboldened to be able to act. And we need to reach out with these messages. So that's what I would say, just to make sure that people know they're not alone and they're seen, even though we don't meet with them.
I have one question for Lorraine, actually. So there's the announcement of the app for the those who have been fortunate enough to receive a vaccine or both parts of the vaccine. Do you have any pearls of wisdom you want to share with us on how to move forward in those efforts for our public?
That's a really good question, because it's something we've been discussing internally at City Hall for a while now. We know the state has embarked on this effort to do what they call Excelsior, which is having it actually proves that you've been vaccinated or you've had a test. Here's my issue with that. If you go to, for example, Lincoln Center and you want to see an opera at the Met, your audience there is usually quite older and less technologically expert. And so we have to find another method to be able to let those people prove that they have been vaccinated or that they have had a rapid test or something that says they are COVID negative. Now, there's also issues that people bring up about discrimination and discriminating against people who haven't been vaccinated or refuse to be vaccinated. So, it's a tough one. It's really difficult. Sure, I can now go into a restaurant and eat inside because I've been fully vaccinated. But do I know if the people next to me are thinking the same way? I don't know that. So it's just a very complex issue, and I really haven't really taken a strong position on it. It would certainly help me. It would help me get into a plane or other things, but we're a larger population. Everybody has different needs and different wants, and they believe different things. And there are still going to be people, while I disagree with them completely, who do not and refuse to get vaccinated. So how do we treat those folks? I don't know. I really can't answer your question.
Yeah, it's going to be a case by case how we are able as a society to move forward, and the desire to move forward healthy.
Right.
For not only ourselves, but our loved ones and family and all of those that we've been spending the last 12 months protecting.
Right.
And we're all in it together and trying to stay as healthy as possible, trying to stay as safe as possible, and trying to keep people moving forward. Anne's experience and the healthcare workers on the front line, even before there was a front line, long after there is a front line, will continue. And I would also ask, how are things progressing within the healthcare industry, with the nurses and with the healthcare providers, the light into the tunnel coming closer, or how
I think the science that's been developed in terms of the vaccine, realization in terms of, clinical practice, the idea of proning, high flow oxygen, not intubating people as early as we did, as done in the past, has really, helped in terms of better outcomes accordingly. But it has taken a huge toll in terms of the mental well-being of healthcare providers, the community at large, but also the healthcare workers themselves. And, through the years, I remember when AIDS first happened in the early 80s, it was a very difficult time because I remember, how many people died and how many people, and it was, somebody had AIDS and they were intubated, you knew they were going to die. Well, that's kind of like how COVID was as well. And you did all this work hoping that at some point there would be something discovered, something would turn this around. And it's turned on now, COVID, but I know the emotional impact that, through the years, seeing different things has on people. And I think we're going to have to really address it, because senior people are now, they're retiring. They're retiring a little bit earlier than they would have retired, because there's just too much to handle. And so, we're going to have to really address all of that in terms of, supporting healthcare workers, looking at, the mental impact that all of this has had on people, and the idea that your colleagues have died. A number of, I can talk about, the idea of not being able to grieve, and, people that die directly related to COVID, and then those people that put things off because of COVID have also passed away earlier than, than we might have anticipated. So, the idea is that, the mental health component really needs a financial support, as well as the personnel, the provider support, in order for us to deal with this, because it's going to have impact for years to come.
Yes, I agree. This has been a wonderful segment, ladies, but we are moving towards the wrap up. So I'd like to welcome you, starting with Carolyn, to bring some, share some closing thoughts.
Sorry. Thank you. I think one big closing thought after panels like this is how fantastic it is to come together. There's so much work to be done, and here we are. I think we can do it in coalition and in collaboration, and we're just continue to do make change wherever we can. And hoping that the city will reopen and that women can go back to work. A lot of the industries in which they worked were most heavily impacted. So here's to keeping my fingers super crossed for the restaurant, hospitality, and in-home care industry to really be able to reopen, because that will really give a lot of renewed autonomy to many of our clients. So, but forward and onward and better and more, and let's continue to work together in a new year, in a new era, a new normal. But we have our work pretty much cut out for us. But with optimism always, I think, especially doing the work that I do, we owe it to our clients to just be our client's trooper and really communicate what is possible. So also, even though it's a time for a lot of doom and gloom and a lot has been lost, to always also highlight that always present silver lining. So there's always some light at the end of a tunnel.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine?
Sure.
Never known you not to have.
Now, listen, first of all, I just want to say I'm so impressed with the panel and the members of the panel and the work that they've done. And of course, Anne, as one of our heroes. And yeah, I did bang the pots every night at 7 o'clock. So much appreciated. But let me just say this, New York is going to come back. It may be a little different, but it's going to come back. And my goal and our goal in this administration, and surely in the next one, is that it's going to come back better than it ever was before. So please don't lose heart. Please continue to look at it positively. To the women out there, yes, that is top of mind as to how they have been so badly impacted by this. And we're going to work real hard to bring the things back that they need, the work back that they need, the childcare back that they need, all of those things. And just all I can say is when you do come back, don't forget the people behind you. Give them a hand, help them along. That's my goal.
Absolutely. Anne, would you like to comment?
Yeah, just actually my grandmother had the flu of 1918, and she survived, in the city and she, flourished and had hard times.
Okay.
We froze.
In 1919, we got the right to vote. So, the idea is that this city is so resilient. It has so much to offer. There's no place like it, and it will survive. It will flourish, and we'll be there to move not just the city, the state, the country, the world ahead. And I have, New Yorkers are unbelievable. And I do believe that we'll survive.
Absolutely. We know that we are, I know I'm Queen strong. I know we are Queen strong, but we are New York strong every day. And the way we reach, like you said, reach back and bring someone with you, help them through. That's what we've done and will continue to do. And it will help us to flourish. And certainly with wonderful resources like these panelists here today to share and give upon themselves every day, we greatly appreciate you. And I want to say we appreciate your participation in today's event. Thank you. And we're going to take a few moments to regroup so we can go in for our final segment of today's events. So thank you all for your participation.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Congresswoman. I just got off
Hi,
with your
Mr. President. How are you?
Good. I just got off with your colleague had me on his show this afternoon, Congressman Meek. So it's just finishing up. Good to see
Guys,
you.
nonstop. He's nonstop. So are you. Hi, everyone.
Just want to remind everyone we're currently live on YouTube.
Okay, awesome. Hi. How you too? All righty, good afternoon. I think we're live on the website, it looks like. So thank you for being here. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for coming to our inaugural Gender Justice Summit in celebration of Women's Herstory Month. And I know it's been an exciting day. My office hosted a long day event where we featured extraordinary women in their fields who held powerful conversations around business, civic engagement, reproductive justice, education, and the impacts of recovery, the recovery plan of COVID-19, particularly for women. We had a star lineup with Elizabeth Luskin, the president of the LIC Partnership, to Karina Kaufman Gutierrez from Street Vendor Project. We had Dana Sussman from the National Advocates for Pregnant Women, to Dr. Ebony Jackson from the Women's Center at York College, and many others. We had our very own Deputy Borough President Rhonda Benda, Lisa Atkins, Sharon Anderson, Monica Gutierrez as panelists or moderators. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and motivating words with our borough. And I got to chime in, just so y'all know, and listen in a little bit. And I was so inspired by so many of you today. So I want to thank you for attending. Every March, we celebrate National Women's History Month. But the truth of the matter is that is every day. Our world is a better place because of countless courageous and selfless women. I am proud to serve as borough president today, but need to acknowledge the strong women who have held this position before me. I had big heels to fill when I took on this job. I miss someone so dearly. I'll start with Claire Schulman, the first female borough president of Queens. Love her and miss her. She was a mentor to me. She was a mentor to everybody, especially to Grace too. We took our orders from Claire until she left. Miss her. And Helen Marshall, the first African-American borough president of Queens. I'm the first Black man. People often mess that up, but I stand on big shoulders, big broad shoulders when it comes to Helen Marshall cracking that glass ceiling here in Queens County. And now District Attorney Melinda Katz, who's now our district attorney, who joined us, I believe, today as well. And of course, I could not forget Sharon Lee, who did so much to weather this storm of this pandemic that we went through and was selfless. I don't know how she did it, because she was supposed to only be here like for 5 extra days, and then that turned into like an extra year. So I want to thank her and thank all of you for what you've done for the borough of Queens, and I'm honored to carry the torch. I also want to thank the co-sponsors of this event. We have a long list here of acknowledgements, but I got to do that. ASEA's Women's Center, the Blake Resource Network, Center for the Woman of New York, Garden of Hope, Girl Scout Council of Greater New York, Incorporated, Korean American Family Service Center, Love Mentoring Program, the Lux Library, Positive Women United, Psyche for South Asian Women, Turning Point for Women and Families, Violence Intervention Programming, Voices Latinas, Women for Afghan Women. These are the organizations in our borough who uplift and center women. Thank you for the resources and services that you provide for every resident of Queens. Although this was our first event, this will not be our last. Office will continue this gender justice initiative and hold roundtables and ensure women are at the center of the discussion. I want to thank Ariel Davidoff or my staff, who is our gender justice coordinator and will be point on these issues. I'm excited for the work ahead with you. Thank you. This evening, we will continue to acknowledge the legacy of female leaders whose tenacities, acts of kindness, and hard work have helped lift the spirits of many through this pandemic. We have a great program, so let's get it started. Let me start by introducing, I feel like I'm gonna have to start paying her because she's here like every month, but I wanna start by introducing firefighter FDNY Regina Wilson. In 1999, Ms. Wilson was only the 12th African-American woman to join the FDNY. During the September 11th attacks in 2001, she was on the scene as one of the first responders at the World Trade Center site. Wilson is the first woman elected president of the Vulcan Society, a fraternal firefighter association composed of African-American FDNY members. And she is committed to changing the perception that being a firefighter is a man's job, because we know it's not. We are honored and privileged to have a true shero today with us today to begin and open our program by sharing the Pledge of Allegiance and singing our national anthem. We'll go to Regina.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Woo! Amazing. Thank you so much for that, Regina. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for what you do. Unsung heroes who do all of this great work, even during this pandemic. Thank you for your sacrifice. We now are going to move on, and we now will hear from some of our elected leaders, women in government who are leading the way each and every day. And we're going to start with none other, and she was down here at Borough Hall yesterday, and I want to center, you know, our Asian community tonight, who dealt with a lot of discrimination, seen the attacks, and we all need to make sure that we are speaking up, because silence is complicity. We should not be bystanders when these incidents happen. And, you know, Congresswoman Grace Ming has been there for so many of us. Most of us are watching the trial of George Floyd. You know, last year at the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, she was marching, she was in the streets, she was standing up for our community as well. And so as allies, we all, and as Queens residents, we all have to continue to unite against hate in our borough when we see it, and not be bystanders and not be complicit by being silent. So I know it's been a tough time for her, but she is so strong and resilient, and is raising the voice of not just the Asian community, but all communities, and especially women across the United States of America. So I want to thank you for being here. And now I want to introduce to some, and if you don't know her, now you know her, Congresswoman Grace Ming.
Thank you so much, Borough President Richards, for the kind introduction, and to our Deputy Borough President Rhonda Binda. Thank you for your service, and really just thank you, Borough President, for your constant efforts and dedication to lifting up the voices of so many and ensuring that voices from all communities are at the table. So honored to be here with my colleagues in government. I believe State Senator Toby Stavisky, Assembly Members Catalina Cruz and Jessica Gonzalez Rojas. Thank you for your leadership as well. Thank you all for the work that you do for our city, our state, our country. Your leadership is crafting Herstory directly in front of us. And Borough President Richards is right in that every day is Women's History Day. I'm so honored to join you for this incredible event to honor women who are making huge strides to better our communities and to inspire our next generation of leaders. I want to take a moment to recognize many voices who aren't necessarily with us anymore, from our most essential workers from Queens across this country to the victims who died in the tragedies in Atlanta. 6 out of the 8 were Asian American women. We lift up their voices, and one of the reasons we gather in spaces like this is to ensure that their histories, which may not be talked about often enough, but that they should also be included in American history. You know, women have paved the way forward in social justice movements, scientific discoveries, economic innovation, but we remain underrepresented even in Congress as well as in many other industries. But it's changing. For the first time ever, women make up over a quarter of all members in our Congress, although that also means that 75% of my colleagues are male. In the New York State Legislature, a record number of women were on the ballot for the 2020 election. These record-breaking numbers are critical to ensuring that the leaders who are writing our legislation and policies have firsthand knowledge of the unique challenges facing women across our country. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis, working moms, particularly moms of color, have been pushed out of the workforce in droves in order to meet the unprecedented demands of caregiving, remote schooling, housework, taking care of the elderly during the pandemic. At the start of 2020, women made up the majority of the workforce for the first time in almost a decade, despite continued gender and racial wage gaps. A year later, just 1 year later, women have lost over 5.4 million jobs and account for 55% of overall net job loss since the start of the coronavirus outbreak. That's why I introduced the Marshall Plan for Moms that provides a blueprint to ensure working moms are prioritized in pandemic recovery plans and protected against future economic calamities. Women from diverse backgrounds and leadership positions provide necessary perspectives that drive our nation's policies. To all of our honorees tonight, congratulations. So proud of you. Thank you to each of you for inspiring us with your voice and your work. Together, we are crafting a legacy for generations of women to come. After all, when women succeed, Queens, New York, and America succeeds. Thank you, Borough President, for having me today.
Thank you so much for those words. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all that you do. Next, we're going to turn to my sister, I call her. She is the first Dreamer elected to the New York State Assembly. I'm so proud of her each and every day. I think she's up in Albany. I don't know if you got back yet. But she is the hardest working. Oh no! Oh wait, I'm sorry. I got to go to State Senator Stavisky. Then I'll come back to you. So I will come back to you. So now I got to move to my. She said to go to you. All right. I didn't see you on, and I was trying to follow protocol. So yeah, but I got to go back to.
Let Toby go first. Let Toby go first. I got time. Let Toby go first.
Go ahead, State Senator. And she's my good friend. Never, you're on mute, Toby. She's already up for the fight, but she is one of the biggest fighters here in Queens and doesn't take anything from anybody. You turned your camera off though, Toby. You unmuted and turned your camera off, but I am so happy to have you here this afternoon. She's been an ally on so many fronts, standing up for so many communities as well, and a pioneer here in the borough. You know, I will say, you know, a gentle giant is the word that comes to mind, but don't get on her wrong side. So good to see you, State Senator Toby Stavisky.
Thank you, Don, Mr. Borough President, and thank you for your comments, and to the Assemblywoman Cruz. Let me just say this is what women do. We help each other. The fact that we all get along, I think is indicative. And I must tell you that Claire would have been so proud of you today. She was, as you know, you saw her shortly before she passed away. And she just thought you were going to continue the legacy of her predecessors, Helen Marshall and Melinda Katz. And you mentioned a number of women. There are so many firsts for women in Queens. And we certainly have to start, I think, with Jerry Ferraro, who ran for vice president of the United States. In fact, I was a delegate at that convention in San Francisco that nominated her. And the Queens folks were so excited, I can't begin to tell you. We also ought to mention, well, Congresswoman Grace Meng was on my list, and Melinda Katz. But we should also mention some of the members from the Assembly, and certainly Kathy Nolan comes to mind, chair of the Education Committee for so many years, and she was a trailblazer in the Assembly representing a very conservative district at the time. And certainly we need more women in the legislature, particularly in the city council. I know there's an initiative, but we've got to go beyond initiatives. And the person that comes to my mind is Council Member Karen Koslowitz. And she has certainly paved the way for many women to succeed her and who preceded her. But lastly, let me mention the state Senate, because in 1999, when I was in November of 99, I was first elected and the first woman, believe it or not, to be a member of the state Senate from Queens. It seems incredible in the entire history of the New York State Senate. And there were two after me from Queens who were elected after me, and we certainly ought to mention Ada Smith and Shirley Huntley. But I am so pleased to be joined by a fourth member. We are the two women from Queens in the state Senate, and that's Senator Jessica Ramos, who is doing an incredible job as a freshman at Albany. We have more women in the legislature now than I think we've ever had, certainly in the state Senate. There were days when there were no women. It was amazing. And yet we have contributed, and I am so proud of our majority leader from Yonkers, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, who is leading the conference, and she has made everybody proud. So, Mr. Borough President, I thank you. I hope this becomes an annual event, and we pay tribute in many ways, and one of which that really bugs me is the fact that women do not receive equal pay for equal work, and that ought to be on our agenda, as well as electing more women to the state Senate and to the legislature. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for that history lesson. It's so important to acknowledge.
I taught history. I left
Amazing.
Thomas Edison Vocational High School in Queens as a history teacher.
Well, that speaks to it all. And let me just say, you said you hope this event will continue. I mean, this office would not function without the women in it, and they're not going to let me, even if I wanted this event to go away. It's not happening when you have women in leadership and running things. So, so I'm grateful to all of the women in the office who continue to keep this place running. Now I get to introduce my sister, first dreamer elected to the New York State Assembly, as I said before, somebody who's been in the you gotta protect yourself. But this is what leaders do. And I think it's indicative of all the women on this line who really, even in the midst of this pandemic, have been out in the forefront serving their communities, making sure people are fed, making sure people have PPE. I remember we did a clothes drive. It must have been about, it must have been below 0 degrees outside, and I didn't even have a jacket that day. I was trying to be cute. And Assemblymember Catalina Cruz was out there serving her community. So it's always a great honor to see her. And I heard she's debating marijuana. So we're thankful to have you today. And I know you're in Albany, but thank you so much for being here. My sister, Assemblymember Catalina Cruz.
Well, thank you certainly for having me. I know everybody else calls you Mr. Borough President, but you are Donovan to me. My mother says hello as always. She is very fond of our Borough President and very proud of our Borough President. We are family. As many people have seen, we do a lot of things together because I simply believe in the idea that that I might be the first, that I might be a woman, but having that support network, having people that believe in you and supporting each other, it's what's going to make our community great. It's what's going to make sure that we can get out of this pandemic, that we can help our community survive when we work together. One of the things that Toby said that really resonated is that amongst women, most of us at least, we uplift each other, because the idea is there's very few of us in positions of power. And one of the things I have to commend you for, Donovan, is the way that you uplift your own team. You know, you have your deputy is a woman of color who is helping you lead Queens to a better tomorrow. And you are very supportive of us, the women elected who help do the same for Queens. This idea of a gender justice summit, what a fantastic way to celebrate or actually to close up Women's History Month by simply talking about all the issues that affect us, from reproductive health justice to equal pay, to simply having a space where we can talk about who we are and what we care about. And I want to thank you for that. I think I don't recall that ever happening in Queens. I don't recall something like this ever happening. And so hopefully next year, when we're all fully vaccinated, we can go ahead and do this in person. I really appreciate the support that you have been given our community. You know, when we talk about what it's taken or what is taking right now for us to exit this pandemic, we have to talk about what women have done for our communities, from the doctors to the first responders, to some of my own nurses in Elmhurst Hospital, Erica, who's actually, who you know, Donovan, and who was spotlighted by President Biden. You know, it's all these amazing women, from the pharmacists to the women who work at the supermarket, all of the women who not only uplifted us, but they're the most impacted and affected by the possible closings of businesses, by the loss of wages, by the loss of accessible childcare, by the loss of food sources. It's these women that we have to support. And it's these women who are going to be the answer to how we help our community. And so the more that we do events like this, and the more that we're able to spotlight who they are, I think the better we are off as Queens. And so thank you for setting up this time. I am in Albany, as you said. I'm leaving the debate to our fantastic majority leader, the first woman, the first Black woman to lead our Democratic majority. And she is doing a fantastic job telling everyone why it's important for us to not just decriminalize it, but actually legalize marijuana. Everything from social justice and what it's going to mean for our communities, to simply making sure that we have more money for revenue. And so I'm going to leave that to the experts. I'm one of those electeds who actually understands and believes that I don't have to speak on everything. And so with that in mind, I'm going to end it here. I'm going to thank you one more time for the opportunity to make sure that we can that we can share a safe space to talk about the issues that we care about. And I hope that next year we are all fully vaccinated, wearing our mask, and in much better health, so that we can do this in person. And thank you so much.
Awesome. And thank you so much. Thank you, Assembly Member. And I'm confident everybody's going to get vaccinated. I believe in all the residents of Queens, and I know they're going to honor the fighters such as yourself and Congressmember Ming and State Senator Savitsky, who get into fights over expanding vaccination sites in our communities. So I know all Queens residents are going to honor y'all by getting vaccinated, especially.
And Donovan, and for our Queens residents, if they want to honor the women, if they want to honor the first responders, the best thing they can do is get themselves vaccinated.
Exactly, especially if you're 30 and up now. All righty, we're ready now. So I would like to also thank you, Assemblymember Cruz. I'd like to also thank Congressmember Carolyn Maloney, District Attorney Melinda Katz, Councilmember Adrian Adams, Assemblymember Nilly Rosick, District Leaders Amelia Ducardin, Melissa Sklarz for participating earlier today in the summit. Now I'd like to introduce our first performer, Bettina Hershey of Garden Players Musical Theater Program. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. I really enjoyed listening to a lot of the information throughout the day, and what an honor. The song that you're going to be sharing is from my band, The Scooches, that I wrote, and it's called Dandelion, and it is all about how nobody should be treated like a weed. And we all should be able to grow our roots deep and strong where we are and break down the walls that hold us apart. So it's really in support of women and immigrants and everybody who doesn't have enough of a voice. So I hope everybody enjoys this. The Scooches performing this are my husband, Nick Russo, on guitar, Keith Anthony Fluitt, and Joy Hansen on voice, along with myself, and Lionel Cordeau on drums. And I believe there's a YouTube video that's going to be shared.
Right.
I run a musical theater program called Garden Players here in Forest Hills, and it's such an honor to get to work with all of these kids, and as well as getting to write songs. So this is one of the songs. In the darkness, it's always a fight. To break through the ceiling, I reach for the Dandelion growing tall between the bricks and mortar. Dandelion growing tall, I won't let you deport her. Supple, strong, and wild mane, roots as deep as ages. Written on her face the pain, Herstory sages. Dandelion growing tall, always flying, reaching too small. Dandelion growing tall, always climbing, but at its fall I just a babe, a growing gal, working hard for supper. She's my brave and scrappy pal. I'm always
Wasn't that great? Thank you so much for that. What a phenomenal song. And let me just give you a little bit more about Bettina. Bettina Hershey is the lead singer and songwriter for the Scooches, a band she formed with her husband. She is a successful business owner leading the award-winning Garden Players Musical Theater program for kids right here in Forest Hills, Queens, where my office is located now. The musicals she has written have been published by Beat Press and performed over 2,000 times in over 65 countries. Whoa, whoa. As a performer, she has toured in musicals such as Phantom of the Opera. She's appeared in movies like Disney's Enchanted. Oh, I know that movie. And Julia Roberts' Mona Lisa, Smile. Bettina's original song, Dandelion, is a joyful song about breaking down the walls that hold women back and how no one should be treated like a weed. Recorded pre-COVID, this is the first time it's being performed publicly. So I want to thank you so much for that performance, and honored to have you, and look forward to having you back in person next year. You know what we're going to do at Borough Hall? Like, I got this space in the back and I've been scoping it out. And like, if we can do it socially distanced, like, we're going to have some performances at Borough Hall this summer.
Nice.
So we would love to have you live. So thank you for being here. Now I'd like to introduce our first honoree of the night, Amanda McLeish. I hope I said that right. Amanda, you'll correct me if I said your last name wrong. Thank you so much. Amanda McLeish hails from Springfield Gardens in Far Rockaway. She's from my neck of the woods. Amanda has been in the health field for over 20 years. She is currently a manager at Northwell Health Laboratories in Lake Success, New York. Since the beginning of the pandemic, she has been responsible for COVID-19 testing, access, and availability for thousands of residents and healthcare facility workers that work and live in congregate settings with symptoms. This includes COVID-19 antibody testing. Through personal uncertainty and anxiety, Amanda has relentlessly reported to work to handle and evaluate clinical protocols to ensure good hygiene and data validity. With laboratory testing being the single highest volume medical activity during the pandemic, it has taken a huge toll on healthcare professionals like Amanda. Unfortunately, this pandemic has led to a nationwide burnout of medical lab professionals, causing dangerous shortages in the New York healthcare infrastructure system. Despite workforce shortages, Amanda continues to build workforce and laboratory partnerships and facilitate lab technician training programs in the fight against COVID-19. Though ethnic and racial minorities continue to be underrepresented among medical tech groups, Amanda seeks to fill in the gap and meet the growing demand for laboratory technicians. Congratulations, Amanda. The Borough of Queens honors you for your tremendous dedication. Your work does not go unrecognized. I know it has not been an easy time for you. You sacrificed a great deal. I'm sure you saw so much and encountered so much, both socially and emotionally. But we're grateful for you being you, and thankful for continuing to make sure that we can fill out, as we talk about coming out of this pandemic. How do we not just build back, but build back in a bigger way, where we address these disparities and inequities in different fields that we know have stymied our communities in a lot of ways. We thank you for your leadership. So thank you for being here, and congratulations. And next year we'll be in person. We'll be able to give that proc in person. So thank you so much for being here. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, Queens Borough President Donovan Richards, Deputy Borough President, and the office for honoring me during this virtual Gender Justice Summit. I am humbled and grateful for this recognition. You know, often technologists are the individuals doing the testing and are often forgotten about because nobody sees us, but we are working hard and long hours to make sure that New Yorkers are being kept healthy. Thank you for allowing me to be highlighted in this issue. And last but not least, thank you for this very necessary summit for women of all ages.
Thank you, unsung hero. We look forward, and everybody who's getting being honored today will receive a citation from us. So we look forward to making sure we get that in your hand. But I just wanted to say to you, thank you, thank you, thank you You're totally right. Sometimes what's not seen goes unforeseen and people take it for granted. And we thank you for your work and sacrifice. So thank you. Our next honoree of the night really shows how there is no age requirement to truly do remarkable acts of kindness. Girl Scouts Troop 4413 is a Girl Scouts troop located in Forest Hills, Queens. I think I brought cookies from y'all actually one day. Troop 4413 consists of 9 11-year-old cadets: Bia, Chloe, Esme, Julia, Kaya, Madeline, Valentina, Vivian, Zoe, and 2 Girl Scout troop co-leaders, Annie Sue and Sylvia Tan. Whoa, so good to see y'all. During the pandemic, Troop 4413 found a way to help Elmhurst Hospital, as we all know, one of the hardest hit during the height of the pandemic in 2020, and labeled infamously as the epicenter of this crisis. With their strong desire to help, Troop 4413 connected with Dr. Suzanne Bentley. The Girl Scouts, with the help of Dr. Bentley, their troop leaders and parents, created the Pillows and Blankets Drive for Elmhurst Hospital's patient initiative. I remember this. Troop 4413 created an Amazon wish list and spread the word through social media. And that is not all. The girls made cards for patients and healthcare workers, which were given to patients, along with the pillows and blankets, which staff and patients called the closest thing to a hug during a time when no hugs were allowed. They were able to provide thousands of donations of blankets, medical reusable pillows, pillowcases, phone chargers, earplugs, eye mask, lip balm, lotion, deodorant, earbuds, cases of water bottles, and of course, cases of Girl Scout cookies, the best. Lemon cookies are the best. Congratulations, Girl Scout Troop 4413. You truly are all an inspiration and the future of our borough. We are in good hands.
We are Girl Scouts Troop 4413 from Forest Hills, Queens. We would like to thank Queensborough President Donovan Richards
and the Queensborough office for recognizing our contribution to the people of Queens during the pandemic,
for our Girl Scouts Pillows and Blankets Drive for Elmhurst Hospital patients.
We are incredibly honored to be representing young women and their influence on society.
Women are too often overlooked for their contributions.
But awards like these help us acknowledge the hard work we put into helping our community.
Thank you again for granting us this award and encouraging us in our initiative to help those that are struggling during this very difficult time.
We look forward to continuing making positive changes in our community
and appreciate the recognition of our efforts to make the world a better place.
We would also like to thank Dr. Suzanne Bentley, Emergency Medicine Specialist, Medical Director of the Elmhurst Hospital Satellite Stimulation Center, a former Girl Scout herself, for guiding and mentoring us through this initiative.
Elmhurst Hospital for trusting and believing our girls. And thank you to the Girl Scouts organization and everyone involved in Girl Scout for empowering girls and providing opportunities for all girls to become strong leaders, take action, and lead in their community, the workplace, and the world to make change. Thank you
from Girl Scouts Troop 4413.
Thank you so much. And I think we're joined by Julie and Ann from the Girl Scouts troop. So if they want to say some words, now is your moment. Thank you so much. I think they're here. Do I see them?
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you so much for honoring us. On behalf of all the Girl Scouts, they're all watching now. We want to thank you all for honoring us. So thank you so much.
You don't have anything to say, young lady? Come on. You can't let, is that mom? We can't just let mom speak. All right, you got to give me at least 30 seconds or something.
Thank you again for honoring us this award. We did so much, and we're really glad that you guys awarded us with this.
Thank you so much. That's our future leaders, women leaders here who are going to come into this office and take it from me eventually in my lifetime. So thank you all. I see so much in each and every one of you. Thank you for your sacrifice and thank you for caring I lost a very good friend at Elmhurst Hospital, Priscilla Carroll. She was a really good friend of mine, and unfortunately, she passed away during the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, at the beginning. So I know what this meant for people who work at the hospital, and many of those patients and the family members who couldn't be there. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of all 2.4 million Queens residents. Thank you, thank you. Our next honoree is someone who stood with me just last night to speak against hate crimes against our Asian community. Jihai Fisher is the fearless leader of Korean American Family Service Center. As the executive director, she ensures the organization provides Korean and Asian Americans who have survived domestic violence, sexual assault, relationship violence, human trafficking, a safe space. She's made the decision for KFSC to remain physically open through COVID-19 pandemic and economic shutdown to provide culturally and linguistically appropriate services to the community at a time of deep uncertainty and fear in the community. KAFSC is the only organization on the East Coast that operates 24-hour bilingual Korean/English hotline, which saw a 300% increase in call volume in 2020, 88% of which were related to domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. In 2020, KAFSC received more than 4,000 calls to its 24-hour bilingual hotline, met a 49% increase in domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse cases, and provided more than 21,000 services to immigrant survivors and their children. As a person of color working in an immigrant-led and immigrant-serving organization, Jihai has a deep understanding of the many barriers and challenges the Asian American community is faced with in their daily life. Congratulations, and I know this is no easy field. I'm the former chairman of the Public Safety Committee at the City Council, and I did a lot of work around these issues during my tenure in the City Council, especially around the Sexual Victims Division. So I understand and really deeply appreciate the work that you do, and you're really an unsung hero. And organizations like this, specifically in this time when we know where domestic violence is increasing, we know that there are a lot of our communities who are in fear of going to the police when these incidents happen. It is really organizations and people like you who are saving lives daily and helping people get the necessary services they need. So I want to thank you for the work you do. Congratulations, this is such impactful work. It is now my honor to introduce Jihai Fisher. Great to see you again.
Congratulations to Queens Borough President Donovan Richards on the first Queens Gender Justice Summit in celebrations of Herstory Month. It is such an honor to be recognized by you and your team. This summit is so critical to bring together our community leaders and members to address and acknowledge the disparities and challenges faced by women across the board. I am humbled by this recognition as an essential leader in the Queens community on behalf of the Korean American Family Service Center, where we provide culturally and linguistically appropriate support to the survivors of gender-based violence in Queens. KFSC never closed its doors during the pandemic, providing in-person crisis intervention services to Asian American survivors and victims throughout the pandemic. We saw a 300% increase in call volume to our 24-hour bilingual hotline in 2020, which 88% of them being domestic violence and sexual assault related. This recognition is a testament to the bravery and resilience of our survivors and staff during the challenging time. They're the true heroes. There's still much more work to be done in the area of women's rights and gender justice issues. At my team at KFSC, I look forward to building partnerships in order to ensure that our community members in Queens are safe, healthy, and free from violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jihai. And I see we're joined by you. Hello,
Hello, it's good to see you again. I just saw you last night. I just want to quickly say thank you, Queensboro President Donovan Richards, and also Deputy President Rhonda Binda. We're very, very happy to work with you and look forward to strengthening our partnership in the future. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. So humble. Thank you. Thank you for the work you do. And thank you for being here last night. And I know it's not been an easy time for the community, but we thank you for your services and we stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Before we introduce our final two honorees, we'd like to introduce our next performer. Queens has great talent, and Caroline is a Young Gardens Players musical theater student who has been featured as a soloist in many musicals and concerts. She is an avid songwriter, writing songs on request and developing songs for musicals and her own projects. She also studies privately with Bettina Hershey of Garden Players. This is an original song written and performed by Caroline.
Look out that window, watch the stars shine high. My favorite part about day is night. If only I could lie on the grass. Every time I ask mom, she says I'm giving sass. I wonder what lies far from the sea, or what is underneath me. Mom says the world is too dangerous to leave, but like I've always told mom, ain't no to be naive. Castle, let's talk about the castle. The boring old castle, staying here is such a hassle. Tower, let's talk about the tower. My tiny little tower. Why stay up here when I could smell the flowers? Every day on my birthday, the lights choose to appear at midnight. I don't know whether they're lanterns or not. I wanna see them up close, but my window's all I got. I mopped the floors, I brushed my hair and cooked. I read a lot, like 17 books. My hair always gets in my way. It gets longer and longer, gets longer every day. Castle, let's talk about the castle. The boring old castle, staying here is such a hassle. Tower, let's talk about the tower. My tiny little tower. Why stay up here when I can smell the flowers? Look, a shooting star, amazing, incredible. A tiny flash of hope, a chance to go outside. Make a wish before the shooting star says goodbye. Even if this is no, I don't care, I'm going to go.
Thank you so much. That was such a great performance. Thank you so much, Caroline. Keep up the good work. Next, I'm going to turn to our next honoree, who is Jacqueline Corral. She is a promotora and health educator at Voces Latinas. As a domestic violence survivor herself, she knows the importance of helping to uplift women. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, she was a tireless volunteer who distributed food in Corona, Jackson Heights, and Elmhurst, areas most impacted by the virus. In addition, she provided warm clothing to day laborers, masks to children and adults, and has been a tremendous resource to women who've lost their jobs in local businesses as a result of the pandemic. Whenever she is called upon, she responds, even if that means doing outreach in midwinter, in the cold, early in the morning, or late at night. She is originally from Colombia and a single mother raising her teenage daughter in this great borough. Today, we recognize her as an essential leader for all of her work. Congratulations to you, Jacqueline. You so deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for my English. I don't speak English. I'm sorry. I have Google Translation. I'm sorry. It's an honor for me.
You could speak your native language. That's fine. We'll take it.
Thank you.
If you want to, go ahead. Whatever makes you comfortable.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor for me, this recognition. I am fortunate to belong to the Voces Latinas organization, where I have learned a lot, and they have helped me to empower myself to be able to help other people. During this pandemic, we only give a little bit of how much we can have. Share with the community the compassion, and love for others. We can make a better world. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
You said you speak English. You speak English good. So even though
I try.
You were fine. You were good. Muy bien. No problema.
Muchas gracias, President.
Ya habla español un poquito.
Oh, perfect.
So thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you for all that you do and all that you've done to serve your community during this pandemic. We look forward to getting your citation. So thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
That was great. We're so diverse in Queens. You know, you got to think about it. We are represented by over 190 countries. And our last check, although we will always say over 200 languages are spoken here, according to the Linguistic Association, I may be getting their name wrong, we are now speaking 350 languages in Queens. So that's the last count we have on that. So thank you. We celebrate our diversity here. Our final honoree for the night is Nazila Ayubi from Women for Afghan Women. And this organization has been around, I remember from my days in the council, they've been around doing some great work for a very long time. Nazila Ayubi is an English as a second language teacher with the JCC in partnership with Women for Afghan Women since 2012. She teaches older women in Queens that are often unable to read and write even in their own native language. Nazila's ESL classes are the first time many women learn how to hold a pen or a pencil. And through this pandemic, Nazila has continued her work through virtual classes. As soon as the city shut down, Nazila was quick to begin communicating and continuing her classes through sessions and lessons on WhatsApp. And she prepared for a long-term strategy. I think you should be the chancellor of the city of New York because it seems like you got things running before a lot of people here. She worked to support women who sometimes have never created an email before and spent time with students individually to help them adapt to the virtual learning settings. Through it all, Nazila has given them the tools and resources to get through this pandemic, from providing information on COVID-19 or housing rights in collaboration with partner organizations. As an Afghan immigrant, Nazila understands the language barrier and hardships the newcomers face to settle in a different country under different circumstances. We honor and thank Nazila for all her work for immigrant women in this great borough of Queens, the world's borough. We're so grateful for the work that you've done to, as they say, each one teach one. And what you're doing is really helping not only to ingrain people into the culture of America, but to also better their lives in so many capacities when we talk about education and ESL learning. So thank you so much for the work that you've done during this pandemic. And thank you for being a model of what we should be doing when a crisis strikes. We don't give up, we don't quit. In true Queens fashion, we continue the work, and hats off to you for that. So thank you, Nazila. Congratulations on your honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borough President. And thank you all, the staff of the Queens Borough. President's office. I'm very humbled and privileged for this recognition. And thank you for the support that you're giving all the Queens residents, especially the academic part of the Queensboro in education, and encouraging Queens residents and workers in this part. I want to be able to go ahead and excelling my responsibilities as an educator, and I will keep going by your support, by the support of our organization, Women for Afghan Women, and Jewish Community Council of Coney Island, for providing tools, materials for us, and ensuring to go ahead and be the best that we can be. And I also want to thank my country director, Nahid Bahram, for being always there for Women for Afghan Women, and in the organization, and for the community members as whole. And I also want to thank the Director of Adult Literacy, Rivka Berman, from Jewish Community Council, that they were also in partnership in Women for Afghan Women. They have helped us a lot during the transition. It was not a very easy transition, being in person in class, and right away we went to virtual classes through WhatsApp or Zoom. As you may know, that most of our students are the first learners. They don't have any background of going to school in their own countries, and most of them come with no knowledge, and the language barrier is keeping them from being an active member of the community. So thank you very much for supporting women like that, and thank you for supporting teachers to be able to perform as they want to perform for their communities and for their students. Thank you so much. I'm so humbled and privileged. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Nazila, and congratulations, and look forward to continuing to work with your organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'd like to close with a performance from a dear friend and ally who stood with us last night to speak out against hate. Potri Ranka Manas is the founder and artistic director of King Ding Sindor Malayu Heritage. She performs the classical and tribal dances of Bandano, and other Filipino dances solo and with King Ding Sindor, the dance company she founded and directs. She has performed throughout the Philippines, the Middle East, Hong Kong, and the US, and is also an award-winning poet and playwright. Well, you didn't tell me about this, Potri. How come I didn't know about you are an award-winning poet and playwright? And she's a superhero during the day because she is out here making sure that we're all taken care of and getting tested. And not only that, she's pushed me to eat healthier. So that's one thing I can say about her. She said no beef, so I'm sticking to chicken and fish. But she is such a beautiful soul. So great to have you this evening. And we'll go to you for our final performance, and then we're going to have our Deputy Borough President close us out. But before that, I want to thank all the staff here who made this happen. All of the staff here. I'll start with, of course, our Deputy Borough President, Anayeli Gomez-Britton, Ariella Davida, Brianna Mulligan, Tiffany Easton, Ludi Thanor, Carolina Gill. And we did have some men who helped too. There were like two of y'all, Michael Mallon, Chris Barker, and Aldo Grillo. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the honorees. Thank you. We're going to go to Potri, and then we'll go to our Deputy Borough President, Rhonda Binder, for final words.
This event actually was taken during winter. And it's an assertion of a culture that is actually almost going to vanish back in the Philippines. belongs to the indigenous people. And now it's growing. And so that is just a glimpse of who we are actually. And this, what is in my background right now is an off-Broadway show that was the last show at La Mama ETC where Kinding Sindao is a resident. We had the anniversary Let's Mars tour. We were given the mandate by the mayor that the theater will be closed on that day, but we continued showing. We had few audience plus our cameraman, so you can find that in our YouTube actually. And also this culture and tradition that you have seen is from the Maranao people, one of the nations of the indigenous people in southern Philippines that was not colonized. It's we would, by the fact that I'm here in US, I'm actually a nurse. I'm transported because of my profession, but I brought home with me to be part of the beauty of Queens and New York, and continuing asserting this culture and tradition that is really part of the heritage of the world. So the other part of me today, I just want to say thank you for your guests today, particularly Anna, Ruby, and Lorraine, who brought the voices of the nurses. I am actually a frontliner. As I said, I was here in USA in 1990 because I'm a nurse. So the early part of the COVID-19 crisis, I was in the front line, and later on, I'm working as an epidemiology nurse and also an advocate for vaccine and trace and test. So right now we are advocating for the vaccine of the Muslim people of New York City and the whole New York State, if possible, before Ramadan, because you see, Ramadan is the congregation time of the Muslims. And as a nurse, we don't want another outbreak to happen. And thank you very much, Borough President Donovan Richard. You are such a very wonderful person, together with Deputy Queensborough President Rhonda Binda. This event must continue. This should be a culture that will go down through generation that you started here in Queens, empowering us, the people, in a very diverse culture, yet we become one in events like this. Thank you, and more power to you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Thank you. All right, we'll go to our Deputy Borough President, who I got to watch in action a little bit in between meetings. facilitating and doing such a great job. And let me tell you, she's doing such a great job as our DBP here at Queensborough Hall, and making sure that policies and our budget and everything is reflective of ensuring we close these gaps that many of you spoke about today in many different respective fields. It's great to have you. Congratulations once again to our Deputy Borough President, Ron DeVinda.
Thank you very much, Borough President Donovan Richards, for having the foresight and making this historic event possible for the borough. And making me a little nervous that you're watching earlier. But I wanted to say thank you for your leadership in having women's voices at the table. I think that this has been very educational for all of us. And I will have to thank our partners again, all of the participants for joining. There will be quarterly events led by our new Gender Justice Unit Initiative Director, Ariella. And I can't thank enough our wonderful performances and performers and extraordinary honorees for being part of the first Gender Justice Summit. Potri, you are a shiro, and that was such a treat. We appreciate you joining us again last night. And so this type of partnership with our women leaders, we want to continue. So just once more to thank the amazing staff that made this possible. I have to give a big shout out to Aniele Gomez-Britton. She's still going to be very involved with everyone here who's been handling a lot of the this portfolio, but she has to help us with our Immigration Welcome Center. So that's where you'll find her. Bree Mulligan, who's our Director of Comms, Tiffany Eason, who's the woman behind the scenes, Ludi Thinner, who works with me so diligently, and Carolina Gill, who's also just a woman of many hats. So thank you all for making this possible, and a few great men, of course, Michael Mallon, Chris Barca, Aldo Grillo. Thanks again. Happy Women's Herstory Month, and good night, everyone.